Okay, good morning. So we do have one of our panelists delayed for the first panel, but we are going to get started. And if need be, we will catch up or move the panelists to the next panel, depending on what is happening. I am merely here to begin our proceedings for the day. My name is Enrique Desmonarius. I am the director of the Bildner Center. Welcome to the Graduate Center and to the Bildner Center for Western Hemisphere Studies. The Bildner Center is an interdisciplinary forum for scholars, policymakers, civil society leaders working on contemporary issues in the Americas. It was founded in 1982 with the support of Albert Bildner, and has been through, over the last 40 some odd years, a number of different refoundings. The center is dedicated to promoting understanding of policy-oriented research concerning governability, human security, and economic well-being of communities in the Western Hemisphere. Our conference today is entitled Migration and Governance in the Americas. We are privileged to have here numerous distinguished speakers, both from within CUNY and from outside CUNY. This conference came out of a dialogue, a conversation that Andres Besser and I had at a political science party last year in 2023. So I'm a professor in the political science program at the Graduate Center, in addition to being the director of the Bildner Center. And we were talking about sort of our different interests in migration. Andres is writing his dissertation on migration, and I am interested in informal processes of migration, in particular on the Panamanian-Colombian border, which you will hear about in more detail later. So we set about for this conference to examine the informal governance systems affecting migrants' travels in the Americas. While the policy debate here in the United States is heavily focused on migrants entering the United States and often how to keep migrants from not coming to the United States, there's a much broader set of questions around migration in the Americas, which speakers at this conference are addressing. They address questions of South-South migration. They address questions of how migration is governed within the region, not just by formal actors, but by informal actors, whether it's nonprofits, corporations, or criminal organizations. There are broader questions about how migrants across the Americas, settling in different spaces, interact with both states, which is one of the major topics of debate, but also with informal actors, but in various markets, in housing markets and in labor markets. And we wanted to host a conference that addressed these other questions, right? That looked kind of around the edges of what sits often at the center of debates here, both in the United States and in broader policy debates about Europe. So we have here many panelists, and we'll address a variety of issues, including those that I just listed. We are privileged not just to have some wonderful panelists and participants and panel chairs participating in our event today, but also to be co-sponsoring this conference with the master's program in international migration studies. And we have here today their past director, Els de Graaf, to also deliver some welcoming remarks.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for participating in this day-long conference. I'm Els de Graaf. I'm a professor of political science, public policy, and international migration studies at Baruch College. So I'm a colleague of Desmond's, but also here at the Graduate Center. And I'm here today as a representative of the International Migration Studies Master's Program. And I want to thank Desmond and Andres for inviting the IMS program to co-sponsor this important and timely conference. I'm also happy to note that several IMS-affiliated faculty are included in today's lineup of speakers, including Rob Smith, David Brotherton, who's already here, and Michael Sharp. For those of you that don't know, the IMS program is one of a handful of master's programs in the United States devoted to the study of international migration. And we've been around for about 6 years, so we're fairly new. We offer a 30-credit interdisciplinary program that prepares students for growing and exciting opportunities to work with and advocate on behalf of international migrants and refugees. And in the course of our program, students examine, among other things, how policies shape migrants' experiences, and students analyze the social, cultural, economic, and political ramifications of international migration in the United States and beyond. Just a little advertising, the IMS program also co-organizes something called the Immigration Seminar Speaker Series, or talks here at the GC every semester. And these are talks about a variety of timely issues by migration scholars at CUNY, but also beyond. The good thing is that these talks happen here in person, but you can also join us online virtually. And so in case you're interested, our next talk, or rather panel discussion, is Wednesday, October 16th. And the topic is Crimmigration and the Deportation Pipeline in New York City. And David Brotherton has pulled together scholars to talk about this issue. And so you're all more than welcome to join either in person. There's going to be a reception afterwards, so there's snacks and goodies, not quite the spread you have here today. But you can also join us online, right? And I'm happy to tell you where to go to register. Again, welcome to this conference. And as a scholar of the local politics of immigration in large US cities, I look forward to today's presentations and discussions about the governance of migration in Latin America. And I'm really excited about making connections about how the governance of migration down there affects the dynamics I study up here. So thank you.
So I think everybody's here now. We are now on to the first panel entitled Rights, the State, and Multi-Level Governance of Migration. The chair is David Brotherton from the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. We also have presenting here Jennifer Gordon from Fordham University, Felicia Arriaga, Edwin Grimsley, and Masoma Amin from Baruch College, and Andres Besserer from the CUNY Graduate Center.
Okay, so I don't know if we need a speaker. So rights, the state, multi-level governance of migration. I just looked at the New York Times. I just noticed that the Randall's Island Detention Center is about to close here, which is interesting because it's about, was it 2 years since Adams decided that apocalyptically we were down the toilet because of so many tens of thousands of migrants, and 2 years later we're still here and the bloody thing's closing down. Thank God for that. Anyway, so we've got Jennifer Gordon from Fordham, right? Professor of law, Edwin Grimsley, and Andres Becerra to present. So without further ado, Jennifer is going to speak on the governance of work for migrants and refugees, lessons from Venezuelans in Colombia and Brazil. Extremely important intervention. Off you go, Jennifer.
Thank you. So I'm trying to decide. I think I'll sit here. You can hear me, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm guessing that most people here know the basic facts of Venezuelan refugees or migrants around the world, but let me just do a quick overview. So at this point, Venezuelan migrants and refugees are the largest group in the world of people outside their countries of origin. Numbers larger than Ukrainians, numbers larger than Syrians. 7.7 million Venezuelans have left home in less than a decade. And like most other displaced people around the world, they've gone to the countries nearby, right? Here in the United States, we've become obsessed with this, but in fact, 6.5 million of them still live in Latin America and the Caribbean. For the most part, their host countries in Latin America have not recognized them as refugees, although Brazil, which is one of the countries I'm going to be talking about, is an exception. But a number of countries in the region have created some form of humanitarian visa as an alternative. And these offer temporary residence permits, access to education, often access to the healthcare system, and this is crucial for what I want to talk about today, a work permit that, at least on paper, says you have the same rights on the job as citizens of the country. And among these programs, Colombia and Brazil have been among the most generous. Colombia has a population of 52 million people and has received 3 million Venezuelans in under a decade. 90% of them, more or less, are now in the pipeline for a temporary regular status that over time could become permanent. Brazil, the proportions are much smaller because the local population is much bigger, 203 million, and only 500,000 Venezuelans, but almost 100% of them at this point have some kind of some kind of regular status, either through refugee/asylum programs or a residence permit. And I think there's a lot to learn from the response to the Venezuelan diaspora in Latin America about the governance of migration, in particular about the labor market integration of newcomers. The question that motivated me to look at what's going on in those countries is asking what kind of governance facilitates full inclusion of migrants and refugees in the host countries where they arrive. Full inclusion meaning working under decent conditions and with dignity in ways that support those same goals for the local workers around them. So inclusion on decent work terms for everyone in the labor market. And just to state what I believe right up front, I think to do that, if we're thinking in terms of governance, we need to think both top down and bottom up. Top down, what kind of government policies set the bedrock for decent work conditions for migrants and the local workers who labor alongside them? And bottom up, how can the workers themselves act to make their rights real? What kind of support do they have and what kind of support do they need? From the top down, it seems intuitive that a fully mobile work permit with equal labor rights to citizens, like those granted in Colombia and Brazil, is critically important as a first step. But I think we have to stop and ask, how much difference does a work permit really make? And there is an academic literature about this, and there's a big problem with the literature. So the studies that have been done, and there have been quite a few of them, generally find that a migrant with a fully mobile work permit, by which I mean you can go to any job anywhere in the country with full labor rights, earns higher wages and has better working conditions compared to the experience of an undocumented person. The problem is almost all these studies were done in the US and the EU, which are countries with substantial proportions of the economy being formal. And yet most refugee host countries, including Colombia and Brazil, have a high level of informality in their labor markets. I was only able to find 6 studies at any time of the question of what does a work permit do in an informal labor market, 2 in Argentina, 2 in Jordan, and 2 in Colombia. If you look at them as a whole, although there are big differences between them, they generally also show that a work permit has a positive effect, but less so because informality and structural precarity reduce the impact compared to a formal context. And based on my own research and the analyses of other people, we can see this playing out today in Colombia and Brazil among Venezuelans. We're seeing some increase in income or on the other side, reduction in hours worked to make the same income for Venezuelans with a work permit compared to when they didn't have one. But even in Colombia and Brazil, where we're getting close to 100% levels of legalization, Venezuelan migrants and refugees still labor under substantially worse conditions than their local counterparts. And they're largely remaining, even with a work permit, in informal and precarious jobs, demonstrating that regularizing the worker doesn't necessarily regularize the work. In Colombia, 70 to 80% of Venezuelans work informally compared to 50% of Colombians. The informality of Venezuelans in Brazil is roughly double that of Brazilians. And even where Venezuelans find a formal job with their work permit, they have lower wages and longer hours in those jobs compared to local workers. Now, to a certain point, this is just what you expect, right? Because migrants and refugees, even with a work permit, are the most vulnerable workers in labor markets where all workers are facing precarity and informality. But the results also leave us with a second question. If we want to respond, as I think we should want to respond to the abuses that migrant and refugee workers continue to face, even once they have a work permit, what kind of response is appropriate, effective, necessary? And here there's come to be a near consensus in Latin America, that including Colombia and Brazil, that there is a solution, and the solution is professionalization. So let me explain what I mean by that. In other words, there's been a big call for and some investment in policies that make it easier for Venezuelans with high levels of education to leave informal jobs and enter the formal sector. So things like facilitating the cross-border recognition of diplomas, the transfer of professional licenses, recognition of work experience accumulated in Venezuela for the purposes of Colombia and Brazil. And I think that's good, right? I think that kind of initiative is important for the workers it helps, but also from my perspective, deeply incomplete. And I think to explain why it's helpful to take an old theory out of the closet, shake off the dust, and use it as a lens. And so I'm talking here about Albert Hirschman, who in 1970 published his now famous, although old, analysis of how the members of any entity, right, an organization, a workplace, a country, deal with the dissatisfaction they feel in the direction the leadership is taking that entity. And he observes that there's a group that have loyalty, right? They stay where they are and they're faithful to the leadership. But there are two different protest strategies. Some, he observes, especially those with other options, protest by leaving one entity for another, and he calls that exit. Others, especially those with fewer alternatives, remain in place, but demand change from within, and he calls this voice. Hirschman's dichotomy between voice and exit seems useful to me as a lens through which to understand the direction that the policy conversation has taken in Latin America in terms of how to address labor abuses for migrant workers. There's been a lot invested in exit, in short, and very little invested in voice, right? Exit, leaving the informal economy individually, exit as an individual strategy of betterment, very little invested in collective strategies of voice. And there's a sense in which exit made sense early in the diaspora. During the early years, the Venezuelans who left home had fairly high education levels, higher than the local population in Colombia and Brazil. But where policy doesn't seem to have caught up to reality is that over time, those education levels have plummeted. And one illustration of this taken from the Colombia Public Employment Service, in 2016, 45% of the Venezuelans registered with the Colombian Public Employment Service had a college degree or greater. Just in 2021, only 5 years later, that number was 20%. And that reflects the reality that in both countries, Colombia and Brazil, as well as around the region, the majority of Venezuelan migrants and refugees now have a high school degree or less. And therefore, exit through professionalization is not going to help them, especially in the short and medium term. And so since all in on exit is not going to work, I think it's time to look at voice as a complementary strategy. And of course, voice is also helped by top-down interventions, labor inspection, right? The strong enforcement of laws by governments in collaboration with workers' organizations. But for low-wage workers, ultimately, voice or power, which is in some ways a synonym for voice, has to be exercised collectively and from the bottom up, not individually and from the top down. to improve, really improve the wages and working conditions of Venezuelans in Colombia and Brazil, collective action is essential. In this sense, labor organizing is labor market governance from below. Many people, I have to say, as I've talked about this in a lot of places around the world, share the instinct that migrant workers or informal workers, and especially migrant workers who are informal, cannot or do not want to organize. But also around the world, migrant and informal workers have demonstrated courage and creativity in their forms of collective action and have succeeded in achieving important change in their conditions of work. And although it's not much discussed, we're seeing this start to happen in Colombia and Brazil. It's taking place through migrant self-organization and also through trade unions, which first having to overcome their internal xenophobia, some of which are now playing a central role in supporting the new arrivals. So let me give just one example from the Colombian context. Many Venezuelan migrants in Colombia work for Rappi, which is one of the largest app-based food and whatever delivery services in Latin America. The app sector in general has low barriers to worker entry, which is why it attracts so many recent migrants. You need a bike and you need a cell phone. And app companies, for their part, are thrilled to contract this all of a sudden large and vulnerable labor force, so long as they don't demand the rights that correspond to employees. So since 2020, one of the largest trade union federations in Colombia has been organizing Rappi workers and other app-based delivery workers through a new union called UNIDAP. The majority of the membership of the union and over half of the board are Venezuelan migrants, and the rest are Colombian. UNIDAP's members have used public protests, blocking streets, marches on bikes, and other strategies to demand an increase in their pay and an end to the app's practices of blocking workers, among other things. UNIDAP as a union offers legal services to all of their members who've been blocked from the apps. The unions also have begun to engage in, the union has also begun to engage in politics. So they helped write a nearly successful, but not successful, labor law reform proposal that would have extended employee protections to the Rappi workers the summer of 2023. That almost and then did not pass. But this year, with the Colombian government acting as an intermediary, they brought Rappi to the table and negotiated an agreement between the union and Rappi, which is, among other things, establishes a minimum payment per delivery, a dispute resolution mechanism, and a guarantee of respect for the workers' rights to organize. There are other examples also there in my paper, but I'm not going to go into them now because I suspect I'm bumping up against the time limit. The other big one I have is one in Brazil called Sindicando, which is an effort to support both the formation of Venezuelan migrant associations and a match between them and unions in their sector who are going to help them address the conditions that they face in the sectors where they're working. But as I said, not going to talk about that right now. So let me just conclude by saying worker organizing is never easy and even harder when it involves migrants and refugees. And both of these examples, the UNIDAP and the Sindicando effort, are still in the very early stages. But what I hope they illustrate is a holistic way of thinking about the governance of migrant and refugee work that may begin top down with the important grant of a work permit and government interventions to enforce migrant worker rights, but only truly has the hope of succeeding when it's met by bottom-up efforts where workers themselves participate collectively in the act of making their rights real. Thank you.
So Edwin Grimsby is a new assistant professor at Baruch. And navigating multi-level policies, updates from the New York City migrant crisis.
Yeah.
Off you go, Edwin.
So my name is Edwin Grimsley. I'm an assistant professor at the Marx School of Public International Affairs at Brewer College. And my other colleague, as I mentioned, Desmond mentioned, Felicia Arriaga couldn't make it. And also my research assistant, Masuma Amin, also couldn't make it, unfortunately. But she's actually been doing a lot of the work, helping me out on understanding the policies. And we're going to talk about our project today that we're working on, the New York kind of migrant situation here. We're still in the kind of the first steps, a little bit of it. So I'll give our team, a little bit overview, timeline, a little bit of what our policy analysis is at the moment and our next steps. We have a whole IRB at multiple levels, I think, understanding the situation that's occurring. And as I think Professor Brotherton mentioned, it's always an ongoing kind of situation here. And I won't get into anything about the mayor's office and other things that are going on. But that's also going, I think, to stall a lot of what's going on also here at the level. Mentioned our team here at Brewer College. We're also expanding our team too and looking for more other research kind of funding. So we have multiple kind of goals here that we're doing. One is really to study kind of the policy making, kind of the organizational aspect of it, and then we also have another part of it, understanding obviously the lives of migrants who are here in New York City. And I'll talk about this a little bit more at the end, but just as an overview, looking at the service providers who are contracted out by the mayor's office and other entities, and then also looking at the community organizations, their kind of response to as kind of a filter to many of the other aspects of the service providers, and then also looking at migrants themselves, but also almost all stakeholders. We in kind of collaboration too, and talking to people at the city council level and the mayor's office of immigrant affairs, who's one of the key stakeholders. But there's a lot of other and complex things of who's really involved, I think, in the situation and how it kind of filters. And I'll talk a little bit about kind of theoretical what we're talking about. And the purpose really is to look at their perspectives, people who are engaged in this, from the stakeholders to the end, the migrants who have to deal with all of this and the kind of the in-between level of it. And then I know you're all probably familiar too, over 200,000 people have come, mostly a lot on buses from the border to New York City. That's just, kind of the state. The one thing on the people in the city's care, that's always just I think we would just see that these are under numbers, right, of the people who I think are in the system. I'll talk a little bit about that too, different parts of it, the shelters towards, all other type of housing situations that are, and then humanitarian emergency response relief centers, HERCs, which was the main part of the emergency kind of orders that were made to actually provide this kind of relief to migrants here. And that's the main office, kind of not the main office, but it isn't actually an office, but main emergency kind of operations that kind of provides a lot of this kind of relief for migrants here. A lot of the different kind of aspects to it, obviously beginning in spring 2022, going to the current time, there's a lot of other policies. We have actually a whole analysis of all the city council hearings, all of the different levels of it. Mayor's office, I think, which put the emergency orders. Now that puts a different thing, and I'll talk about that too in our theoretical aspect. Emergency management powers, right? That also gives power to, makes a whole bunch of other stakeholders and decision makings that also isn't always in the purview, right, of the public or kind of the knowledge of it. And so a lot of that, especially in making the HERCs and making these kind of institutions, really leaves us a lot to, I think, to be determined in how the operations really are. Some of the other bigger things, executive order suspending families, private room, the 60-day rule. I'll talk about also a little bit about that, the city shelters, the right to shelter in New York City is a different policy. And also there's also talks in the sanctuary city right now too. City council is also working a little bit on that, on a new bill in sanctuary city that comes up big, and people trying to, right, take away sanctuary city and expansion, right? These are all debates, I think, that are left open to what the rights people have. And even the right to shelter came up into it and changing the rules on right to shelter, right? Even things that are, I think, are, from, rights that people have had, I think, for the last, 40 years are still in debates and what's taking away or not. The last one too, I'll mention the New York City also passed a bill in July working on a survey. So me and actually there's a bunch of other researchers here in New York City. So this is the bill working on understanding migrants' economic and health conditions right here. And the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs is actually in the process of working on a survey. I think it's in the draft phase. And I've been talking actually to the City Council, the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs on this. But the hope is, I think sometime in the next month or two, that will be working towards actually surveying people who come into the HERC centers. That's an important one, looking at the lives of people who are there, and the trajectories and the conditions there. Unknown really is still at the beginning stage of what it is, but the City Council, I think this is where actually I think the stakeholders play in, right? Putting the force on the mayor's office, because before that, right, we just have this kind of emergency power doing kind of the operations and not actually understanding what's actually going on in migrants' lives, you know, even in terms of economics and jobs. But they would do, you would have job centers and fairs, but not understanding what's actually happening, I think, when people are actually attending the fairs, right? So understanding how that's actually working is really important. So that's actually an ongoing thing too, and that this is still the beginning steps of even understanding, I think, the migrant situation here in New York City. We haven't even begun to even, I think, understand the data part of it. That's part of our team, is really to put more pressure and to understand it. Also provide kind of background information to the City Council, support also, and try to give more understanding, I think, to the situation right now. As we had our last presenter, also talking about many of the people here in New York, from Venezuela. We have people from all different countries too. There's actually a lot of people from Africa, all these different parts, I think, even in looking at the shelter system, all of different kind of circumstances, I think, in terms of, there's asylum applications and seeking work, permits, ability to work, a lot of different variations, I think, depending on their background and life. Now we look at, I think, some of the policy level. We kind of place this into the federal level, the state level, and the local level. A lot of the work, which I'll talk about even in the budgets, come down to most of the money here in New York City at the local level, right? The federal level has not pumped in a lot of money. Actually, the state level has pumped in a little money, but not enough to even, I think, capture everything. So the federal ones, asylum policies, obviously support migrants, and we also get, obviously, speeding up the ability to get work permits, right? That happened early on. State level employment policies, looking at shelters, the right to shelter, driver's licenses, professional licenses, the kind of informal economy being very important too, right? And so giving people those kind of papers to be able to work is actually might be even more important, right, than other kind of work abilities. And then looking at really just the local level of it, right, the housing, just workers' rights, language access being very important, right? And then obviously the shelters, ID, New York City being at least a good place for people who are undocumented, having a New York City ID and other kind of rights in other places, but that still only gets you to the bottom level, right, of being able to live here in New York City. A lot of these are also looking at other things that we kind of piece together, the restrictions at the federal level. I also talk about that too, because actually want to talk about housing, right? There's a connection between all these different services, whether it's even ICE, who also operates also at many of the shelters, right, too. A lot of times we don't talk about that. And if actually you ever go to the hotels or the shelters, you'll see agents and signs connected to that too, as well in some places. But that's an informal kind of way of the operations too that works. And then, we have FEMA assistance, state policies and other things. We'll look at some of the things that are right to shelter, and also at housing, the mandate to it, and temporary shelter. And as you see, and there's some work, I think, even looking at where they are in boroughs, and then some contest of, how close they are to other places in the city. Many different neighborhoods actually have many more actual, I think, intake, of people in the migrant situation who are taking it in those type of shelters. We'll talk about that some of these have also been kind of the different kind of ways of the hotels, the shelters, and the tents. Professor Brotherton talking about the Randall's Island. We had the Floyd Bennett Field, right? Kind of one you see at the bottom. And many of these places look like almost detention centers, I think, kind of unsanitary conditions, right? And these are thousands of people, I think, who are put in there. Me and my team, me and Dr. Arriaga have worked a lot on immigration enforcement. And so that, looking in this, you have to have like that kind of lens to it too. Like some things look like different systems, right? Looks like you're in, looking at kind of an enforcement aspect, even in people who are just really here, right? Just trying to live their lives. And then other people, and even if you go to the hotels, they're all different conditions. As I was talking about, the part of the enforcement at hotels is not that it's every, day enforcement. It just looks like it's a different process of living in a hotel, I think, right? Of going through there, of having to go through, the system of checking everything you have, certain hours and stuff too. We're working on that too, part of the project, I think, of understanding all those different conditions too as well. And that's actually even a more complicated one too, right? As people funnel in and out. And then also one of the difference here I was going to mention is in the right to shelter, one of the problems is for people who don't have families, right? There's old separation for people who are single, versus families, versus children. That becomes a different part in how long you can actually even stay in the shelter and funnel through this kind of system, right? And, for some people, they become homeless because they're kicked out or have to keep migrating, I think, here in New York City. That's a complicated one that we're also, trying to be very cautious of because it's very important here. We have 3 different theories. I won't bore you with that. In it, street level bureaucrats, we're a public policy school, and talking about kind of the frontline workers who work on this, and many different people too. Actually, some of the service providers are some of the most important people in this kind of emergency powers because they're the intake people. They're the people who provide the services at the frontline levels of these HERC centers. There's a main HERC center where people come in. It's kind of like social workers and cases also that works on here. It's kind of a different kind of mode when you have to get into something like this, I think, and thinking how it's working because it's made up on the spot, I think, especially from 2022 and how this is actually going to work and how the mayor's office, I think, has administered it, right? But you have all these different also officials in it. Incorporation kind of results in that there's a lot of incorporation, how people actually are able to, get support, get services, asylum seekers, a large portion of people, seeking asylum, waiting for the work permits, right? That life through there and cycling through the system. And then this kind of emergency function of talking about it, looking at that there's also a need for other emergency orders and actions, right, to also support it. So healthcare, we already got the work permit aspect to it too, but also that the state orders to provide more rights for migrants being very important in this kind of section of it. Education, language assistance, schools for kids, right? We know that in some places where, depending on where you're at, where the shelter is, that helps you to have your schools and the kids, but there's a complicated nature, I think, around that. These are all different, policies and things I think people should consider, and a lot more work. I mean, I wish there were more people actually, I think, taking up that, to do that type of work, to understand that kind of relationship too as well. One quick thing I think, and just overview on the numbers, a lot, this was a presentation, I think, on the number of people seeking asylum. So you have a large number of people actually, I think, here. We talk about the 200,000, but a significant number of people with kids too also seeking asylum. Adult families, single adults. And then also, looking at a lot of rates, I think, for people, DocGo and some of the. So one of the things here was that the mayor's office also contracts out, right? DocGo actually is a company they initially did. There was a lot of controversy over it. Actually, the comptroller says, the way to process emergency orders is using those emergency orders to contract out without much, kind of investigation or people looking at it. And so they gave, hundreds of, I think it was, hundreds of millions of dollars, 500 million or something. Don't quote me on that. Millions of dollars to DocGo. They later went out and there's new companies. One of the things here, especially even thinking about the tent situations, is that requires a lot of security, right? A lot of management and a lot of people. But in terms of that, is also following that and seeing where that goes. That's more of a kind of a hidden process too. And look at the citywide funding to it also requires, many different organizations. And you see that the amount of money, a lot for homeless services actually in the plan, getting a lot of the money, right? That's a lot of the funding for the shelters, a lot of the money going there to actually produce it. But all these different agencies, this is part of our study too, is also interviewing people at these city agencies to also understand their reaction and understanding, I think, of the migrant crisis as well. And then here, lastly, I think, was looking at, as I said, most of the funding are the city funds, right? And a complete overhaul. You would think that it's, given kind of the situation, will be a lot more federal spending here, and there isn't really. It mostly comes from the city funds. That also came with a lot of other, controversies, I think, in managing the city funds versus other funds, right, in the city. It's close, thinking that there wasn't a lot of money, or in terms of, remember libraries closing in New York City, and other groups also mad about the proportion of the funds. But even in conversations, I think, with the mayor's office, another saying, this is actually a lot of money actually here. A portion is, it's not a problem here, but that a lot of the funding and comes from the city agencies too. And they'll be needed too, even without, I think, the things that are going on in the mayor's office currently. I want to end off, I think, just, running out of time. Just kind of what we're doing, I think, here in the project and where we're going with it. Since we started this somewhere in the spring, and we're, already, starting, to do interviews. We've talked a lot with the city council and policymakers. It's looking at these three different levels of it. The policymakers, so as I said, city council, all the agencies, I think, that are also financed through the migrant situation here. So you saw all those departments, right? Department of Housing, you got the Health and Social Health Services, you got the Department of Homeless Services, right? And then looking at the service providers, the HERC centers, I think these are key places. These are intake places. This is also where the survey here in New York City that is coming out of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs is going to go to understand those trajectories. Now, that's not going to be a post one. It's going to only start now going forward. So we still have all the people who've come in the last 2 years, and understanding their trajectories and their lives as being very important. We may not, it's going to take a lot to even understand that, right? But going forward, we'll know a little bit more. And there's other people at other institutions in New York City also interested, and other researchers involved in it. And then looking at the nonprofits, the advocates. We did this in another study here with Professor Brotherton. We worked on looking at community organizations in New York, looking at deportation pipeline, as we talked about the other panel that we'll be presenting on in October. And so we interviewed actually organizations there. Here, we're also going to interview organizations just for this part of it, understanding how they're responding to, and how that is in relation to the service providers and the other aspects of the policymaking. And then obviously looking at migrants and their situations and navigating this kind of space, right? Different spaces, there's a complexity to that, because people are in completely different circumstances, from the housing to the homeless now, to everything, beyond, and even the people who have family here and actually can navigate that too. That doesn't mean their lives are also, right, have to navigate many of these other aspects too, in the future. And if there's any questions, feel free. I think as we're ongoing here, we're welcome, I think, other, suggestions and people's, thoughts on it as well, either to me or my colleague, Dr. Felicia Arriaga. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I'm really happy to see some new faces. Some faces I already knew, and it's great. I mean, there's some really fascinating panels, and I know that there's at least 3 experts on the Venezuelan diaspora in this room. So I'm including Olivia, who just came in. She's great. Right. So I'm going to talk about state responses to the Venezuelan diaspora and try to make a kind of generalized theory around what's going on. And what we can learn from it. The title in the presentation is slightly different from the title in the program, but it's basically they say the same thing. I'm going to make the argument that something really interesting is happening in South America, as Jennifer pointed out, and that state responses to the Venezuelan diaspora can give us insights around the way in which states are accelerating integration and governance of migration, and that they're demonstrating that it can be done in a different way than how global North polities tend to do it. So I'm going to start off with a very quick ethnographic vignette. Daniel, he came to Colombia in 2022 with his family, 2 daughters and his wife. He entered Colombia without a passport, which is common among Venezuelans. One of the understudied and fascinating aspects of the Venezuelan diaspora is that as Venezuela has suffered from economic and service collapse, their documentation capacity of their own citizens has been severely undercut. So obtaining a passport is now a lot easier, but between, say, 2016 and 2020, it was nearly impossible for ordinary citizens to obtain a passport. It was, in fact, so difficult to obtain a passport that Colombia created an extension for its own purposes of the Venezuelan passport of a 10-year extension. And Colombia is not alone. Other countries have also done it. And today, obtaining a Venezuelan passport costs around $450. It's one of the most expensive in the world because the state is attempting to raise funds through the desperate need of its diaspora. So it costs $310 for the Venezuelan processing fee. And then in a consulate, you have to pay an extra $130. Or you have to go back to Venezuela, which oftentimes is impossible for the diaspora, right? So it's very common for Venezuelan citizens to be undocumented by their own state. A similar situation happens with identity cards. So they entered Colombia without a passport. And they entered in 2022, which meant that they were beyond the cutoff point for the obtaining PPT, which is the temporary residence permit that Jennifer was talking about that gives people a 10-year work and residence permit. So they applied for asylum. However, asylum applications in Colombia do not include work permits and take around 2 years. And yet, when I talked to him, his labor situation, well, I mean, I'm in touch with him constantly, but his labor situation was the following. He worked 12 to 14-hour shifts daily, working on a motorized rickshaw, which you see right there, which is actually a very common profession by Venezuelans. They work in the informal sector. And one of the peculiarities of this contraption, this motorized rickshaw, is that it takes a fair bit of investment to get one. So he was paying $10 to the owner of the rickshaw every day, and whatever he made on top of that, he could keep, which meant that his working hours were very long. His main concern was to not have to work such long hours, get more money, and not have to pay $10 every day, regardless of how many hours he worked. If his children were sick and needed to take them to the hospital, or needed to take them, or if his wife was sick and he needed to take them to school, he would miss out on hours of work, but would still have to pay the $10 rent, right? That's a kind of typical situation of a lot of Venezuelans who enter the labor market without recently in Colombia. So what he wanted was less work. I put him in touch with a human rights lawyer who said that there was a chance that they could change his asylum process for a PPT. And so he agreed to that, but under Colombian law, you must forfeit your asylum application in order to obtain this permit. And he was okay with that. He obtained it, so did his wife and both of his children. So they're now protected by an ad hoc residence and work permit that may lead on to permanent residency and eventually citizenship after 10 years. So it's a 10-year permit with a kind of 15-year horizon at the minimum for eventual citizenship. Although we don't have cases of anyone who's already obtained citizenship through this route because the PPT has only started. One of the interesting things, and one of the things that contrasts, I think, with the global north, is that Daniel never expressed interest in obtaining the PPT because he was scared of deportation. As we'll see, the Colombian state basically deports no Venezuelans, sorry. It's forfeited. There were deportations during the pandemic, but they were very low. I'll show the numbers now around deportations. And it's interesting, Venezuelans you speak to are not scared of getting deported. He was interested in improving his working conditions. The PPT allowed him to enroll in Rappi, which is a delivery service that Jennifer has already mentioned, but requires people to have a PPT so that they can open a bank account. Otherwise, they're excluded from the financial services. The alternative is renting out a Rappi account from someone who either already has a PPT or who is a Colombian citizen. But that still means that you have to pay a daily rent to the person who owns the account, right? So my intervention in the literature, I'll be very quick about this. I don't want to, it's kind of insider baseball in a way, but I'm not sure. This is a multidisciplinary space, so I'm also very interested in that. One is that in political science, states who give rights to otherwise irregular immigrants are conceived as either doing it by force, because they're forced to because of the internal kind of arrangement of their constitution, the liberal state. This is kind of Holyfield and Yopke, or they're at least reluctant about it. And I think, yes. So, and they're at least relevant. I think in the case of Colombia, there's actually a state that is actively documenting and is actually very willing to do so. We see that at the local level in the United States, but not at the national level. So this is a kind of interesting interventions, like national states can actually actively do what localities do in the United States, and relatively for the same reasons. We also have a notion of the state relations to unauthorized immigrants as based almost, principally on coercion. And I think that this, although coercion also obviously plays a part in the relationship between the Colombian state and the Venezuelan diaspora, it is much less of a structuring factor with the Venezuelan diaspora. And lastly, studies in political science tend to ignore the how of whether or not they tend to identify countries as either open or closed, but not in which ways they're open and which ways they're closed. We need more nuance on this. And again, studying the global South will help us make more complex the notions of in which ways states can be opened or closed towards unauthorized immigrants. So what we see in Colombia is what I call a rights-based, although rights with an asterisk, because the rights are not input into the Constitution. As we'll see, it's a presidential decree that didn't go through legislation, but I think that that's part of the puzzle, actually, the fact that it has not been a highly politicized issue, but a rights-based, low coercive approach to immigration governance. And I think that the main reason behind it is actually state building. I think the Colombian state realized that it was going to be very, very costly to enforce coercion against a large incoming diaspora and preferred to increase its state capacities through documentation, right? So here's the graph based on many public records requests to the Colombian government. There's a quirk about public request law in Colombia that I'm willing to explicate towards the end if you're interested. But basically, Colombia in 2018 had around 50,000 registered foreigners. But by 2016, by 2022, had 3 million. And most of them were Venezuelan. So what did the state do? So it was not a state of a traditional destination state, it was a state of immigration. And what it did was this. You can see from the graphs, the blue and the green are people who are either documented or in the process of becoming documented. So it went from having no foreigners to having mostly undocumented or irregular foreigners to then having basically almost everyone documented or in the process of documentation. Right now, there's 500,000 Venezuelans who are undocumented, but the government of Petro, which is curiously has avoided expanding documentation over the first half of his government, but just this week issued a new decree and issued a project for yet another decree, which will reduce the number of these 500,000 people who are left undocumented. So I really see that there's a kind of state impulse towards providing documentation, right? It's one of the largest documentation policies in the world, if not at the current moment, it's similar to some state responses to Ukrainians and Syrians. So the Colombian migratory setup is low coercion, high rights, I said. So one of the top box, you can see the number of deportations that were also provided through public records requests. They're very, very low. So in 2023 was incomplete because the records request was made at the beginning of 2023. Or it was made, but it was answered much later, but it was made at the time. But you see like 2022, which is kind of a typical year, there was 1,000 people who were deported from Colombia to Venezuela. There's obviously a huge issue around how do you deport people to a country that your own country recognizes as having a complex humanitarian crisis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But essentially, there's very, very low deportation in Colombia. There's some reports of informal deportations, so local politicians rounding up immigrants and taking them across the border and leaving them there, which is a whole new level of human rights violations. But in general, there is not a federal or national state apparatus that has grown to deport immigrants. It doesn't exist. And it's fascinating. It's frankly a very interesting data point that also demonstrates that it's not hugely, it's not a necessary condition that states would deal with unauthorized immigrations in that way. There's also very low investment in border controls. So study after study demonstrates that crossing the border between Colombia and Venezuela is extraordinarily cheap. it's around $40 to $80 per crossing, which is also, it has also preserved or helped reduce immigrant trauma as they transfer from Venezuela into Colombia, and allows for circular immigration. Like we know this since, Massey and Durand, that higher border controls are associated with both immigrant trauma, but also lack of circularity, which also changes the networks in family dynamics, et cetera, right? So how was this done? Well, this was done through the PPT, which I suggest we have to look at in relation to both the rights that it provides, but also the rights that it withholds, and then the rights that it gives in the future. So what rights does the PPT give? It's a 10-year residence work permit. It allows people to travel. You can re-enter Colombia officially, so you no longer need to take the illegal route into Colombia through an official border crossing using the PPT card, which is, it's excellent. It allows for family reunification during vacations, for example, or important holidays. It also works as an identity card, provides subsidized public health care, but you need to have applied to welfare first, and a degree of welfare. Once you pass that bureaucratic hurdle, it's a kind of another big bureaucratic hurdle to get enrolled, but the PPT does allow people to have that right. And it's also very dependent on which city or which locality the immigrant is in. It also allows for a route to citizenship eventually. After, as I said, you can apply for the permanent residence, and after 5 years of PPT, you can apply for 5 years of residence permit and then citizenship. We don't know of any cases of where that's happened yet. It does not allow people must forgo asylum if they obtain PPT, which I think is one of the reasons why the PPT exists. It also does not allow for voting or running for office. So it keeps the relationship between the state and unauthorized immigrants low. There's low politicization in that sense. They would eventually be able to vote once they obtain citizenship, which is a long time in the future. Children of Venezuelans born in Colombia are not Colombian nationals through the PPT. They're Colombian nationals through another set of ad hoc procedures, but the Constitution still is it's jus sanguinis and jus residency. So it only provides citizenship through people who are Colombian if their parents are Colombian, or who have legal residence. And the PPT does not serve as proof of legal residence. So in principle, it is also not providing citizenship to the children of the people who are PPT holders, again, in a device that lowers the politicization of this procedure. That's also another interesting quirk of Colombia. It can be revoked by the executive at any point. Any single PPT or the whole program can be, according to the decree through which it was issued, canceled by the signature of a president, right? It hasn't. And there are extraordinarily few PPTs that have actually been canceled individually. But in principle, the president could do that. The requirements to obtain the PPT are also really important, and they require Venezuelan immigrants to fill out a very long survey, and then to go to an immigration office where they provide their biometrics, their photograph, which is stored and then it allows for facial recognition, and the 10 fingerprints. Venezuelans could obtain it if they had arrived to Colombia before 2021 without a passport, and with a passport and through legal entry after 2021. Although there are lots of cases where the Colombian migration authorities allow for exceptions, such as people who have applied for asylum and have gotten past a certain time, they can sometimes transfer into a PPT. It's not in law, but it's a practice that we've identified. So the PPT gives you this card that looks a lot like, it looks actually identical to a Colombian national identity card or citizenship card, with the difference that at the bottom it says visibles. So I always wondered if Colombian public servants have read James Scott. They haven't, or they've told me they haven't, but it's very interesting that they've actually reached that conclusion on their own, right? So the notion is that this card will create visible migrants. Visible to whom? Visible to the state, right? Their biometrics, their names, and their information is kept in a database that is accessible to the police, right? To what degree immigrants are informed about this is unclear, although there is kind of language, but it's not very pedagogical. But so they become legible to both the police, but also to public services. So they're able to enter into education, the healthcare, obtain degrees of welfare. If they have a formal job, they are taxed, although they're always obviously tapped through consumption, right? Right. So what I see the PPT as doing is creating both a form of governance that satisfies some of the state's kind of impulses. It creates legibility, and it creates a degree of alliance between the state and immigrants. And immigrants really, so I kind of think it's a combination of like something like Foucault, Scott, and McDowell, but I don't want to bore you with the theory. The counterpart of state building is that there's also a lot of resistance to legibility. So when I talk to informal vendors who have the PPT, so they oftentimes go out to the street without the card because they know that if they have the card, the police can scan it and they can be automatically registered with a higher fine, which then allows the police to ask for a higher bribe. But if they are out on the street without documents, they can pass as undocumented, and it's a hassle for the police to put them into the system. And so the bribe that they can extract is much less. But what's interesting is that this can only be the case because there's no deportation regime. Because interactions with the police does not spark the ultimate kind of punishment, which in the US is not legally a punishment, but which would be to then, family separation, et cetera, et cetera. So from the point of view of the state, the Colombian government was able to solve a huge issue, which was to not provide asylum to this huge diaspora and to evade the international responsibilities that come with providing asylum. So the language I referenced, Crossing by Rebecca Hamlin, which is really interesting, where she says, states are constantly trying to classify immigrants as either asylum seekers or economic migrants. The legal language in the decrees around Colombia are actually incredibly ambiguous. And they do not choose, they don't classify as either politically persecuted or economically driven. They say complex humanitarian crisis, right? Whatever that means, and do not invoke refugee conventions. So they were able to create a legal architecture where immigrants will by themselves always choose the PPT. There's only been 6,000 there's only been 6,000 Venezuelans granted refugee status in Colombia out of a population of around 3 million, which added to the fact that Colombia has signed the Cartagena Agreement. Cartagena broadens the scope of who is eligible for asylum. So anyone who can't return to their home country because of fear of death, regardless of the reason, is technically should be provided asylum within the Cartagena Declaration signers, which was the case in Colombia. So they created a legal architecture, an ad hoc legal architecture that does not require force or for people to purposely choose to avoid asylum. And that way they have much less international responsibility. So it was really a kind of an act of what I call like radical sovereignty by the executive. The executive also avoided processing this through the legislative. There was no legislative debate in order to pass these series of decrees, which is why the executive could integrate within the decrees the possibility to cancel a single or all of the permits at any point in time, and therefore make anyone potentially, undocumented or deportable. So the executive then raises itself as the kind of ultimate rule maker around migration. So anyway, I have other kind of concluding thoughts around how this relates to both informality and other global north countries, but I'm happy to talk about that in the questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Start with questions with very thought-provoking presentations from everybody. Commentaries. We have about 25 minutes, I think. Yeah.
So my first Eric Moreno, I am a visiting scholar at from Oxford University in the UK, and I'm doing research on Venezuelan migrants in New York City. So my first question is to Jennifer Gordon and this Vesper. It's very broad, however you want. What lessons can we draw from the case of Colombia and Brazil regarding Venezuelan migration here in the city, New York City? What are the differences and similarities between those? Yeah. Was that clear? Did that make sense? Yeah. Right. And the other question is for Mr. Grimsley. I was wondering if Venezuelans are still arriving in the city and if they're leaving the city, if we know that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jackie Vimo. I'm a assistant professor at Montclair State University. I have one question for Professor Gordon. What is the role of the state? It's a bottom-down question in facilitating voice and protest, sort of in these various places. And then secondly, I have a question for Professor Grimsley. I'm also working on a very similar project where I'm looking at the policy responses, looking at city council transcripts, been doing interviews with folks in the administration, so we should chat afterwards. But one of the things that my research reveals is sort of that the mayor took short-term responses rather than thinking of using the HERCs, using the hotels and so forth, rather than potentially using the voucher programs, which advocates had been asking for. And I'm just kind of curious about your perspective on the policy response as the mayor versus the city council, right? And in terms of what the tension has been between those two and what your thoughts are about sort of evaluating the policy from a perspective of a divided government.
Thanks again for the session. Rebecca Galemba from the Corbell School at Denver. And I'm not an expert on anything happening in Colombia, but I've been reading about it. And I think one of the things that I was struck by in some of the articles I was reading is that despite that it seems really easy, right, to get the PPT, obviously, though I think you brought out well that you're foregoing, right, other things as well. What I've been reading was that it was actually much more difficult to apply for permanent residence and people thought, kind of giving them that false sense of security. And I don't know if you had seen that change or what you thought about that, or and I think Jennifer brought up the scholarship often focuses on right status and work. Then to what degree now does work facilitate or not a path to more permanent status? Is from what I've heard, the financial requirements for applying for residency are more significant versus the PPT. And so just curious how we might see that working out for this population.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Olivia Old-Mikhael, and I'm a postdoc at the Zolberg Institute at the New School. My question is for Andres Besser, which we've worked in Bogota together before, but I thought this presentation was very interesting. A question I was thinking about when you talked about Colombia not having any kind of deportation regime and the kind of coercive relationship between immigrants and the state. There wasn't much mention of like US policy or the Los Angeles Declaration and how some of these global South regimes are really just extensions or externalizations of more coercive regimes in the global North. And then the other kind of question I had was around the theory about state capacity and state building that I assume most of the field work and ethnographic examples were taken from larger cities with like high governance and social services. In a lot of municipalities receiving Venezuelan migrants, there's low governance, perhaps low visibility of their own population. And so, how do you incorporate this kind of like patchwork or uneven presence of the state as it relates to this undocumented population?
I have a question. Oh, thank you. Thanks for Jennifer and one for Edwin, but I think they're kind of crossed. One is, we talk about formality and formality in work, but there are shades of informality. So I think it's different if you work for an app than if you sell coffee on the street. Than if you work at a restaurant as a cook or waiter and you're paid under the table. Like, I think so informality is a kind of big category. And I think given the size of the informal economy in Colombia and other Latin American countries, it also makes sense to start kind of having a nuanced approach. I know that wasn't the point of your paper, but I wanted to get your thoughts on, how do we then think of different forms of informality there? And then I think for both of you, I see that informality is actually, and this is kind of controversial, but the mixture of formality and informality is actually supercharging incorporation. So how many immigrants in New York City find a source of income because there's a migrant consumption market where people can sell on, there can be street vendors. In Colombia, almost all the immigrants I talk to have housing because they rent informally. Someone who's added, an extra room to their house in self-construction, or who rents out a place that otherwise would not pass, the kind of formal regulations. So I think informality is also, it shouldn't be classified or thought of as negative always, right? The point is that if you're forced into informality, but informality is actually hugely important for the incorporation of poor working class precarious people. And so I wanted to get your thoughts in both contexts.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe one thing about the state and one about informality, and hopefully in that context also touching on some of the differences between New York and Colombia and Brazil. Thinking about the state and the question about the state in response also to voice and protest makes me think of one way I think we haven't talked about the state that's really important, which is that in Brazil, like in Colombia, the regimes we're talking about were created by right-wing and center-right governments. And they were created with a strong motivation that was anti-Venezuelan, right? Like that, to show that their states would give refuge to people fleeing an untenable government, right? So we tend to think of the state that welcomes immigrants as a progressive state. In fact, both in party and in motivation, neither of these programs was progressive in its origin, but it was progressive in its effect, right? So it just seems important to think about those complexities, and then to put another complexity in the mix that's more directly responsive to the question. The coming into power in 2022 of a progressive government in Colombia, where all this stuff was already in place, everything Andres talked about had already been done, didn't result in the state pulling the plug, right? They could have, because of the features of the executive, but it did result in some less enthusiasm and a lot less record keeping. It's much harder now to figure out what's going on than it was in 2022 and 2021 when it was all on the website. And that in part is a reflection of some ambivalence about the migration part of it. But the progressive government is much more enthusiastic about voice and protest, and much more supportive of the organizing strategies of migrants as workers, right? As you can see in the fact that the Colombian Labor Department this year was the mediator that brought the union together with RAPI and facilitated an agreement. So just all I have to say about that is lots of complexity there, right? There's no simple story to tell. And then just on the question of informality, one note, which is that the most informal workers are also organizing. There are several efforts to organize Venezuelan women coffee sellers in parks. There are associations that have been, that the women have formed and in various cities and that are doing what informal migrant worker associations always do, right? Trying to figure out how, without formalizing, and this goes to Andres' second question, without formalizing to the extent that they're no longer allowed to do the work or the work goes away, how to make it better. And I think that across the world, including in the United States and in New York, is really the key, right? The problem is not informality in some abstract way. The problem is the feature of informality that makes it hard for workers to live with dignity. And so the focus for me on what do you do about informality is not formalize, right? Not in New York, not in Colombia, at least not right away, right? The question is what kinds of organizing and what kinds of policies help. And usually those have to be developed by the workers themselves who understand the context, but then supported by the state, help you do a job that is informal, but better for you and your family.
Yeah, and I'll take the question, I think, on the numbers. I think that right now it's not as known. I think there's been less people brought to New York over the last, few months in it. But happy to follow up, I think, with you on it, especially in some of the other ones, once I look into other, and dig more into it. One of the things I think in thinking about the city council aspect of it, and the mayor's office. Now I've had similar conversation. We should definitely talk, I think, after this and, exchange contact information. Is that kind of like, it's not a relationship that has been really working together. And I've talked to many people, the city council, I've actually talked to the office that passed the bill, heavily, some of the legislative directors in a couple of city councils, even the ones that are doing the sanctuary laws now, is really that they're doing it basically because they also don't have the answers. This gets back to that, right? Trying to find out more information and more data and more understanding of it has been, I think, hard from that. That's not great, I think, when you think about kind of the situation that we're in with so many people coming in, I think, to New York, the resources, the amount of money, right? The making, policy on the fly, that we do need a working city council, local government, and also the mayor's office, I think, working side by side. I have not gotten that. That's just my conversations, I think, there. And also, I think even in the survey that they're working on now is kind of a lack of even kind of those conversations. And I've I think me and other researchers have, I think, had to do the digging to connect, I think, with the mayor's office to understand where things are at. I think that's a whole problem, I think, in these kind of emergency situations, right? You wish the coordination efforts were more kind of together, and from talking to city council, they wish it were together too. I think going forward, it might be better now that we have more of the pressure, more passing of legislation, I think, or at least legislation trying to push more for data, understanding of migrant situations. And you see that on the mayor's office side, I think, with Moya actually releasing more documents, having to provide more accountability into what's going on. You see more data produced there. So going forward, maybe it'll be a little better. And hopefully, I think we need more researchers kind of also putting that pressure, working together to understand too. And I think that's interesting to hear what you're saying. On the question of informal too, a lot of this even gets to the formal and the informal. I think part of the policy process of it, especially dealing with undocumented people in New York, and people they see New York in this kind of like, capitalistic kind of like city. And obviously there's that big portion of it, of this global city here. But a lot of the way New York works is the informal economy, especially for people who are undocumented folks, right? Coming in here and working. And so it's very important. There's that connection to, I think, having, right, the weird part of the formal and the legal process of having documents and being able to work. But then also and I saw this too, I think, in the initial part of the mayor's office response, was to do job fairs, and without an understanding of what people's skills or what jobs they would even get, right? And so that's kind of like not really connected to, right, the ways that people would be working or their living situations here, right, to survive in a city even like New York. And we see that they talk about the street vendors and all these other ways that have formal and informal work, right? From different work of people, or the tip wage workers or other people who are undocumented people, work in bathrooms and other aspects of it. And that was a study I was supposed to do a number of years ago. And I interviewed people actually who work in these situations. And you see that a lot of precarity actually in it, and also a lot of illegal actions, I think, from many of the people where they don't even get paid tip wages in a lot of aspects of it too, right? And so that's important, I think, in looking at, especially these situations where you need the connection of policy that's actually going to work on the informal too, right? Where it is, and here in New York City, whether it's, working on the delivery, and the taxi and Uber kind of Lyft, but people need those kind of documentations too. And so, there's something about, I think, doing that more research and more kind of policy level aspect of it, of understanding that kind of in between, even in cities like New York, where we kind of take for granted, right, where people will get documents and be able to thrive and work if we give them just a basic living situation. But that's not always the case. And I think even now, in thinking of the migrant situation here in New York, it's a very complex thing of providing these aspects to people who come here, right? And have to survive through it and have to navigate those situations of work and the kind of informal economy.
So thank you for all the questions. I'll go back to the lessons, which is at the end. So with the residence is actually really expensive. It's $450 to obtain residence. And it's a kind of disharmonious design of the law. And there's actually very few cases of people getting residence from the PPT precisely because of that. I'm just this self-promotion, shameless self-promotion, but paper of mine is just going to come out in comparative migration studies where I talk about paper bridges, how Colombian bureaucrats, when they realize that the requisites are too high for immigrants, tend to then lower them. So we've seen that across the board in lots of different cases, including the PPT. And when they realized that the passport was just going to be, okay, we'll do away with the passport. So I wouldn't be surprised. There's no guarantee, but I wouldn't be surprised that the kind of policy environment of migration will create a lowering or an exception for Venezuelan immigrants who have the PPT, lowering standards for residency, because there is a sort of documenting impulse, I think, but there's no guarantee. But you're right; it's actually that for the $450 per application is very high because minimum wage in Colombia is $300 a month, more or less, give or take. So that's over a month of minimum wage, a month and a half. That families really don't have that level of disposable income. But I wouldn't be surprised if it changes. Is this externalization or not? I mean, yeah, I think there's a huge degree of a degree of externalization to Olivia's question, which is a very good one. In the United States, I didn't show the graph, but through public records request, I obtained the amount of foreign aid coming into Colombia specifically for migration purposes. It's very high, and a lot of it comes from the United States, from UNHCR, from European cooperation, foreign aid. And this is a question I also got in the context of David Fitzgerald's work, Refuge Beyond Reach. And my response, and I'm still thinking through this, but my response is, it might be externalization, but there's also different forms of externalization, and some are much more positive than others. So, Australia externalizes its migration by basically, putting people in small islands in terrible conditions. If this is the face that externalization takes, it's much less negative. We should still understand why it is that Colombia has decided to do this. I think Colombian elites could have chosen a much more coercive-based approach, especially given the history of using both the army, the police, and paramilitary forces to deal with the unwanted aspects of society and population. So I think it's still a puzzle worth understanding, even if there is a strong foreign relations aspects around externalization, why it is that the Colombian elites at this moment in time chose to not use violence, even through covert means, which is not beyond the right wing in Colombia. But that's a really important part of the puzzle, and I'm glad that you brought it to the fore. Outside of cities, it's really, really different. I mean, Colombia's a patchwork of different state capacities. It's the drama of, I think, its own history. But of the 3 million Venezuelans living in Colombia, 400,000 live in Bogota, and another around 300,000 live in 100,000 in Medellin, and another like 80,000 in Barranquilla. So it's also a very urban phenomenon. So I think it's split like half and half. Your work is much wider in scope in terms of the sort of context of reception. I think you've done much more work in low state capacity scenarios, and I would totally, I think it could be very different. And I've done work only in Bogota, which has its own specificities for sure. And lastly, what are the lessons? I think one of the lessons which academics already know, and migrants and human rights activists already know, but coercion is not a good approach to manage migration, and more rights is better for the reception society as well. I mean, Colombians benefit from extending rights and having people who are incorporated into their daily lives without, violence and without, xenophobic rhetoric. I know it's an obvious lesson, but the more arguments we have to support that lesson, I'd be happy. I'd be happier if it comes from more places and so on.
Hi, my name's Daniela Pila. I'm an assistant professor of sociology at Southern Connecticut State. I worked at Moya when I was an intern when ID New York came out, and all I kept thinking about as, we're incorporating undocumented people in and citizens to kind of try to convince them to apply for ID New York is, we had a system where they would basically delete all the information at the end of the week so that we did not have the data. So even if we were subpoenaed, like they wouldn't have it. So I was curious from the Colombian side and the New York side, how is privacy being addressed in terms of these, non-citizens, right? Like they don't have the same rights as citizens. And it sounds like there's a more humane approach to Colombia, but, ideas, especially if you're an immigrant, privacy is a little different, right? So I was curious if the government was hyper aware of that, and I was curious about what they're doing, especially when you're talking about families and children in these hotels, for example. Like, does the hotel have access to everyone's information, and so on and so forth? So,
hello, my name is Gilles. I'm from Haiti, but I'm a senior at Princeton University in the sociology department, doing research in South-South migration. And one of the challenges that I've encountered in the course of my research so far is thinking about the future of South-South migration in Latin America. Right now, there seems to be a lot of movement, but in a lot of these regimes, like in Colombia, in Brazil, they are oftentimes responding to immediate and urgent concerns. And that sort of, in the case of Brazil, which has developed policies to support, for example, the Haitian population, but we are noticing that those people are leaving. And so to what extent is that a challenge to the development of more long-term policies to the integration of migrants within Latin America? And how do we think about, to the same question of externalization, how is the US policy, depending on who gets elected very soon, going to affect the future of migration within Latin America? And is that something that is expected to become a topic of conversation, or more like just right now because of the way that the US and Canada have been handling migration questions? And to an extent also Europe, because also a lot of migrants are coming across to Latin America to then make their way up. So it's just hard to do research in Latin America right now on migration, where we don't know if that's something that's gonna be sustained or if it's just a response to more immediate problems.
Two related questions. If you could, oh, sorry. My name is Amelia Frank-Vitale. I'm an assistant professor in anthropology and the School of Public and International Affairs at Princeton. The two sort of related questions, in Colombia, what is the sort of immigration policy regime towards people who are not Venezuelan? How does that differentiate? And then sort of relatedly, what is the reaction or the feeling among Colombians towards this policy of limited or contingent incorporation of so many Venezuelans into society?
Most of those questions were not for me, so I'll just say something really quickly in thinking about Brazil and Haitians. So Brazil, as you kind of gestured to, has the same protections available to Haitians as to Venezuelans, pretty much. But as you say, Haitians are leaving, and many, right, Venezuelans are also leaving. A lot of the migration to the US is secondary migration. People left their home countries, ended up in another country in Latin America, and now leave for the US. And my understanding is that there's like two pushes and a pull. Thinking about Haitians in Brazil in particular, the pushes are, one, you may have legal status, but race discrimination is really powerful, right? So you have all the rights, but none of the rights. And the other is the economy, right? Like you can have all the rights, but if you can't get a good job and you think you might be able to get one somewhere else, right, then you keep going. Those are the two pushes. And the pull is the now somewhat diminished sense that you really could get into the US, that there might be a chance to do that. You should go while you could, no matter how dangerous, no matter how difficult. And with the recurring shutdowns at the border and the current regime that the Biden administration has put in place, which is really limited asylum as an option. I don't know if as many people are going to continue to leave as have over maybe the past 4 or 5 years. But you know, it's to be determined. And I think that it's just as you say, there's a sort of sense of a moment where the most exciting things happening about migration are happening in South-South migration. And also the question of how tenable a life is for migrants in the countries where they've landed in the global South, and will they keep moving? And, you know, what's going to happen next? It's just a kind of moment in flux.
I'll get to the Moya, the privacy concerns. I think these are really big questions, and even more bigger questions now. I think when we think of these situations where they're ongoing and there maybe aren't, you know, making policies on the fly where you don't really think of, I think the privacy concerns, the ID, a great thing. And then obviously the sanctuary city status. I think that's one of the things why city council is also wanting to strengthen that. And while other, you know, mayor's office and others are trying to kind of weaken it out, right? Giving them more powers, I think, to disregard a lot of these actions too. And then that also gets to the kind of the weird nature, I think, between Department of Homeland Security, the police department, right? In a city that is a sanctuary city status, but in these aspects, some things can kind of be loosened up a lot. The data part of it, there's always that background too, with the privacy concerns of not having data, but then of having data, right? Good data, and also not having data, right? To protect people. And I think as a researcher, we always fall on the weird part of that, right? Wanting more data so that we can understand, thinking that we're in a better situation and going to protect people. That may or may not be true for everybody, right? And then, so you have those concerns, I think, also too, that we may not want that. But also the problem, I think, the city councils that we have no data almost on people's migrants who are coming here. And also when you have an administration who's not providing much context to them, we might want to at least have some type of thing. There is an intake center, at least in New York, where they were taking data. So there is data, right? Somewhere in there too. And so you need accountability too, I think, of this, right? And having, I think, good protocols to protect it, but also an accountability of what data is being collected, how is it being used? And then we have all the informal systems here between all the other government institutions that are clearly working together, because we have the border control and the internal DHS also here, what is really being shared. I think these are real deeper questions too, and you're bringing up good questions too for us to understand.
Yeah, the question around who's partaking of the information that's collected by immigrants is actually difficult to answer in Colombia, because the migration authorities don't provide a lot of answers beyond police can access it through a database once they're inside the system through PPT, which is the same database that Colombian citizens are a part of. But we actually don't know. So a lot of Venezuelans, informally, they say that they're scared of their information being shared with the Venezuelan government. And so I don't have any evidence to that effect. I don't think that that's the case. But you know, it shows the concern around identification. But Colombia is also weaker states have more issues around information control and accountability, habeas corpus, and the use of information like due process. It's a huge deal, and I think you're right to alert to that as a big issue. And on the question of like temporariness, US, and what Colombians think, Colombians don't know much about their own government's response to the Venezuelan diaspora. And I think that that is an artifact of policymakers to an extent. I use the work of Antje Ellerman, who takes from Immergut, the notion that where policy making happens has a huge effect on the policies that get enacted when it comes to migration, because it's it can be, once it's in the public arena and the legislative arena, there are different incentives that come into play. Policymakers in Colombia have been very astute, I think, at keeping it as a sort of presidential-based system. Is stood for their own purposes. But you know, and some institutions have collaborated. So there was a case where the Bogota mayor blamed Venezuelans for rising crime, and the Supreme Court issued an order that she should apologize and come up with a policy to avoid xenophobia becoming part of the policymaking process in Bogota. So institutions are working to also depoliticize the issue in an important way that would have massively different context. there's rising xenophobia, but it doesn't get enacted into policy and it doesn't get enacted into electoral politics, or not yet, right? I mean, Olivia would know more at the local level. She's done great research at the local level to understand whether xenophobia gets enacted there. But at the national level, it doesn't. I mean, it was talked about for a minute in all of the presidential debates. It only took up a minute. So, but that also comes to Gilles' question around whether this is a temporary policy or a permanent disposition of states towards immigrants. And I think it's largely temporal. You can see that in Peru, in Chile, and Ecuador, who initially had very kind of open, kind of Colombia-type policies, but have now shifted completely. And that's also something that Jennifer mentioned. The left-right spectrum in Latin America does not map on to pro-immigrant, anti-immigrant sentiments. So Boric, which is a very, a champion of the left in many aspects, has adopted many of the anti-immigrant policies of his opposition. And in Colombia, the right wing initiated pro-immigrant policies, and has, fortunately for immigrants, was the case. And the sequence of events has then made it difficult for there to be anti-immigrant politicians in a way. But I think it's temporary. I mean, in Peru, the same thing happened. There's now an anti-immigrant backlash. So a lot depends on the US, but also on the degrees in which they're politicized, I think, over time. Yeah, thank you. So unfortunately, Rob Smith couldn't join us today because of an issue he had. So I'm stepping in for him. We're gonna start with panel 2, violence, borders, and transit migration. So we have a really interesting, great lineup. We're privileged to have people from outside CUNY make the trip to New York, and also obviously our dear leader, Desmond Arias. So we're gonna start off with Caitlyn Yates. She is a PhD candidate in the Department of Anthropology at the University of British Columbia, focusing her research on mobility, race, ethnicity, enforcement, and borders in Latin America. Her doctoral project, titled Degrees of Visibility, Multi-Continental Migrant Journeys Through the Americas, follows migrants from Africa and Asia as they navigate through Latin America, with specific attention to stopover points in the Darien Gap in Tijuana, Mexico. In addition to her academic work, Caitlyn serves as a program officer at Labor Mobility Partnerships and is a non-resident fellow at the Strauss Center for International Security and Law at the University of Texas at Austin. There, she co-authored a quarterly report on asylum processing and migration governance along the U.S. southern border. And her presentation is titled, "The Race is Not Always to the Swift, Graduated Enforcement of Transit Control Regimes in Latin America." Thank you so much for being here, Caitlyn.
Great. Okay, so let me go ahead and get started. Thank you so much, Desmond and Andres, for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here with you all today. So as Andres mentioned, I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Anthropology at the University of British Columbia. And today I'm going to be presenting one of the chapters of my dissertation, tentatively titled, "The Race is Not Always to the Swift." I think I'm just going to start really quickly, as a good anthropologist, with a quick anecdote to kind of set the stage for how I'm framing this chapter. And it starts with an image very similar to the one on the screen, though not necessarily of these individuals. So here we go. One afternoon, while sitting under one of the UNHCR tents at the entrance of Camp 2, in a camp in the Darien Gap, I watched as migration officers registered the exit of those ready to board the buses and head northward. Next in line was a young woman with a baby. Just as she was being called up by the officers to present her identification documents, an older man came seemingly out of nowhere to join them, pulling out documents for all three. As I sat next to the officers, I noted the multiple passport colors he was presenting. The officer first opened a blue Haitian passport corresponding to the woman, followed by a printed copy of a Brazilian passport for the baby, and finally a green Angolan passport for the man. A multinational family was by no means uncommon, especially for West Africans or Haitians who first spent some months or years living in Brazil before proceeding to move northward, as we've already heard about today. And as such, I didn't think much of it until the migration officer asked the man if he had passed through biometrics. When he looked at her rather confused, she began searching for the man's name on a PDF list she had on her phone, before turning her attention back to him and declaring in Spanish, "Your name does not appear." So I share that really quick anecdote for a couple of reasons. One, because as you're going to see, I'm focusing primarily on the experiences of individuals who come from outside of the Western Hemisphere, at least in their origins, but for a second reason as well. And I think this example really highlights the very different experiences that individuals moving in and through Latin America have with very particular aspects of immigration enforcement regimes, based primarily on nationality, but also on other aspects of their performed or perceived identities. So I'm just going to say a few quick words about my methodology. As I've already hinted to, I am an anthropologist. I spent 12 months conducting ethnographic fieldwork split between 2 field sites. First, I spent 6 months in migrant camps in Panama's Darien Gap, in the Darien province. And then I spent an additional 6 months in Tijuana, Mexico. And as I've also hinted to, I'm primarily focusing on the experiences of what one immigration attorney referred to as everyone else. So basically the experiences of individuals who in Latin America are often referred to as extracontinental. In the United States, they're often referred to as special interest aliens. I've decided to use neither of those terminologies. I use the term multi-continental travelers. And just to give you a sense, over the 12 months that I spent in these 2 sites, I conducted 80 interviews with travelers from 26 different non-Western hemispheric nationalities, though in total I met individuals from 80 different nationalities who were moving in and through Latin America. And I also conducted 16 interviews with officials, government and non-government, working with those whose journeys I followed in these 2 countries. I'm just going to go through this really quickly so that I can get a little bit more to the data itself. But I just want to kind of situate how I'm thinking about this theoretically. So I'm using the term graduate enforcement, I think, as a way to bring together 3 kind of primary literatures that I was using in the purposes of this chapter. The first is global apartheid, so this notion that access to mobility itself is often restricted as a result of race and class at the level of countries or borders. The second is differential inclusion, so the actual impact that these apartheid systems have on the individuals who have moved or are attempting to move. And then what I wanted to do was to think very clearly about what this had to do with transit control regimes. So once individuals, however it is that they manage to become mobile and be on the move, how do we think about the ways in which different people are impacted by different immigration enforcement practices. And so I'm using very clearly here, or attempting to use, Ai Wang's notion of graduated sovereignty to think very clearly about enforcement and the relationship in particular between enforcement mobility and bureaucratic discretion in Latin American countries that results in a highly uneven transit control landscape dependent on the race, class, and/or nationality of the specific traveler at hand. So I'm going to do this, I think, through 3 different primary enforcement practices. The first being what I alluded to at the beginning, which is this notion of detectability, and specifically anticipatory detectability. So we've been talking about data collection a little bit, and increasingly this is a detectability or an enforcement strategy that is implemented or is funded by the United States government, but implemented by transit countries throughout the Western Hemisphere and increasingly the world. And if you haven't seen a biometrics device, here's one that you can look at here. Just for clarity, these are my fingerprints, so no one be too alarmed. To give you a sense of what it is and how it works. So basically, and this has already kind of been mentioned, I believe Andres also mentioned it, there's going to be fingerprints that are taken, photos, iris scans, and then the information that comes on the actual document, whatever document the individual is providing, identification document. This is then uploaded into the system and it's shared with participating countries, including the United States government. Not all countries in Latin America use biometrics review, and not all travelers who are moving through Latin America are subject to biometrics review, but in the context of many Latin American countries, increasingly, specifically multi-continental travelers are, and in the case of Panama specifically. So what would happen every single day in the context of migrant camps in the Darien Gap is that there would be a queue of everyone else, of non-Latin American and Caribbean travelers waiting for their biometrics review process, while Venezuelans, Ecuadorians, Haitians were allowed to continue onward. These individuals who had to go through the review process then had to wait for their results. If there was a concern about the results, had to wait for an interview to be conducted to then be permitted to continue onward. So it would very temporarily, but nonetheless very clearly stall their journeys and distinguish who was able to access mobility without restriction in that context and who wasn't. That's one aspect of detectability. There are others, but this was the kind of detectability strategy that was most kind of complained about on a daily basis by non-Western hemispheric travelers. The second is documentality or documentability burdens. So we've already talked about the issues that, for example, Venezuelan nationals have and have had in accessing passports. For the most part, at least in Panama, and then continuing onward for the purposes of transit mobility. If you're from Latin American countries, a national ID is sufficient. And this becomes really critical for a number of reasons, but it is not acceptable for multi-continental travelers. And obviously, to even begin their journeys, because most individuals who are coming from outside of the Western Hemisphere are going to have to take a flight, you would expect for individuals to have a passport to at least begin their journey. There's a whole other set of issues around how difficult it is in many countries on the African and Asian continents to access a passport. So therefore, you're already kind of limiting the number of people who are going to potentially be able to make these journeys. But then, very frequently, passports get lost. They get stolen with other goods while on the move, or they become completely damaged while crossing through the infamous Darien Gap, leaving someone arriving without access to a passport. In Panama, if you don't have a passport and you're a multi-continental traveler, you cannot continue moving onward. And that creates a lot of issues. Basically, people would get stuck for several days or even up to several weeks waiting for someone to send them a photo of their passport to then be able to continue advancing onward. The last thing I want to talk about with documentability, and this comes back to much of what David Fitzgerald has also talked about in this remote control work that he's done. Increasingly, as a part of it becoming increasingly difficult for multi-continental travelers to access the Western Hemisphere in any capacity, not only do they have to have a valid passport and a valid visa to a Western Hemispheric country, they increasingly have to find workarounds as well. So in the case of Charles from Cameroon, he had a passport and a visa and was attempting to board a flight to Sao Paulo from Nigeria when he was denied boarding. There was no explanation as to why he was denied boarding because he, in theory, met all of the document requirements. And so he explains, Brazil, Guyana, Bolivia, Peru, any of these countries, so there's a problem in Africa right now. They stopped boarding Cameroonian passports. Any visa you have from South America, there are no airlines. They won't carry you. In Charles' case, and in the case of many migrants from the African continent whose journeys I followed, they ended up taking charter flights first to the Caribbean, and then hopping on flights with the valid travel documents that they had to reach Brazil and continue moving onward. And so there's even this extra externalization process of documentation happening there. And then there are a number of different ways in which exit permits, is what I'm calling them, because this is what multi-continental travelers tend to call them, also stalling multi-continental travelers' journeys. So they've come in many shapes and fashions and forms over the last 5 or 6 years. This is 2 examples that I'm going to use. One is the humanitarian visa that has been used in the last couple of years in the case of Mexico, like this one here. Basically, it requires travelers who reach southern Mexico to then wait in line or purchase one of these documents to then be able to advance onward and move northward. There are a number of strategies that multi-continental travelers use in particular to use other people's IDs, with the idea being that it's very difficult for Mexican authorities to identify the faces of non-Latino individuals, which actually ends up working to the advantage of non-Latino travelers who are moving in and through Mexico. But the other one I want to focus your attention on, this is an example of a Honduran exit permit from Arash from Iran, who sent this to me. It's basically just a printed piece of paper that says migrant and irregular condition exonerated of the fine. But actually what it is it's a demonstration that Arash paid the fine, the unofficial fine, which in his case was $150, to be able to continue onward through Honduras to then reach Guatemala. And there are different versions of this, which are sometimes also asked of Latin American travelers, but always asked of non-Latin American travelers from Nicaragua up until Mexico. Okay, so those were 2 enforcement strategies that I'm talking about, which very much so particularly stall multi-continental travelers in their journeys through the Americas. I now want to talk about one which does not impact multi-continental travelers, which is deportation in Latin America, excuse me. So this is just an example of deportation rates. This is in Mexico. So this is looking at the number of apprehensions, then divided by the actual deportation per region from 2021 through 2023. What you can see is that there's clearly a preference or a frequency in the deportation of Central Americans, and then it then declines rapidly once you begin expanding outside of Central America. I want to just really turn your attention, though, to the blue and the gray, I believe, which is individuals from the African and Asian continents. Over the last 3 years, the percentage of individuals from those two continents who have been deported by Mexico, who has the largest deportation infrastructure in the Americas, has been 0.31%. Why is this? There's a lot of reasons, but there are 3 primary reasons that I kind of identified over the course of my research. One is this deportation infrastructure, so it's actually the ability to detain and then facilitate the removal of individuals. In the Americas, Mexico has the strongest deportation infrastructure, and it falls precipitously just after that. The second is diplomatic relations. So in order to be able to return someone to a different country, that the deporting country has to have a consulate or an embassy in the country that they're trying to remove someone to. Latin American countries have a very limited diplomatic presence outside of the Americas. So in a very confusing and roundabout way, this very much so privileges the experiences of individuals from the African and Asian continents who manage to get to the Americas. Once they're in, it's very difficult to then begin a deportation process. And the third is budget. It's expensive in general for deportations, but it's extraordinarily expensive to deport someone when they have to take multiple planes usually, or find a private plane that will charter. And so countries just say it's not worth it. That doesn't mean, though, that people are not threatened with deportation. And this is the part I'd like to just emphasize. This is an explanation from Kwame from Ghana, who had a very particular case. Basically, he and his wife tried to take a maritime journey around the Darien Gap when his wife gave birth on an island in the San Blas archipelago. Locals kind of alerted immigration police that this is what was happening, and he was returned to an immigration base station near the Colombian border. And he says, so they ask me, do I have money? So the boat is supposed to be like 3,200 or 2,600, something like that, for him to advance onward to Panama City. I'm like, I don't have this kind of money. Where can I get this? So they're like, if I don't have this money, it's better. They can send me back to Colombia. I was pleading with them, but then they just said we should just go through the jungle, that it's like a 30-minute walk back to Colombia. And my wife was sad. I told her to sit down because we can't make it. That is when the young soldiers there told the immigration officers to come and take us back. So in this case, Kwame and his wife really protested very strongly that they didn't have $3,200, which was just an outrageous fee, to pay officials for some sort of boat, nor were they going to go back to Colombia. And in his case, he ended up being allowed to charter a flight to Panama City that he paid for directly and continued onward. Perfect. So yeah, let me just kind of, I think, try to summarize all of the information that I've quickly tried to share with you all. So I think there are 2 things going on here that I want to highlight. The first is that multi-continental travelers very much so have added enforcement burdens that they have to navigate, both to leave the countries that they were based in, and then they're stalled throughout their journeys in ways that Latin American and Caribbean travelers are not. However, for the most part, these are very, very temporary types of enforcement measures, which means that it can be burdensome, can be complicated, it can be more expensive, but at the end of the day, Latin American countries are going to continue to push non-Western hemispheric travelers onward, because in their mind, the worst kind of possible scenario would be that these individuals stay in Latin America because they don't have the ability to deport or expel them in any sort of systematic way. That is not the case necessarily for Western hemispheric travelers, at least in certain countries like Mexico, where there is a larger infrastructure for deportation and expulsion. And then, of course, that's even more amplified for individuals who then reach the United States. So there are 2 very kind of different systems that are at play along the same Latin American migration pathways, depending on the performed or perceived identity of these individuals. So just to kind of sum this up, I'm calling this chapter "The Race is Not Always to the Swift." I'm using the fable of the tortoise and the hare here to think about kind of a little bit more what the actual stakes are for individuals' mobility experiences. And the idea being that in many ways, multi-continental travelers on paper seem very structurally disadvantaged in their ability to access mobility. But if and when they're able to finally reach the Western Hemisphere and begin their journeys, they're often, almost never, they're almost always not going to be subject to permanent forms of enforcement practices. And therefore, they're going to reach their final destinations for the most part if something, security or physical health-wise doesn't happen. And just to give you a sense of every single multi-continental traveler whose journeys I've followed, and it's in the several hundreds at this point, not a single individual was deported in Latin America, but to date has also not been deported from the United States or Canada. And so there is very clearly something very different going on here. I'm calling this graduated enforcement, as I said, and I'm defining it basically as a highly targeted, flexible, and operationally discretionary transit control regime, which paradoxically slows but subsequently pushes non-Western hemispheric travelers onward. And I think that what I'm basically trying to do in this chapter is to say that we cannot understand transit control regimes as these kind of overarching, not targeted or inflexible systems, because if we do, we really miss the very particular aspects of both enforcement and mobility challenges that individuals face depending on where they come from and how they're basically seen by enforcement systems. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much for that really interesting talk. And up next is Wendy Vogt, who is an associate professor of anthropology at Indiana University, Indianapolis. Her book, Lives in Transit, Violence and Intimacy on the Migrant Journey, part of the California is part of the California series in public anthropology and examines the perilous journeys of Central American migrants to Mexico. This work is grounded in extensive ethnographic fieldwork conducted in humanitarian aid shelters in various transit locations. Vogt's research highlights the complex dynamics of violence and personal relationships encountered during migration. Her talk is titled "Everything is Different, Nothing Has Changed: Historical and Emerging Circulations of Violence and Profit Along Mexico's Arterial Border and Beyond." It sounds like a fascinating and a kind of great add-on to the theme of this panel.
So thank you so much, Andres, to Enrique, for having us here. Yeah, I guess I'll also start in the anthropological way by reading, and then I have some slides and stuff too. This presentation reflects on 2 decades of research and ethnographic return to examine the ever-changing dimensions of localized mobility economies across Mexico's arterial border. It uses a metaphor of prisms and prismatic space to analyze Mexico as a productive case study to think about the ways migration trajectories and militarized border zones are shaped not only by state governance, but also constituted by multiple intersecting licit and illicit economies. It begins in the southernmost state of Chiapas, where fieldwork in 2023 revealed how places once on the fringes of Mexico's mobility regime are being profoundly transformed by emerging markets and movements of people, money, weapons, and drugs. Historically contested spaces of refuge in the 1980s and of indigenous resistance in the 1990s have now become epicenters of violence and insecurity in drug war Mexico, incorporated into what I have previously called Mexico's arterial border. I examined some of the changing dynamics along the arterial border and conclude with a reflection of the ways interscalar economies of intimate and geopolitical violence are embedded within a broader political economy where narratives around victimization, criminality, and crisis become central to profit-making and the politics of migration. So in the summer of 2023, I met Maribel, the sister of a local indigenous rights leader just outside the sprawling central market of Comitán in southern Chiapas, Mexico, where seemingly endless rows of combis or vans were being packed to the brim with people and goods from the market to be transported to highland villages across the region. I'm not sure how, but she located the van that would take us to her small natal village. Our attendant was masterfully arranging items on the roof of the van like a game of Tetris, bags of dried beans and sugar, crates of yogurt, an elaborate flower arrangement for a funeral, an entire water cistern as we climbed into the back row. The 5-hour twisty and stomach-churning drive took us past the sparkling Lagos de Montebello, a national park that demarcates the boundary between Mexico from Guatemala, curiously passed a branch of the German-owned Bayer chemical and pharmaceutical plant, which I would later learn had a strong presence and interest in the area where it produces seeds for genetically modified corn. And as we moved further up the mountain through autonomous communities controlled by the Zapatistas, perhaps one of the most recognizable anti-capitalist social movements, which captured the global imagination after seizing towns throughout the state of Chiapas in protest of the signing of the North American Free Trade Agreement in 1994, and which, after 30 years, have been fundamentally restructured as new waves of cartel violence and militarization threaten their communities, evidenced by the long convoy of military trucks that we pass on this remote road. Our destination was not a Zapatista community, but the home of Imelda, Maribel's mother, in a mixed Canjobal and Chuch Maya community founded by refugees fleeing the civil war in Guatemala in the 1980s, a war which was supported by US military intervention, training, and financing, where over 200,000 indigenous Maya were killed. Imelda and her husband left Guatemala 39 years ago as part of over 100,000 indigenous Mayan refugees who crossed the border and settled in camps and communities in southern Mexico. While many refugees eventually repatriated, there are now still several communities along the Mexico-Guatemala border where it is common to see women like Imelda wearing her traditional Guatemalan traje and speaking in their native language. After arrival and simple but lovingly cooked caldo de pollo, or chicken soup, and tortillas, we settled around her modest concrete floored kitchen and sat on handmade wooden chairs. Imelda's sister and several other of her daughters and nieces came by with gifts of fresh juice and conversation until we were a room full of women. At first, I found it curious that there were no men around, but soon I learned why. Imelda had 10 children. This is Imelda in this photograph. 4 sons and 6 daughters. One of her daughters lives in Mérida State, but the others are relatively close by in the town or in the state of Chiapas. But all of her sons have migrated to the United States. They live in South Carolina, where her eldest son started a fencing company called Lion Fencing, which they all work for. She tells me they call her regularly and send money, all but her youngest son, Edwin. He is still upset with her because of what happened 3 years ago. In the summer of 2020, when the pandemic was at its height and he was on his 7th attempt to cross the US-Mexico border through the desert in Arizona. He had been gone from home for weeks, and he was intercepted on multiple attempts to cross the border before being returned. And this was a time of Title 42, so people were being immediately expelled back across the border where they would regroup and try again. He stayed in close communication with his family, which is a critical migration strategy, in case things went awry. But this is what upset him so much, that even though he remained in close contact with them, they didn't tell him that that their father had contracted COVID at their church services and had become very ill. His father had diabetes and his health quickly deteriorated. After first refusing to go to the doctor, he finally gave in, but he, like many others from the region, were turned away at the clinic. They had no more space and no more ventilators. They returned home and he passed away, as did his brother and next door neighbor, whose wife and daughters were also in the kitchen with us. When Edwin eventually found out what happened after he arrived to South Carolina, he was distraught, and as he would never have the chance to say goodbye to his father. So Edwin told his mother he wished that she had told him and he would have returned home. But as she explained to me, quote, "We didn't tell him because he was himself also between life and death." And I was struck by this comparison she made between her husband on his deathbed in their modest hillside home, whose life was punctuated by war, US military intervention, displacement, and that of their son, who, while making his crossing, his life also hung in the balance of war, US militarism, and displacement, but of a different sort. And both men called home a place that was once on the fringes of Mexico's mobility regime, but has now emerged as an epicenter of security and militarization as the Sinaloa and Nuevo Generacion cartels fight for control over the drug routes from Guatemala and emerging flows of migrants from Central and South America, the Caribbean, and increasingly Africa and Asia move through the Central Highland route, which is fairly new. So I begin with this story as it puts into relief the historical continuities that brought Maribel's parents to this region and continue to shape the everyday lives of their family, albeit in new ways. This has been a theme of my nearly 2 decades of research on transit journeys in southern Mexico, the ripple effects of war, violence, and insecurity that propel people's mobility across generations, and the ways they are being continuously made and remade under changing geopolitical contexts. People often ask me how the journey has changed since I first started my research, and the only way I can reply is everything is different, nothing has changed. So now I want to share some of those changes and dynamics that shape the conditions of transit journeys across Mexico, and in doing so, make the case for a political economic analysis that tries to capture the complexity and history of Mexico to see it not just as a pawn of US imperialism, but a dynamic player in the larger geopolitical web that profits from human mobility across multiple levels and the consequences of these militarized economies on human lives. So that was less than 10 minutes. So I'm just gonna, in my remaining 10 minutes, bust through a bunch of slides. So this is an image of the Suchiate River, so the border between Mexico and Guatemala, and I like to show them side by side because the first image is from 2007 and the second from 2023, and they pretty much look the same because nothing has really changed. You can cross the border from Guatemala to Mexico, okay? It's a very porous border. There's rafts. It's a whole economy of paying and getting across, and it's very porous. It is not until you get to Mexico's interior that you start seeing the ramp of enforcement. And so this is my idea of the arterial border. And the idea is that the border in Mexico is not a horizontal border or even a vertical border, but that it exists along the major migrant routes, along highways and trains. And so this is how we can think about a border as flexible and arterial and constantly changing, and the routes are constantly changing, and where checkpoints are and detention centers and all of those things, that it's highly flexible. And as well as embedded within these flexible arterial border are localized economies that profit from human mobility. So I won't get into all of this, but this is just a list of the history of externalized border enforcement in Mexico, and kind of this through various policies and forms of cooperation between the United States and Mexico, starting in the late 80s, 90s, and through to the present, and the way that Mexico and the US have worked together in order to stop people from ever even reaching the US-Mexico border. Caitlyn mentioned Mexico's robust detention and deportation infrastructure. Here's a map from the Global Detention Project that shows where detention centers are in Mexico. I found it interesting that last year, Mexico detained over 780,000 migrants, and the US detained was only 273,000, even though in every day they have more that are actually in detention. Mexico detains people and then releases them, or deports them, I should say, or releases them. But the numbers have surely gone up, and this is from Washington Office of Latin America that I just pulled recently, that we can see from 2022 to 2024, the increase in Mexico's migrant encounters and the countries where people are coming from. And again, the other countries, that I think that's just a really fascinating that those folks, and there's, I think, a lot of resentment, to be honest, from many of the Central Americans, that the Asian and African migrants get to go on. So that's another dynamic for another time. But people are always, when my students are like, well, are the numbers down? And if we think about the numbers in the US are down at the border, we have to look at what's happening in Mexico. The numbers are up in Mexico. They are being stopped before they're reaching the border to some degree. And part of this strategy, this is a more recent strategy, is that the Mexican government is now busing migrants down back to Tapachula and Villahermosa through what AMLO called humanitarian rescues. The CBP1 app, which is a new app where people have to use in order to apply for asylum in the United States. You have to use through this app that has been expanded to southern Mexico. And so thinking about the ways that southern Mexico as like a region has been like weaponized as a deterrent or a political strategy within this larger kind of mobility regime. So we can think about, well, is Mexico just doing the dirty work of the United States? And it's just US imperialism, and that's what's happening in North-South power dimension. But I want to think about the ways that Mexico is also profiting from this, these agreements and this cooperation. Obviously, the Merida Initiative from 2008 to 2021, Mexico made a lot of money from the United States in order to combat drug trafficking, organized crime, money laundering, a lot of that to militarize everyday spaces as the consequences we've seen for migrants passing through. And then more recently, the bicentennial framework for security, public health, and safe communities. So things sound a lot nicer, but the idea of the bicentennial framework really kind of goes against AMLO's record of militarization and National Guard and all of that. So I always like to think about who profits, who benefits from these systems and economies and migration. In Mexico, there's again, I don't know if this is a prism, but for some reason I was thinking rainbows and prisms. Prisms are like more triangular than round, but anyways, so rainbow. But there's all these like competing economies that are like circulating. Obviously the drug war, and drugs have to get here so we can consume them in the US. Weapons that are moving from the US down to Mexico and Central America. Illicit goods that are moving through, money, security, and how much goes into that, into security regimes. And then there's also people. So there's all these like intersecting economies that are working together. Todd Miller does a lot of work on the border industrial complex, thinking about the ways that the border makes money off of border militarization. Again, drugs that are coming down between 2017 and 2022. Nearly 124,000 guns were recovered at crime scenes in Mexico, and traced 68% of them came from the United States. There's also illicit economies for things like swim bladders, which are like this like rare fish in northern Mexico. That is a delicacy in Chinese medicine and cuisine or makeup. And so these swim bladders, it's called the cocaine of the sea that's being trafficked. Obviously drugs are being trafficked. But then we have also kind of more human-centered localized economies. There's fuzzy lines between the ideas of people who are trafficked, smuggled, facilitated, guided, protected, right? That there's all those things happening, and sometimes at the same time. I think maybe Amelia will talk about that in a little bit. I also get into that and think about this as these kind of intimate economies of mobility, especially through relationships between migrants and smugglers, and also the reciprocal relationships between migrants themselves and the kind of forms of protective care work that they offer one another while they are in transit. The socioeconomic worlds of waiting. So in transit, there's like these whole rich social worlds to study. That people are just hanging out and waiting in these zones where they need to eat and go to the bathroom, and you know, they're having a miscarriage, or there's lots of things that they're having, their basic needs. And so there are economies that are developing within these local places, just food, shelter, hotels. I think Andres mentioned like people are building in Tapachula, building onto their homes so that they can rent rooms out to the migrants. So they're like making a little extra cash for people who are who are moving through their communities, barbershops, getting your hair cut. I mean, these kinds of like really everyday activities are really rich sorts, and thinking about the questions of informality earlier on and what that means. Someone from my research team was just in Tapachula last month, and it's kind of hard to see. I don't know if you can see on this image, but there's a woman with a guard, her bodyguard, I guess, who's basically selling services to help people with their CB1 applications. So, you know, it went into effect in August 23, that now you can do the mobile app from Chiapas. And then 1 month later, September 25 was when she took this photo. Now there's already someone who's in the plaza, who's out there like, let me help you. You don't speak the language. Like, let me, you know, there's all these barriers to doing the app. So helping people get through and get their applications day after day after day. Speaking again to these kind of extra-continental, we see emerging routes on top of existing routes, right? So now we have new groups of people like Chinese migrants who are moving through. That first photo from June 2023, I actually took in the Mexico City airport, where it was just this very interesting accompaniment of Marines, Mexican Marines accompanying Chinese migrants who were, I don't know where they were going. 1 minute, okay. I don't know if they were being deported, but they were being put on a plane somewhere. So I didn't actually find that out, what I wish I did. Just this past spring, you can see there's a land route that I've tracked for many years called La Aracena on the Pacific Coast route, and a boat of Chinese migrants capsized, and I believe 8 people died on that. In that little, this is from Chinese news source, that little red dot of where their boat ran ashore. So it's important to think again about these existing routes, but people are taking, they have new kind of connections, snakeheads, right? The Chinese name for smugglers, Chinese restaurants in Tapachula, of which there are many, are working with some of these smuggling economies and getting involved in this to move Chinese across. Just 9 days ago, the Mexican Army shot at a truck full of 33 people who didn't stop at a checkpoint and killed 6 people, including 2 sisters from Egypt. And there was people from Pakistan, India also on the truck, just because they didn't stop, okay? So we can think about this kind of everyday militarization and the human consequences of this for people, for diverse groups of people. The Mexican human rights activist said these deaths were neither accidental nor isolated, right? This is systematic, and we could go back and look at a number of tragedies in the past. All of this to say, here's my friend Lion Fencing. That's me with his sister, that we need to do this kind of work, talk to real people, to work against the dehumanization of so much of our policy and discourse around migration. Thank you very much.
So next up is Dr. Desmond Arias. He's the director of the Billiner Center for Western Hemisphere Studies and a professor at the Graduate Center in Political Science at CUNY. He's the Austin W. Marks Professor of Western Hemisphere Affairs at Baruch College. He's also the author of several books. I'm sure you know many of them, know them all, including Criminal Enterprises and Governance in Latin America and Drugs and Democracy in Rio de Janeiro. His research has been published in major journals like Comparative Politics and Political Geography, and has been supported by organizations such as the National Science Foundation. He's also served as a consultant for the United Nations and the Ford Foundation. His talk is titled Migration and Violence, the Gray Zone and the Colombian-Panama Border. Thank you so much, Dr. Arias.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you everyone for being here. It's an immense privilege to be here with you and to have you here today, and also to be listening to such interesting talks on migration. I am not a migration scholar. I'm a scholar of crime and violence in Latin America, as hopefully was clear from my bio, but I've become recently interested in migration in part because as part of my research in Northern Colombia about 5 years ago, people started talking about migration with me. They said, oh, we've got, all sorts of migrants coming through this region. And occasionally my research assistant in the region and I would run across migrants who were like there. And it was kind of a jarring experience. In my own work in Latin America, in the neighborhoods where I've spent time, I typically haven't seen a great deal of international migrants. I've obviously seen migrants within countries. So I became curious about this, and this was a little bit before COVID, and I continued this research. And then, of course, during the COVID pandemic and immediately afterwards, this region of Colombia, an area called Urabá, became the focus of a great deal of migration. Migration kind of spiked in the region. In particular, there was a story about a large number of Haitian migrants who had become stuck in the region for an extended period of time, and this attracted attention. Eventually, the Haitian migrants got through, and then the next pictures that I was able to see of these same Haitian migrants was them being chased down by Border Patrol officers on horseback in Texas. So everything was kind of interconnected, and I was interested about this. I also became interested in the Colombian, the Panamanian side of the border, in part because I've spent a lot of time in Panama because I'm the son of a Panamanian. So I've always been curious about Panama, but I've never actually done work there because Panama happens to not be a particularly violent place, although there is a great deal of crime that happens there, which is another set of questions that isn't part of this talk. So I titled this presentation Gray Zones and Migration, in part because I'm writing another paper about gray zones for an edited volume, and I was thinking about gray zones a lot, but I am referring to two types of gray zones. One is the idea that Primo Levi outlines that individuals in the context that he writes about in the Holocaust can be both oppressors and the oppressed, right? So this duality of being a victim and being a victimizer at the same time, I think is interesting in this conversation because a lot of the people who are caught in between armed actors and migrants are both victimizers of the migrants, but also are being victimized by armed actors. And I thought this was interesting. But also, Guillermo O'Donnell, this very well-known political scientist from the late 20th century who's since passed away, also wrote, when he wrote about crime and violence in Latin America, wrote about this question of the rule of law breaking down in kind of post-transition Latin America in the 1980s and 1990s, and how control of certain territories in these, what he referred to as brown zones, but other scholars have begun referring to as gray zones over the past 30 years, are spaces where states cede power to armed groups. Now, I've long argued that the state never really cedes power to armed groups, right? And to understand what's going on in these zones, we need to understand the relationships between states and these actors, which is precisely what this talk is about. So how this relationship works. And of course, this also, I think, is connected to Levy's notions of gray zones. States claim they are victims of armed actors, but they are also simultaneously victimizing armed actors and migrants or individuals who go through those zones, even as they allow the state to as they allow armed actors to kind of victimize the state, but also citizens and migrants. I'm not sure where the theoretical framework goes, but these are some ideas that I'm thinking about. So I'm interested in kind of migration, violence, and governance. I've written about criminal governance and micro-level armed regimes, which are spatial. They're areas where armed groups in the states share control of space and of populations, and they affect, as I wrote about in my last book, security, elections, civic activities, policymaking in particular places. As part of my research on migration, which I have to say is preliminary, I've done roughly 20 interviews that relate to this subject on both the Panamanian and the Colombian side of the border. Migration governance regimes probably look a little bit different. States do have particular migration policies, but they allow informal actors who may be criminals, but may also be other types of nonprofits, semi-formal state-associated actors to exercise power in these spaces in collusion with the state, but also sometimes just being tolerated by the state, so the state doesn't have to act for one reason or another. This gets into some of the questions, these interesting questions, I think, that were raised by Andres in his talk on how states build themselves, but also is connected to a lot of the arguments or a lot of the issues that Wendy was raising just in her last talk that I haven't fully thought through yet. And they seek to govern not spaces necessarily, but flows of people, right? They're more interested in the movement of individuals as an object, and individuals, of course, have autonomy in a way that, say, a cocaine shipment or a weapon doesn't. And they focus on governing flows of people, which I think reshapes the nature of governance from what I've been looking at in the past. And that's something that I'm interested in reflecting on. So first, I start out with the broad question of what migration regimes are in the two countries that I look at. I would characterize in the spaces that I work in Northern Colombia, Colombia's migration regime is one of being of humanitarian neglect, right? Colombia wants migrants flowing through the country. It recognizes the rights of migrants to move around in the country and ultimately wants migrants to leave the country, but at the same time, doesn't force them along in a particularly fast way. People are going to do the things on their own, and Colombia kind of recognizes the underlying rights and autonomy of migrants to be in the country and to move through the country. And I think in many ways, in terms of some of the stuff that Andres has observed, I think this can be seen as very positive, in terms of kind of allowing people to move around and respect their ability to move. At the same time, there's an element of benign or at times malign neglect, where people are moving through, and then how do they support themselves? What happens to them, right? And this becomes a particular issue once we have moved maybe from Colombia's urban centers, where with all of the challenges, order is a bit more reflective of rights and state power than it is in Colombia's peripheral areas, where you get into spaces where armed groups have an extensive amount of power, right? And where the state is really leaning on armed groups, enabling armed groups to move these populations along to support the state not having to retain larger numbers of migrants who would rather not be in the country, especially when that movement across the international border to Panama is not something that's making the Panamanian government happy, and not something that the Panamanian government would necessarily be happy having the Colombian government facilitate into their country, right? So it avoids the Colombians having to negotiate this. And this creates the gray zone on the Colombian border. On the other hand, Panama, I see as having a policy of legalistic formalization, right? So Panama, Colombia loves the gray area. Panama loves bright lines and rules, in my experience. Panama is a country with basically, it's a crossroads, right? It's the canal on the one hand, right? And then it's got the Pan American Highway that runs from the town of Yavisa all the way up to Alaska. And there are these two big lines, and Panama likes the law around these lines, and it likes to be able to maintain order. Panama is a kind of very formal place in some ways. And they're extremely wary of Colombia, right? So Panama was part of Colombia until 1903. There was a revolution. Panama has always been wary of what comes across the border from Colombia, especially when that involved drugs and guerrillas, which is the kind of the big history. We call the Darien Gap a gap, like an empty space. In Spanish, it's actually the Tapón del Darién, which means the Darien plug, right? So in some ways, conceptually, it's a block. There has always been flow across this border. There are lots of dual nationals who live along the border. Guerrillas have moved back and forth. There's a lot of trade along the border. But Panama is pretty content if that happens in Darien, the province along the border, and in the indigenous comarcas that are immediately along the border. They're less happy if that trade, that movement gets all the way up to Panama City and to its kind of more, the population centers both in Panama City and Colón on the Atlantic coast, and then up into western Panama, where there's a substantial population. The Darien Gap, or the Tapón del Darién, is a place that Panama has never built a road through, and that is a place where Panama's always used the jungle, right, and this space of not establishing order as a way of kind of filtering and protecting itself from this larger, more powerful neighbor. In this context, it's notable that Panama keeps its border posts mostly not in the Darien jungle itself, in the Tapón, on the border itself. That's more of a frontier, though there are border posts. The main border post is actually at the border between Darien province and Panama province, right? So you have to drive into the country and then you'll get stopped. And if you're a foreigner and you're crossing the border back into Darien, then you'll also be stopped there and checked about why you're going into Darien province, right? So there's an interesting thing about that. In the Tapón itself, there is a presence of the of the Panamanian National Frontier Service, Senafront, but a lot of the weight of ordering that space is put onto impoverished indigenous communities, right? So there are two indigenous comarcas there, the Gunayala, mostly on the coast, and the Embera Wonan, who are in the interior. And the Embera Wonan themselves are actually two separate ethnicities that have kind of been combined into one indigenous, state-recognized indigenous communities. As migrants filter out of the comarcas, the Panamanian government basically threatens Darienitas, the inhabitants of the province itself, with human trafficking charges if they facilitate the movement of migrants. They want the migrants to use the Panamanian term encapsulated in migrant camps, where they remain in these things that look like what we have on Randall's Island, just north of here. And they are then bused overnight from the migrants camp at Las Lajas in Darien all the way up to the border. And then the buses kind of never stop. Maybe they stop once to switch drivers, but that's in the middle of the night when they get to Panama City. Darien is roughly 6 hours drive from Panama City, and then all the way over to the Costa Rican border, so there's no contact. So the gray zone in Colombia exists up in Urabá. This is an image of the space. So Urabá is a region that goes over 3 departments. The red area is in Antioquia. It's kind of the urban core. It's an agro-industrial center where there's a lot of export. It's been a site of extensive fighting and displacement of peasant farmers by paramilitary and elite landowner and tied groups that contributed to the consolidation of this large agro-industrial region, which is where the roads go, right? And like where the migrants travel to initially, and where they stay, right? To get to Panama, you have to cross the Gulf of Urabá, the Gulf of Urabá, over to the Chocó side, where you have several municipalities, the most important of which is Acandí. It's kind of the capital on that side of the border. Chocó is a largely undeveloped area. There are settlements, there is economy there, but there are no roads. You've riverine transport in the region. It's an area that has a high concentration of Afro-Colombian communities that live quite precariously in the region, right? There's a great deal of poverty, and there's also a great deal of violence. I mean, there's violence on both sides, but you have guerrilla groups and post-paramilitary groups that operate over there. Maybe I should just point this out to you. So Antioquia is here. This is Acandí on the border. India also has a border. It's the main population center. Necoclí is right here. Necoclí, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, is the primary port used for migrant travel. It's the primary passenger port. There's other ports in the area that are used for transporting agricultural goods that come out of the region. And there are beaches in the north around Necoclí and Arboletes, which is the next town over, that are used for cocaine exporting. So this is a map that the UN put together of transit maps, of people leaving. Northern over Chocó, and the movement across those spaces on the Colombian side of the border. In the Antioquia and Urabá, arrivals generally go to Necoclí. Migrants, according to the interviews I've done, typically purchase travel packages, but not always. There are 3 brokers, apparently, of travel packages in Colombia. The brokers are directly part of an armed group called the Autodefensas Gaitanistas de Colombia, which is the primary post-paramilitary group in the region and whose leadership played immensely important roles in the displacement of peasants and the consolidation of land in the hands of a few people in that region, and which is the primary cocaine exporter in northern part of Colombia and is closely tied with the Sinaloa cartel, or at least was a few years ago. People purchase this. They travel into the region with a passage to the border. They are provided while they're waiting there with housing and food. There are various things that can cause delays, including high seas, limitations on how many crossings can occur into the more fragile communities on the Chocó side of the Gulf, and also limitations imposed by Panama or the Colombian government that can affect movement. Depending on how much you pay, you can get a different route. There is a gold VIP route, which sends you up, that you travel more over the water, so you have to walk less through the jungle, which is a safer route, but still is harrowing in many ways. Some people do not purchase a travel package. Some people buy tickets through Colombia and get all the way up to Necoclí. They learn how to do that, but then they get up to Necoclí and they have no guarantee of housing, right? And they can be charged more money for housing. People, for various reasons in this process, run out of money, get stuck in northern Urabá, and they will seek work. Some people who have skills can find jobs. Other people fall into different types of exploitation. This includes sexual exploitation and also being impressed into the drug trade. So being asked to carry cocaine across the border into Panama. The towns themselves, the townspeople become enriched in this process, although all of this process is regulated and managed by the Autodefensas Gaitanistas. Once you get into Chocó on the other side of the border, the Afro-Colombian communities restrict and manage the flow of migrants through the areas, how long people can stay, where they stay. They have local nonprofits that play roles in this. There's some indication of all of this kind of financially being connected into these dynamics with the AGC. I don't know precisely how that works. The armed actors are responsive in this area to the local communities. The local communities in the past have gone on strike, demanding more money, preventing the movement of migrants, which creates other problems. The armed actors will also tend to be responsive when the Panamanians close down border crossings. They'll slow the process down. They'll make arrangements to go through one border crossing or another. So over the summer, there were these limitations that were imposed based on the arrangements made between the Panamanian government and the U.S. government. So flows slowed down through certain areas and increased through other areas. Some of the people moving, inhabitants, migrants through the area are members of peace communities. So they're victims of the armed conflict who have been threatened by the AGC into becoming guides. I imagine that they also make money, but there is some coercion involved in pushing, in causing people who understand the border region to guide the migrants through. Armed actors in Colombia, or these guides, will only accompany people to the border itself due to Panamanian restrictions on their movement, right, and threats of human trafficking prosecutions. People who are injured before the border will be carried back by the guides to aid stations in Chocó and then back to Urabá, right? So they'll lose their tickets. And then they're abandoned along the path to Panama's gray zone, which basically initiates at the border itself. There is no presence, generally speaking, of Panamanian support at the border. People walk along a path which is now well-defined, well-trod over, literally, because of how many people have gone through. Many of you have perhaps seen pictures of this, until they get to the first indigenous community, which varies a little bit based on the route that people are taking. And when they get to the first indigenous community at the tops of the rivers, then there are canoes, which you saw pictures of in Caitlyn's presentation, the piraguas. These are motorized canoes that take them downriver. At the first indigenous community, there is a kind of odd dynamic. There is now a Senafront presence, but there is a history both of people kind of being exploited, the migrants who arrive there, but the migrants also exploiting and taking advantage of the indigenous communities. So there's a fair amount of tension. The indigenous communities are now making a fair amount of money off the presence of migrants, right? Selling them different services, and now they have some more support from Senafront. There are also stories of indigenous peoples who aren't immediately necessarily earning money, and other people in Darien going up into these migrant paths above the indigenous communities and robbing or attacking the migrants further off into the Darien itself. So here you have various explanations of different types of actors who are both exploiting and being exploited by people in spaces where the government is sharing power with non-state actors. The government, perhaps to start at the bottom, shares power for reasons of state, right? Colombia has a particular interest in allowing these flows to happen this way through northern Urabá. And Panama, I think, has particular interest in in burdening the indigenous communities on the frontier with the migrant flows rather than kind of taking ownership of it more directly. Individuals working in Necoclí or Chocó, are both being exploited by armed actors, but are also gaining and earning money from these contacts with migrants, right? I think the same thing can generally be said of the indigenous communities in Darien, who suffer, but at the same time are able to earn money from this process, right? So there's this complicated process, the nexus of which, at least on the Colombian side of the border, is a large armed group. On the Panamanian side of the border, that is much more limited due to the particular histories of Panamanian organized crime, which is more limited at kind of the ground level of impoverished inhabitants. If you want to talk about Panamanian organized crime, I think we need to talk about lawyers and bankers. That's a completely different story, not in evidence here, but an important one. But it has to do with a particular posture of Panama towards organized violent groups, which is very different from Colombia's. Thank you very much for your attention.
So there's a microphone here for people who have questions.
And then I guess some comments. This is great, right? This is really what we need. These you can't hear me with that.
Oh, if you talk into that, you'll actually get onto the YouTube.
Oh, I see. I forgot about that. Yeah. This is the sort of discourse we need, which is like sadly absent in an institution that prides itself on study migration, CUNY, that is GC. So this is great. Some sort of voices from the South talking about structure and also talking about agency. No one's mentioned agency so far. We're still talking about flows, we're talking about social actors, but the enormous levels of resilience to participate in these attempts at border crossings, right? Migrants, we're doing a lot of work in Europe with funding from the European Research Council called Solidarity Routes. We're mapping movements from Africa, Middle East into the EU, right? And coming across the Alps and so on and so forth. And on the way, migrants build solidarity hubs in the Sahara Desert, for example, in the Sahara, oases. The jungle in Calais was also a solidarity hub. And they form these kind of cultural, with services where people, to a certain extent, are making money, profiting and so on and so forth, but also just sharing knowledge about how to go from A to B and across all these things, right? So, when sort of Caitlyn's talking about, these temporary enforcement or graduated enforcement, wasn't it, the two things, right? And we think about the state, right, and the state operating in very regional ways to satisfy or to, basically to serve certain interests, a particular moment in time. The interests of the Colombian political elite at the moment is different from that of, say, Mexico, is perhaps different from that of Argentina, and so on and so forth. They also operate in, with real human beings, how to socially control human beings on the move, right, against all other forces that would hold them in place, especially coming from the United States force, right? So I think, you think about these temperate and graduated, but also look at these other forces, which are forcing states to respond to them, right? Rather than simply, from above and working around them. And I think that also sort of plays out in terms of the relationship to the states and armed actors, right? But who are the armed actors, right? Auto defense and so on and so forth, the militias, yeah, you've got those, and you've also got the FARC, and you've also got the ELN, that are different social actors, right? So, for example, I did an interview with somebody who came from Ecuador, where I've been doing a lot of work, and she came up through the Darien Gap, right? And she took about 14 days, I think, and this was last year, something, I think it was like in late last year, like September, October. And she traveled with a 6-year-old kid, and she came through the Darien Gap, and she was taken in by 3 sets of social actors. The first one was not too far into the Darien Gap, the jungle, which she called guerrillas, right? And she thought they were from Colombia, right? And she was extorted. The next one that she refers to as the mafias, organized crime. She was taken in near the Panamanian border, and she was extorted, right, and held, her and her child. But she said the worst one was in Mexico, and that was the migra, right? That was the Mexican enforcement around Chiapas, right? And they held her the longest. They held her for like 4 days. In the end, she paid $8,000 to cross the Darien Gap because she had to raise money by calling to her family, and somehow they got into debt. And so you have these one person, which is quite extraordinary, right? That kind of reveals, different state forces, different social actors, and yet she carries on, right? She carries on, just given emphasis of sort of agencies to a certain extent. She carries on trauma after trauma after trauma. 6-year-old kid. She arrives here and she gets put in a hotel, right? Eventually, after sleeping on the street for 2 nights with her kid. She gets into a hotel. I interview her about 5 days later. And by that time, the little kid is in a school in New York City, right? And then you get the inclusionary stuff coming from Edwin's work, right? So this extraordinary journey of this one person with her family, the Travis, and all of these kind of analyses can almost be traced that it's just 1 or 2 people, right? And we have to sort of understand that, as opposed to getting lost, sometimes simply in the state, and really ill-defined state, right? You can't define the state without looking at the political economy for a start off. And you can't define the state without looking at history, right? So all of these things kind of we have to, pay attention to these things. So I just want to finish on that. So I love all these, fantastic contributions, but I think we also have to think, theoretically, and to a certain extent criminologically, take it to the next step. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Olivia Olde-Mikhail again. And thank you all so much for your presentations. It was really fascinating. I have, I guess, kind of a joint question for Caitlyn, Yates, and Wendy Vogt. So when you were talking about these kinds of transit regimes and the permits that people get and the paperwork, as well as looks like some ID cards, Caitlyn, and then also thinking about migrants and asylum seekers that are detained in Mexican detention centers from your presentation. I guess something I was trying to piece together is how much of these networks are informal in a way, facilitated by informal actors or the criminal groups or smugglers, and then how much are people coming into contact with the state and state institutions and needing to get this type of paperwork. Here in New York, I've started working with a lot of West Africans that have made the journey, and a lot of them seem to arrive at the southern border without having officially, other than at Colombia or a couple other ports of entry, have hardly ever interacted with state agencies. And then on the other side, it seems like there is a lot of this control. And so I was trying to wrap my head around what is the picture and how does that look? And then for Dr. Arias, one question. I think, yeah, you talked about a lot of these different actors and the way that they overlap. I was curious what the populations are in the Darien on both the Colombia and the Panamanian side, because I think something that, from the previous presentations, there's all of this formalistic regimes and making Venezuelans visible. And then in the same country, in a different region, you have just a total kind of perhaps this humanitarian neglect of the state. And what are those different populations, or what is the interest of Colombia in these different migration regimes?
Thanks. The first question I had was for Wendy, and then actually another one came up for all of you, just more briefly. But for Wendy, something I was wondering about, I always found your concept of arterial border really effective and thinking about these privatized economies. It's something that I never could really point a finger at, but like you kind of know it's there. And I was just sort of curious how you saw this is also the role of some of the mega development and resource extraction projects, which are also heavily militarized, paramilitarized in Chiapas. A lot of the checkpoints like say they're for certain things, but are very close to those sorts of things. And so sort of curious how that landscape has been evolving within all these other dynamics as we see happening in Chiapas. And then the other comment I think came after hearing about like these costs, right, to go through the Darien Gap. And I think something that weighs on me and I'm sure weighs on all of you. And I'm just curious how you sort of think and talk about this in your work, whether it's academically or with policy audiences, is thinking about like our own mobility right here today, right? Like we flew Caitlyn here from Panama, or, you know, thinking about all those sorts of dynamics is how do you deal with that in your work? How do we begin to think and talk about those really important issues?
Okay, so thank you for your comments and then thank you so much for the questions. I'm going to start with the questions around kind of how enforcement plays out on the ground. And I think I want to keep emphasizing that for multi-continental travelers, one of my main conclusions is that it's very different. So in thinking about exit permits, it really depends on the country, but to give you a sense of how it works for multi-continental travelers in Mexico, it's completely almost mediated by facilitators. And this comes back to the idea that a question of visibility, basically. So multi-continental travelers are very visible as non-Mexican, non-Central American, non-necessarily Latino travelers, but they're not very distinguishable. That becomes very critical. And so what ends up happening is that there's a network of these humanitarian visas floating around Mexico. You buy one in Tapachula that looks somewhat like you. You use it up to the point that you get to northern Mexico. You give it back to your facilitator, who sends it back down to Tapachula, and they continue to be reused until it expires. Usually, the expiration date is 1 year. So that ends up it's completely mediated, but it ends up facilitating mobility in a very distinct way. And then the question around multi-continental travelers in general interacting with the state. So my thesis is titled Degrees of Visibility, and I think this is kind of the key part of this. For reasons of exploitation or for acts of violence being committed against multi-continental travelers, their hypervisibility as non-Mexicans or non-Latino travelers ends up rendering them very easily exploitable if they're in public spaces. But at least in places unlike the migrant camps in Darien, if you're in Mexico, for example, that the ultimate goal of multi-continental travelers is to be as invisible as possible. That doesn't just mean from the state, it also means from humanitarian actors. And so you will not, unless something has gone horribly wrong, you will not see multi-continental travelers in shelters, as an example. Part of that is because they're often non-Spanish speakers. They may be non-Catholic or non-Christian individuals as well, which is a huge challenge in the Mexican context. If you're a Muslim traveler, it's incredibly difficult to find access to spaces where you're going to feel comfortable. But then that invisibilizes the needs of this specific population in a very structural way. And so there's this dichotomy that I really try to play with throughout my dissertation that focuses on how the ultimate strategy is to either blend in certain ways if you can, or to be as invisible as possible, not just to the state, but to all humanitarian actors along these routes. And then how do we think about our own mobility? It was really interesting because I'm a US citizen, I'm studying in Canada, but I'm living in Panama. And so I'm obviously very immediately identified as a North American. There's never been a question by any traveler that I've met. But I also was a Spanish speaker, and the people whose journeys I was following were not. And so my nationality actually ended up having a lot less of a bearing on the way that I was received in the moment, as my ability to communicate or to work as an intermediary with non-Spanish speakers who needed to interact with someone, be it the police or a doctor. And so a lot of my work over the course of the year that I spent conducting field work was quite literally to interpret. And I think that radically shifted the way that I was perceived. That doesn't mean that people didn't also question who I was and my access to mobility. On several occasions, individuals denied my request to speak with them because I was potentially CIA, or at least worked with Panamanian government officials because I was seen as so closely affiliated with the same individuals that I was interpreting on behalf of. So that part of my identity was very complicated, but the linguistic aspect shifted the way I was perceived in ways that I hadn't fully imagined.
Yeah, thank you for all of these questions. I appreciate the points about agency and bringing, talking about agency in these spaces. I think as anthropologists coming to a conference on governance, I got all worried and I didn't want to talk about agency. I want to talk about the systems and and politics, because I figured that nobody wanted to hear about the people, but maybe we do need to be better at that. So I'll give you stuff on agency, and also and solidarity and these cultural hubs that you're talking about, and these groups, and most of my work is based in migrant shelters and with migrant rights activists, and there's a lot of interesting comparisons I know with colleagues who are looking at African to EU routes and forms of movements and mobilities that are happening side by side. So more work to be done there. So yeah, Rebecca, I mean, you're probably, I would say, talk to Rebecca about this question. In terms of mega projects and development, I mean, when I was doing my research, it was, Plan Puebla Panama and thinking about those mega projects and resources and, the Frontera Sur, like all these, the discourses around, modernizing the southern border and making it more, safer and protecting communities, and kind of that language around development and modernization. And so I think that's a part of it, but then what happens is like it just becomes militarization, and then we get these extortion economies that happen at the local level where it is the police, the soldiers who are doing the extortion and profiting from people who are moving through. The new Train Maya, I think, a certain that's now strategically moving into Chiapas, into where the drug routes and human routes are also passing through. I think that's strategic on the part of the Mexican government, and AMLO put in, like, the Mexican army is in control of a certain segment of the route now. The whole route. And like their pensions are getting funded through it or something. So it is connected. I haven't done that work to put it all together, but I feel like that needs to be done for sure. And as part of, the arterial border, and I think a lot of the rationalization, legitimization of a lot of these projects and militarization comes through those kinds of ideas of militarization for the country. Modernization, I mean, for the country and for the border.
So thank you for all these questions. In terms of David's question about agency, so depending on the questions we ask and what particular we're looking at, you're going to get different answers about agency. In terms of how I think about my work or how I've been doing my work, I haven't been interviewing migrants, right? So to the extent that I understand agency, I understand perhaps the agency of indigenous communities in Panama better than I do about the migrants, or I understand the agency or lack of agency that the inhabitants of Chocó or of or Urabá, Antioquia and Urabá have, right? So I think I've kind of talked about that, but that's not exactly the migrants themselves, right? These are the populations around the migrants. And I think, at least in part, I conceptualize my own research as being about how the migrant flows and efforts to control migrant flows affect populations in those zones more than I'm thinking about it in terms of migrants, right? Which doesn't mean I shouldn't interview migrants, so there isn't something to be learned from that. But in terms of the question you asked, that may account for some of the, where we're missing each other. In terms of, my interest in, or, what's the interest of Colombia in these migration regimes or in governing them in this way, right? So Colombia has, in my reading of Colombia has a long interest in engaging in a process of colonization within its own frontiers, right? So Colombia, if you think about it, is basically a society that's oriented around the economy of its Andean highlands, which is where its main cities are, and where its agricultural production is largely based. And there are some important exceptions to this, like Cartagena, which is this important coastal port, right, that exports stuff, right, at the mouth of the Magdalena River, or Buenaventura, which does the same operations on the Pacific, right? But generally speaking, if you're talking about Colombia's lowlands, the Caribbean, Pacific coast, and Amazonia and Orinoquia, which is another river that flows out through, Venezuela, Colombia, Colombia thinks of these as peripheral areas. It thinks of them, they have historically been organized as national territories, and the state's behavior in these zones, especially in the riverine areas on the eastern side of the Andes, are actually referred to as in processes of colonization. Right, they call the people who occupy them colonos in some case, other than the indigenous people who were there already. So these are regions that are viewed, I think, culturally as sites of colonization by the state. How does the state engage in this colonization? That is occurring, in my view, through Colombia's extended armed conflict. So what happens is, through the armed conflict, indigenous peoples and peasants are displaced from these spaces by violence in many cases, right? And this is distinctly the case in Urabá, which 50 years ago or 60 years ago was an area largely populated by indigenous and Afro-Colombian communities, which have been systematically expelled by an alliance between paramilitaries and landowners, mostly based up in Medellin, Colombia's second largest city. These communities were expelled, land was consolidated into these larger agro-industrial plantations, where there is where many of the displaced peasants labor today as wage laborers. And there's a whole complicated story about that. The armed actors continue to play this important role up there, right? But the state's kind of always deferring certain elements of governance in this region in order to not be fully responsible for what's going on out there, and to enable the extension via armed actors of state power until the economy is sufficiently consolidated that the paramilitary actors can be largely pushed out of the area, right? So if you're talking about Antioquia and Urabá, that process of excluding armed actors is increasingly underway. It's a long-term process. But, you know, if you go up to some of these towns, if you go into central Necoclí, right, it's a tourist area today, in part, right? Like people go, Colombian tourists go on vacation there. It has nice beaches. Apartado is more of a, which is further up the coast and is kind of a business center. So in that context, Colombia kind of enables the power of this group and doesn't necessarily want to engage with it too much because it's also, in its view, engaging in other important activities, right? Of engaging in colonization and managing relationships with these populations that are disadvantaged on the periphery of the state, right? So those populations are subject to violence and abuse at the hands of this group, and that can achieve things for Colombia, the Colombian state, and powerful financial interests allied with it, without those financial interests or the state ever having to directly say, take land from the indigenous communities or the Afro-Colombian peasants in the region, right? So that's kind of, in my view, the story of that region. And kind of migrants are kind of a part of that, and migrants can kind of be handled the same way. Colombia wants to say, look, migrants have all these rights. We recognize their humanitarian right to move around, but then they enable them to be subject to the power of this armed group in the region. The state doesn't have to do anything. It doesn't have to extend services. It doesn't have to provide transportation to the border, which also means it doesn't have to step on Panama's toes, right? It lets the armed group do this, and the armed group does it. And the armed group itself is deferential to the state, right? When someone injures themselves, they carry them back to an aid station. If the Colombian state kind of steps in, or the Panamanian state steps in and says, hey, try not to do this, they tend to like step back on that. They are responsive. But there's still an incredibly violent group that engages in all sorts of exploitation in the region, right? Including of the migrants, even as they seek to profit from the migrants, in doing what the migrants have asked them to do. Our own mobility, great question. In Colombia, mobility is about being really careful around the armed actors and asking the right questions, and, you know, being delicate about how you move around and who you're, you know, where exactly you stand, right? Literally in the street, right? To make sure you're in the right place and with the right people, to avoid trouble with these actors, right? Panama is a different story. You know, Panama City and much of Panama is, like, in my experience, pretty safe and tranquil. But as you get close to the border, the Panamanian government really ratchets up the intensity of its governance, right? Getting into Darien as a foreigner is not an easy thing to do. You kind of have to have an explanation. With me, they were like, oh, you're going to see birds, because bird watching is a whole thing. And I'm just like, sure, I'm going to see the birds. And then they let me into Darien, right? But that's what they said to me. I was staying at a bird watching hotel. I just said, you know, this is where I'm going. And it's a hotel that specializes in bird watching. It's like, oh, you're going to see the birds.
Yeah.
I literally didn't say anything. I wasn't going to lie. I wasn't trying to lie to them. I was just like, okay, if that's what you think. And then they let me in. But they're very picky, and they have systematically excluded people who are working on migrant issues, right? So Médecins Sans Frontières raised these issues about, sexual crimes in Darien, and they were kicked out of the country, right? And they are incredibly picky about access to that region because they don't want attention to this issue. In part because they're engaging in this process of formalization and, as they refer to it, encapsulation of the migrants. And they don't want people like us decapsulizing.
Too late.
There's time for like a couple more questions. One, Michael Sharp, and then Amelia over there.
All right, I'll make this quick. Thanks very much for the papers, and I really enjoyed hearing them. For Yates, I wondered about, have you looked at diplomatic relations? Because I'm going to Ethiopia, right, in January. So I was looking at whether or not Americans or Europeans, need visas, and they do, but people from very small Caribbean island countries don't need visas, both for Ethiopia and for Uganda. So I wondered whether or not there's that agreement go the other way around, and is that a way that people get, to this side of the world? You mentioned visibility. Why not just say race? Because I think that's what we're talking about. And also, you mentioned religion, and I can't, I guess I like obscure facts, but there's a growing indigenous convert community in Chiapas, Mexico, and I wondered, will that eventually become a landing point, for some of these Muslim immigrants? Let's see. What else do I have? Okay, for Vogt and Yates, I thought about this race and racial inversion that speaks in both your papers, because very often there's a book by Andrew Rosenberg that came out recently called Undesirable Migrants, and in that book he basically makes the argument that migrants are raced and undesirable, but very often those migrants are Asian and African migrants. So it's an interesting inversion that sometimes African and Asian migrants can go ahead, and then at other times they become visible and vulnerable. So I thought that the papers spoke to one another. Also in Vogt's paper, I thought about, what about the Black community in Mexico, which is often overlooked, which is quite significant. Do they have any role in this with Black migrants? Also, what speaks very loudly in your paper, and I think all the paper, is the outsourcing of detention and deportation, right? And I thought about, I think this was mentioned earlier, comparative work with other parts of the world in Europe, where this is this outsourcing and collaboration with other governments, like between Spain and Morocco, to keep people, from moving. That might be interesting to explore. For Arias, I really like the fact that you highlight these overlooked Afro-Colombian and indigenous communities, very often overlooked, I think, and very important. But in your paper, I thought about both the new, but also the existing migration regimes, and what role does the existing migration regimes play in this? For example, the Andean community and Mercosur. So Colombia, as you know better than I, neighbors Brazil, Ecuador, Panama, Peru, and Venezuela, right? And those, both the Andean community and Mercosur, I was checking their websites actually for Andres' paper at APSA, and I was looking, freedom of movement is part of their thing. And they say, if you're a student, you can come and, so I wondered about that. And I also came across one last thing, a new agreement that you're probably aware of between Panama and the United States. It's called the Los Angeles Declaration of Migration and Protection. And basically, this is the outsourcing, the US government paying Panama to deport people. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Very quickly, this is mostly for Caitlyn, I think, but I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about the spaces in which both the multi-continental travelers and folks from Latin America, where they do come into contact with each other, what that dynamic is like, how both groups who are enforced differently, whose mobility is policed differently, sort of understand themselves in relationship to the other one.
I'm happy to keep talking about these really important points that you brought up, but let me just see what I can do right now. On the relation between the African continent and the Caribbean, it is, I think, an area that desperately needs more research, because I mentioned one of the travelers whose journey I followed, who took a charter flight. Part of the reason he could take a charter flight to this Caribbean country, which I'm not using just because it's not something that's been reported on very much, is because Cameroonians do not need a visa to that specific country. However, there are not direct flights from the African continent to the Caribbean. So yes, absolutely, there's a lot going on there that needs to be further kind of disentangled. In terms of why not just say race, it's a really important question. And the reason is because I'm talking about individuals from everywhere else. And so people are racialized in different ways. In terms of Black migrants in particular, sometimes they would attempt to pass as Haitian or not. Race becomes a very kind of, race and nationality and language become very complicated in that context. But I also interviewed individuals from Central Asia who were racialized as being white, but they were Muslim and Russian speakers. That radically shifted their experiences as well. And so what I ended up doing is using, in the chapter that I speak more directly about visibility, I use a framework called intersectional invisibility, where I say that you have to actually take into account all, well, and in my case, I take language, race, and religion into account. And what it ends up doing is creating very, very particular encounters depending on the combination of these three things. Sometimes it ends up absolutely facilitating your migration. I had several, in particular Chinese migrants, who attempted and successfully passed as tourists in ways that other individuals wouldn't have that access, even though they were hyper visibilized as others. And so I think we have to expand that out a little bit more to understand those interactions. And I think I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. Yeah, really important questions on race. Just to continue and expand what Caitlyn's talked about, I think that, yeah, processes of racialization are really complex in Mexico. I would make the case that Central American migrants are racialized as different than Mexican migrants. Indigenous migrants are racialized within Mexico, that we have lots of, hierarchies of race within Mexico is complex relationship to ideas of racial hierarchies. And so I think that if you're Indigenous, I think if you're Afro-Honduran versus if you're not Afro-Honduran, that changes your experience within Mexico. So it's important to think about like the specific context and histories of these relationships and think about different processes of racialization. There's a lot of discrimination against Central Americans who are Latinx and who are Black, and ideas about criminality and prostitution and all these kinds of things. So I think that's definitely going on. And so we definitely think about racialization. I appreciate the comparison to Morocco and Spain. I spent some time in Ceuta looking at some of those processes and the pushbacks, and thinking about outsourcing, and, Libya and, all those contexts, there's a lot of similarities to the externalization in the Americas. So more collaborations to be done, for sure. And I don't know that we talked about Amelia's point, but I do think that it's complicated, the interactions between these different groups, and everything that I know is that they're pretty separate. I've encountered some Asian migrants in migrant shelters, but they typically tend to stay in hotels in downtown and not in the migrant shelters, at least in southern Mexico.
I want to talk about this more, Amelia.
So to answer Michael's questions, in terms of the existing migration regimes, right? So we have a bunch of different migration regimes. We have the dysfunctional migration regime in the US that doesn't adequately fund the process of people coming into the country. And we also have these weird, debates about who should be coming here, right? That have very little to do with people actually coming here and the experience of that, right? It's totally divorced from the experience of migration or the interests and needs for it. The other migration regimes are all the countries in Latin America, all of which take in different people, right? So what people do when they're coming through Panama very often is they're getting into Latin America based on different migration regimes. So speaking of, Africa, Latin American migration regimes. Brazil has a very flexible migration regime with African countries, right? So lots of Africans come into Brazil because they don't need a visa, and then they travel overland from Brazil, right? If you're in Ecuador, of course, you're already there and you're within the Andean system, right? And you come up and then you cross the border at Panama. If you're in Asia, right, Ecuador, Peru have different relationships with Asian countries that are more flexible as part of their connection with the Pacific world, right? So you have multiple different migration regimes coming together, and then, you know, Panama is this bottleneck in that process. And, you know, as you want to get closer to the United States, and that's where the overland migration comes from, right? And it is precisely from that dynamic. In terms of the Los Angeles Declaration and the United States kind of outsourcing, Panama itself has received millions of dollars to remove migrants from Panama via airplane to return them, right? So to kind of stem migration. A lot of this I read as pre-electoral efforts on the part of the Biden administration to minimize flows towards the US, right? So some of it is we declare this and then people get scared, so we decrease flows. There's pressure put on Panama to slow flows. So I was conducting some interviews when Panama had closed down some of the routes, but some of the routes were still open. Some of the people who get into Panama, Panama will then deport to their country of origin using money from the US. But the United States only gave Panama like $10 million. It's not enough money to take, you know, 200,000 migrants a month and return them to Asia, Africa, Venezuela, if Venezuela even took the migrants back, right? Ecuador. So there's something going on, and I don't think that if the United States wants to address its migration issues, right, the United States needs to address its migration issues in the US. Doing it via Panama isn't going to solve the problem over the long run, and it's probably going to be more costly for the United States anyway. And they certainly haven't funded this effort in such a way that it reflects some kind of long-term initiative.
Okay, thanks for everyone. I'm Michael Sharp. I'm professor of political science at your college and here at the Grad Center, also in the Migration Studies program. And let me introduce our panelists. So this is, and forgive me if I butcher your names. Amelia Frank-Vitale is an assistant professor in the Department of Anthropology in the School of Public and International Affairs at Princeton. An anthropologist of migration and violence in Central America and Mexico, Dr. Frank-Vitale has documented the dangers facing people migrating across Mexico and the strategies they develop, including coming together in caravans to manage those risks and defy restrictions on movement. Her current book project, Leave If You Can, Honduran Migration and a New Era of Deportation, examines how Honduran youth navigate life after deportation, illuminating the changing nature of deportation as a consequence of the externalization of borders and connecting regimes of mobility control and the creative ways people challenge them across scale and space. Rebecca Galemba is a professor at the Joseph Corbell School of International Studies at the University of Denver and co-director of the DU Center for Immigration Policy and Research. She is the author of Contraband Corridor, Making a Living at the Mexico-Guatemala Border, Stanford Press 2017, and Laboring for Justice to Fight Against Wage Theft in an American City, Stanford 2023. Sarah C. Bishop is professor at Baruch College. She is the author of A Story to Save Your Life, Communication and Culture in Migrants' Search for Asylum, Columbia University Press, 2022. She serves on the board of directors of the immigrant serving organization Mixtaca and is an expert witness in U.S. immigration court, providing testimony about democratic decline and government corruption in El Salvador. Christina Francois is pursuing a PhD in political science from here, the CUNY Graduate Center, where she studies Black immigrants, diaspora politics, and social movements in global cities. Through a mixed method approach, Christina looks to add the voices of Black immigrants to diasporic politics literature and comparative immigration policy discourse. Her research focuses on the political participation and influence of Haitian and other Afro-Latin migrants in the Western Hemisphere. Christina founded Diasporic Minds, which provides strategic advising, policy analysis, and innovative political education. Christina has worked as the founding executive director at the Miami-Dade County Office of New Americans, co-director of Communities United for Status and Protection, and co-director of Law for Black Lives. So without further ado, let's get this show on the road.
Hi, thank you, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for putting this together. I am going to, even further than my anthropologist colleagues, really do what anthropologists do and just talk. I have no slides. We'll see how this goes. And just a note before I start that this is very much a work in progress. This is not about the book and deportation and that you mentioned. I'm developing it along with my co-author, Wanda Quintanilla Duran, who unfortunately couldn't be here with me today, but I'm presenting our preliminary ideas, and I look forward to feedback and questions to take it back to Wanda and to do some further thinking. Okay. Kathy and I talk while the kids run back and forth. Liliana, Kathy's now 7-year-old daughter, shyly hands me a half a frozen banana dipped in chocolate. Kathy's mother, Dora, joins us intermittently, but her attention is divided between us and her other younger children. Olvin, Kathy's partner, steps in and out of his one-room barber shop, the stream of well-shorn men pulling up to the plot of land, plodding across the dirt and entering the barber shop, all without saying a word, never stops the whole time I'm there. I'm so pleased to see Olvin's business is doing so well. There's even air conditioning inside the small room, Kathy tells me proudly. But Kathy and Dora's faces are strained with worry. The owner of this land, who had let the family squat there for years, had recently died. Dora's partner was a kind of security guard, groundskeeper for the older man, but they aren't sure if his children will be as generous as the father had been. This plot of land is on the edge of the city, on the edge of San Pedro Sula, an area which is getting developed and gentrified rapidly. But Kathy and her family don't have anywhere else to go. The Bordo, as informal settlements are known in Honduras, where they lived for most of Kathy's life, doesn't exist any longer. It was raised to make way for the construction of fancy apartment buildings, too close to a shopping center, too close to the area's largest university. But they'd fled the Bordo before that anyway. Their family found themselves on the wrong side of the gang that controlled things there. Their former troubles in the Bordo are always lurking, and yet their association with that place makes going anywhere else, controlled by any rival groups, equally dangerous. This plot of unclaimed land was a rare oasis for this family. So they're thinking, if they have to leave, it's time to try to migrate. Kathy just wants to wait for Liliana to finish her ballet competitions and the school year. She's doing really well in school. Otherwise, Kathy's ready to go. The problem is, however, that they haven't ever tried to migrate before. They don't know how to navigate all the dangers that everyone talks about. They wish they knew someone who could take them, they tell me, but their networks of trust are limited, and they don't have anyone in their intimate circles who knows the way. Dora says, well, as I see it, this is why it's better if we all go together, because if they're going to kill us, then better the whole family dies together all at once. It's better that way. This conversation makes something clear. For Dora and Kathy, the lack of a trusted person who could potentially protect them from the lurking dangers of migration makes them feel like they would be risking their lives. They could probably find a coyote. It's not hard to connect with someone who makes promises about migration, but it's not just a coyote they want. They want someone who would make them feel safe. And that would require someone who they are already connected to, who they already would know that they could trust. So in this paper, we approach the idea of the smuggler from the position of a family like that of Dora and Kathy. Rather than focusing on smuggling networks or the relationships among coyotes and transnational organized crime as the starting point, we start instead from the familial and community ties that people activate to try to manage a treacherous and uncertain migration journey. Drawing from extensive fieldwork in Mexico and Honduras with smugglers and those who use or wish they could use their services, we focus on people who get pulled into smuggling by virtue of having a particular accumulation of knowledge about migration routes and a reputation of trust within already existing networks of affinity. Much has been written about coyotes that focuses on their criminal activity and in particular their linkages to organized crime. This linkage is preset in descriptions of coyotaje as a global multi-billion-dollar smuggling industry, where it is placed next to and sometimes conflated with the trafficking of drugs and people. Building upon critical facilitation scholarship, where the idea of smuggling as a concept has been contested, suggesting instead that the term facilitation more accurately describes the activities of people glossed as smugglers, this paper attempts to reframe the model of smuggler as networked criminal. While there is real evidence that the organizations dedicated to moving and exploiting drugs and people have converged with migration facilitation, this relationship is also sometimes exaggerated, ascribing an all-knowing, all-powerful, and hyper-masculine violent capacity to the hybrid figure of the narco-coyote. Even critical smuggling scholarship that starts from a place of challenging the culpability of those who facilitate clandestine migration for the harms that frequently befall migrants often still takes for granted the category of smuggling networks. Building upon the work of scholars who have focused on the multiplicity of roles that smugglers play, we highlight how the smuggler is deeply embedded in transnational networks of care, family, and community. At the same time, we position the smuggler as serving as the contact point between two simultaneously existing networks, those of care and those of criminality. We suggest further that they are able to protect people within their networks of care precisely because of their networked relationships with illicit economies of violence and mobility control, fulfilling expectations of a particular kind of masculinity in the form of protection. El teacher, as Wanda has come to call him, had pursued a career in education long before he ever imagined becoming a coyote. No longer a practicing educator, he retains the air of someone accustomed to leading and directing, to being listened to. Initially, it was a lack of work that led El teacher to migrate himself. He trained to be a professor in primary education in Honduras, but there was never an opening for him. In the US, he settled in California and lived there for many years. After being deported, he then lived in Mexico for a while, living without status and becoming loosely familiar with the underground economies there. Then one day, his ex-partner back in Honduras called him, panicked, because her own son was in serious danger. El teacher jumped in his pickup truck and drove all the way back to Honduras to rescue the boy. He then drove him safely all the way north to the US-Mexico border. He was no longer in a relationship with the boy's mother. The boy wasn't his biological son. But when a serious situation of life-threatening danger arose, the boy's mother reached out to him for help, a man she knew to be capable of resolving complicated situations, and he fulfilled those expectations. This event, this accident, started his new life as a facilitator. The contours of this story emerged as a pattern in Honduras. Ramon, a homegrown leader in his 40s in a neighborhood I call La Libertad, also sometimes took people through Mexico. He wouldn't necessarily call himself a coyote, but he facilitated the unauthorized movement of people from his home neighborhood up through central Mexico before connecting them with other people who could get them the rest of the way. Neighbors would come to him, he told me, begging him to help them get around checkpoints, keep their kids safe. He downplayed the personal financial gain, framing it as they only covered his expenses and the lost days of work and maybe a little extra out of gratitude. Ramon had been through Mexico on his own when he was younger. He came back to Honduras, started a family, went back to the US. One time he took his sister-in-law. One time he took a niece. Then he was living in the US when one of his teenage sons was nearly killed. He hightailed it back to Honduras and got his own son out and to the US. He was never gone forever. He was always half living in his neighborhood and half migrating. And each time, he took someone along. He helped someone navigate Mexico. He referred to his contact in the Mexican state of Veracruz as his tia, his aunt, a kind woman he trusted to receive the people he brought with him, who would care for them until the guide for the next leg arrived. His neighbors would approach Ramon regularly because he always took people and he always came back. They also trusted him with this particular task because in Honduras, as well as in Mexico, Ramon skated on the line between upstanding local leader and criminal actor. Ramon got on well with the gang that controlled La Libertad. He wasn't a member of the gang, but his relationship to them was one of mentor or sponsor or big brother. His own brother had been the jefe de la pandilla, which eventually got him killed, and Ramon's relationship to the criminal underworld in Honduras was somewhat of an open secret among his neighbors. Relying on him to get them through Mexico was also a bet that he knew how to navigate and deal with and placate and maybe even harm, if necessary, the people who take advantage of migrants in transit. This made Ramon a good, if accidental, coyote. So the stories of accidental smugglers like El Teacher or Ramon illuminate the role of the coyote as a point of contact, as negotiators and protectors between the people who hire them for their facilitation services and other actors and networks, state and non-state, in the migratory journeys, including interactions with the criminal organizations who exploit the vulnerability of people in transit. This accidental becoming is structurally produced, of course, as the conditions in which people seek to migrate become increasingly hostile and full of unpredictable dangers. The need for a smuggler becomes paramount in the context of hardening, militarizing, expanding borders that increasingly criminalize. The expansion of the US regime of immigration control into and through Mexico has been well documented by now and includes increasing collaboration between Mexican immigration officials and the US interdiction agenda, the building of customs plazas, and the intensification of immigration checkpoints in southern Mexico. Mexico detaining and deporting more people than ever before, Mexico requiring visas of new nationalities under the behest of the United States, and Mexico allowing people who are not Mexicans to be pushed back into Mexican territory after being denied entry to the United States. This landscape of enforcement overlaps with economies of criminal control of territory in Mexico and the corresponding interest criminal groups have in controlling mobility through those territories. As increased enforcement pushes those who are trying to cross Mexico into less visible routes, those who are trying to migrate become hyper-visible to criminal actors who operate in those same out-of-the-way spaces. As one young pollero said to me on the train tracks in Huehuetoca in central Mexico, descubrieron la mina de los migrantes. Organized crime, he meant, had discovered the gold mine that is migrants. Migrants attempting to cross Mexico are regularly kidnapped for ransom, pressed into forced labor, trafficked, or just simply assaulted and robbed blind. Wendy Vogt, who's here today in her book, Lives in Transit, narrates the changes in migration that occur in the early 2010s around this, as people shift from making their way across Mexico by themselves and only hiring a coyote for the brinco, crossing the US-Mexico border itself, to finding that they need a facilitator or a guía or a pollero to get across Mexico. In this context, where crossing Mexico implies potentially risking one's life, knowing who to trust is a question of survival. It is critical to have someone to guide you through these dangers, and the best person to do that is someone who already occupies a role of protective leadership for you and has enough contact with those who might be behind the very violence that he is shielding you from to navigate and negotiate safe passage. I accompany Glenda, a young mother from San Pedro Sula, when she visits Germán. Glenda is considering leaving Honduras. Her neighborhood is tense. There's been an uptick in violence, and she's having trouble finding work that she can balance with also raising a special needs son. She's 22 and newly pregnant with her second child, and like so many, thinks this is the time to get to the US and give her baby more of a future than she feels like she has for herself and her toddler. Germán comes well recommended. He's an acquaintance of Glenda's stepfather, Benjamin. Benjamin is a devout evangelical who has become a bit of a leader in their sector of the city, as he has been moved to serve the youth of his neighborhood because of his faith after surviving his own turbulent, violence-laden adolescence. As an adult, Benjamin ran Bible studies in prison for a while until the prison in San Pedro Sula was shut down, and now he organizes the neighborhood kids into soccer teams and organizes other sort of positive events. Through this work, he met Germán, an evangelical pastor in another San Pedro Sula neighborhood. Germán is a big man, tall and broad, with an even bigger presence. He seems to fill up the small room we're seated in. He greets me with a warm smile, as though he had known me for years, and immediately makes me and everyone he's around, I suspect, feel welcomed and at ease. Germán is also a coyote. His particular niche, he explains, is taking mothers and children through Mexico and then shepherding them to the US-Mexico border, where they turn themselves in and ask for asylum. He does not do the brinco. He charges for the service, of course, but a reasonable $4,000 to $6,000 at the time for a mother and child was really a bargain. He says he promises safety and protection and a swift journey, shielding women like Glenda from the many dangers that could befall her in Mexico. Germán, like so many, had migrated himself when he was younger as part of his own rough and wayward youth. He'd spent some time in the United States. At some point, he helped his own children get through Mexico. And as an emerging leader in his community, a pastor with a growing congregation, when friends and neighbors decided they needed to leave Honduras for one reason or another, they came to him for guidance and assistance. They knew he'd gotten through Mexico before. They appealed to his experience, but moreover, they trusted him. As we sit there, he shows us messages and photos they'd sent him, each now living within the United States, awaiting an asylum hearing sometime in the distant future. Stories like these highlight how a person who has a personal history of migration experience and occupies a position of leadership can be turned into a smuggler through the process of being asked to protect, maybe even save, in the case of Germán, those who already know and trust him. Elsewhere, I have written about how migrants who get stuck in transit in Mexico often become low-level coyotes, sometimes called polleros, precisely because they can trade upon their accumulated migrant-specific capital, knowing who to bribe when and where and how much, for example, to sustain themselves while waiting for an elusive opportunity to cross into the United States. The coyotes we're discussing in this paper, however, are not the lost young pollero men. Instead, they are heads of households, families, and communities whose business of coyotaje emerges from and is connected to those already existing positions of leadership they occupy. While we speak to Germán, his wife is there, part of the conversation, fully aware and proud of the work her husband does. His youngest children from a previous relationship run in and out of the house while we talk. His description of his services, his connections, his methods, and his prices are discussed openly. Nothing is secret or suspect. There are no dark rooms or under-the-table transactions. His role as father, husband, head of the household, pastor, leader, and coyote are all seamlessly interwoven, not competing or contradictory identities, but all collectively comprising a singular subjectivity. Germán understands his work as a pastor and his work as a coyote to be connected and consistent, caring for his flock, protecting those in need. Ana Maria Basilio Juarez, Aaron Beck, and Lynn Stephen offer us the idea of protective masculinity to describe the effective and intersectional dimensions of an enduring idea that men who are leaders as men ought to provide protection, especially to the women and children in their families. They explore this framing to develop a complex intersectional analysis of gender-based violence in Guatemala. In the context of migration, where men's role as protector in the present tense is frequently fractured and stretched across time and space, assuming the position of protector through coyotaje offers an opportunity to reestablish and perform a particular kind of masculinity, of masculine care. Having emigrated earlier, or having tried to, and having cultivated knowledge and familiarity with adjacent worlds of criminal governance, allow a migrant who is far from his family, or a migrant who has returned, or has been made to return, to fulfill the social norm of protective masculinity that Basilio Juarez and her co-authors identify. Germán, like Ramon and El Teacher too, are all representative of a failed or fractured or refracted migration journey reconstituted as a successful endeavor to respond to the needs and requests of those around him to provide protection and care. As the work of Gabriela Sanchez and others has shown, migration facilitation is not solely the work of men, far from it. Women are involved in many aspects of the entire endeavor, especially mirroring many other workplaces in the less public, less lauded everyday work that makes smuggling possible. Like Ramon's tia in Veracruz, an older woman who cooks, cleans, and houses migrants en route. And I have known fierce and feared women who move people across Mexico as well. We're not arguing that smuggling is exclusively men's work. Rather, that a kind of masculinity can be claimed, reclaimed, and cultivated by men with migration experience who are also otherwise understood to be strong, protective, and trustworthy, and as part of that are able to navigate and negotiate with violent actors. In advancing the feminist scholarship on gendered migration and transnational networks of care, we want to expand the analysis to look at the work of smugglers, whose masculine subjectivity both enables and is enhanced by performing protection from, while also always being in connection with, criminal networks who do harm migrants in transit. So in this paper, and I will close with this, we have endeavored to think about coyotaje as a manifestation of networks of care and protection as a starting point, rather than focusing first on its linkages to organized crime networks, we reveal a different constellation at the heart of smuggling networks. Here, the smuggler is the node that links transnational worlds of care and protection with the underworld of violent control of mobility and territory. Thinking about coyotaje as care, as a kind of care available to and expected from a certain kind of masculine figure within already connected families and communities, requires us to first separate our understanding of the coyote from smuggling networks as a criminal actor overlapping with or indistinguishable from the drug trade, and then replace him there, but on different terms of connection, among coexisting networks of care and criminality, which he serves as the coyote to at once connect and keep separate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for inviting me here today. Going to go to the first slide. I know you can't see all of this, but I wanted to show you a little bit of a transcript. So the larger paper actually starts with two seemingly very disconnected transcripts. The first one that you can see part of here is a redacted credible fear interview, or CFI, from an indigenous Ecuadorian woman that was conducted at the Baltimore USCIS office in July of 2023. The other, which I'll show you in a minute, is a complaint submitted by a Salvadoran migrant to a shelter in Tucumán, Guatemala in 2015, after he'd suffered abuses in Mexico, but had been returned to Guatemala. Yet I try to make a case for looking at what we can learn from looking at these two transcripts together. Both are connected to growing U.S. asylum and border restrictions. In the first that you see here, the woman was enrolled in a new, little-known expedited removal program targeting families called the Family Expedited Removal Management Program, or FIRM. She'd been subject to a higher standard of reasonable fear, as well as the circumvention of lawful pathways rule. The only rebuttals for eligibility for asylum were of using CBP-1, which clearly she didn't know what that was, or was sought of protection in Mexico and been denied. However, as you can see pieces of here, she and her children were violently robbed in Mexico, yet the asylum officer kept kind of probing, well, was that the reason you left Mexico when you did? As assuming that she really had any desire to stay in Mexico in the first place. She clearly was scared and wanted to leave as soon as possible. In the final decision for the CFI, the harm in Mexico was acknowledged, but her determination for credible fear was negative. Part of the denial reads, quote, given the applicant's testimony, it's unlikely the robbers, and this is what occurred to her in Ecuador, were motivated to harm on account of her race, religion, nationality, membership in a social group, or political opinion. I'll come back to her case a little bit. This is the second transcript. Due to the abuse that this man had experienced in Mexico, he should have been eligible for a humanitarian visa in Mexico, or perhaps he could have applied for asylum there based on the persecution he'd fled from home. But he was removed to Guatemala before he could do either of these things. U.S. migratory enforcement and asylum protection rules increasingly suggest that migrants seek protection in or way to Mexico. However, as many have argued, this distracts from how outsourced border enforcement subjects migrants to these very kind of abuses in the first place. In the larger paper, however, I make a case for a fulcrum, although now after listening to Wendy, maybe we should call it a prism, between reception and repulsion, which pivots between not just the US and Mexico and much further afield as we're hearing about, but also between forms of violent expulsion as well as provisional protection. Dynamics of reception and repulsion in both locales, here you see in Mexico and Guatemala as well as within the United States, I argue highlight a quieter eroding of asylum, often less visible to the US public. It occurs both extraterritorially as well as from interior US offices, in the case of firms, sometimes from the back room of an ISAP office. The reception repulsion fulcrum shows how conditional forms of welcome as well and protection of the deserving few, and I'll give some examples of this, are often linked to justifying the exclusion or expulsion of the majority as warranted. Okay, so methods in sight, again, these are two separate projects, but I'm trying to learn from some similarities that I've gleaned from both. So I focus on two very seemingly unrelated gateways, Tapachula and Tucumán. Tapachula is about 25 miles from the Guatemalan border, and then Denver, which is over 600 miles from El Paso and the US-Mexico border. The Mexico research is based on fieldwork conducted with migrant shelters on both sides of the Mexico-Guatemala border in 2017. An analysis of 126 complaints of migrant abuse submitted to those shelters, mostly notably on the Guatemalan side rather than in Mexico, where you could actually do something about some of those claims, as well as some updated reports. The Denver research is based on an ongoing 2 years of research on immigration court, including observations in Denver's EOIR immigration court, interviews with attorneys and advocates, volunteering at asylum clinics, analysis of FOIAs, as well as redacted claims. I also draw on some research that I conducted with students in winter of 2024 from long-term collaborations with Denver's Worker Center that had recently started working with migrant newcomers. So I wish Edwin had been here because I was curious about some of the differences and similarities with New York. Tapachula is a well-known now multimodal pivot point, not just for migrants traveling north, but also those deported from Mexico and those seeking forms of protection in Mexico. In contrast, US cities like Denver might seem unlikely, but have become new locales for both asylum and expedited removal, as policies, as well as political stunts by governors, have deflected both reception and removal to different interior cities, especially those like Denver that have a more welcoming posture. Looking at otherwise unrelated sites illuminates how the reception repulsion fulcrum operates both across scales to repel asylum seekers, as well as stress migratory and asylum systems in different locales. So first, I'm going to focus on the Mexico, and the first part of the Mexico section talks about gaps between law and access. So as of a year or two ago, I'm not sure what the numbers are now, but Mexico actually was receiving the third most asylum petitions in the world after the US and Germany. Revisions, many notes to its laws in 2011 gave it a quite expansive and progressive legal framing. Subsequent reforms further commit Mexico's responsibilities to asylum seekers and refugees, as well as being a signatory to the Cartagena Declaration, which we heard about, amplifying who can technically be recognized as a refugee versus who we're actually applying it to. Yet, obviously, we know how Mexico's legal framework is put into practice is quite different. Its commitment to migrant rights are undercut by a larger infusion of resources and US pressure into enforcement. Combined with high levels of impunity, corruption, insufficient resources, there's obviously a huge gulf between Mexico's protections on paper and their actuality. As US then has curtailed access to asylum, refugee status applications and apprehensions in Mexico have increased enormously. Within this context, I also argue, as some other scholarship point to, I think Amelia has talked about this as well, we can sometimes understand protection mechanisms as Mexico as forms of containment. In particular, they hold migrants in bay from continuing north to the US. For example, although Mexico's asylum grant rate of 72% in 2021 appears generous on paper, especially compared to the US at the time was 37%, its backlog of unresolved cases and large numbers of removals may be more telling. So here I have 2021 when Mexico interdicted more migrants than ever, which was over 300,000, and Wendy just told us it's more than double that, right, last year. But in that year, again, 130,000, just to put in perspective, applied for asylum, but only 38,000 were processed. Of 3% of refugee petitions, only 3% of those came from apprehended migrants, which is again continuing trends that most migrants who are apprehended or detained are never screened for protection claims as they should be. Most migrants, therefore, obviously make the decision to evade border officials at the border between Mexico and Guatemala intentionally and cross clandestinely, as Wendy showed us with the Suchiate River, which is another picture with the cross here as well, hoping to make it to the Tapachula, Comar, or refugee processing office. Again, not at the border, but trying to make it all the way to that office, which is still 25 miles away, to file an asylum claim. Otherwise, they fear officials will illegally return them or might encourage what's called voluntary returns. Tellingly, the majority of complaints, again, as we mentioned, that were submitted that we analyzed across as migrants were entering such clandestine points or at other border entry points. And I'll briefly show that here. And so you see most of the complaints here scattering right around those border points or other very popular transit points. And again, the largest portion of those committed by or in collusion with authorities. I'm going to go back to the prior slide. And again, Mexico's processes on paper to pursue refugee protection look quite straightforward and quicker than the US. They have to be on Mexican soil, difficult. Apply with the Comar office, difficult. Within 30 days of arrival, and importantly, wait 45 business days for Comar to decide, which in effect often actually taking much longer, during which time they cannot leave the state where they applied, right? So in reality, again, asylum seekers face what WOLA has described as, they say, quote, a system designed to wear people down, where they're trapped in Tapachula for much longer, coupled with what others have been talking about, these new programs busing migrants back to Tapachula as well. This requirement to wait there explains why Tapachula handles over 70% of Mexico's asylum claims. Some, especially WOLA, because of the poor conditions and insecurity and people being trapped there, increasingly call it a prison city. Many migrants we spoke to there lacked information about the refugee process entirely. For example, we heard rumors that they said, gang members were selling successful stories that people could use. The gap between available mechanisms and lack of access motivate often a range of actors, though, to take advantage of migrants, often by selling paperwork or even information. We saw a little bit in some of your earlier presentations with CBP1, right, appointments. This was before that, and even information that was inaccurate or should have been free or was just frankly incorrect. Again, formal and informal reception. So as migrants are trapped there, forms of official and informal benevolence have emerged. But I show they're also part of this larger repulsion architecture, or what Doring White and colleagues have called humanitarian containment. For example, migrants who are victims of crime can apply for a temporary humanitarian visa. But this cloaks the state's complicity in producing these crimes and vulnerability in the first place. Meanwhile, obviously, WOLA has also documented a 99% impunity rate for these crimes and often willful failure to investigate. Its temporariness also, and some cloudiness around whether it even can be renewed, makes migrants vulnerable because of this precarious legality. In this context, one of the shelters in Tapachula created a 3-month vocational school to certify migrants in a variety of trades, and the timeline was intentional to coincide with when they were awaiting the decision from Comar. The shelter had also struck another deal with migration to couple the program with other avenues that migrants could legalize their status, but many simply lacked interest or they were unable to meet its requirements. Sometimes staff blame migrants for failure to complete the program, but in reality, they face hurdles finding work, renewing residence permits, and even having documents they had honored. Trainings often tended to be, as you see pictures here of the kind of sewing workshop, in professions that were low paid, oversaturated, and subject to self-employment, which meant it was difficult for them to actually register with the government for their permits. Staff often were concerned when migrants left before they completed. For example, when individuals came offering quicker opportunities, they warned of deception. Yet giving few job prospects and high risk of victimization in Tapachula, prolonging stays made little sense for most people. They wanted to leave as soon as possible. Benevolent forms of reception like this vocational school, regularization programs, asylum, and even the humanitarian visa, therefore sometimes acted as these forms of paternalistic containment. In his work with the Mexican migrant shelter, I draw on Doring White again, where he talks about how staff navigate what he calls an effective economy of racialized fear and reluctant compassion, which I think this kind of, and we'll see this in Denver too, suspending Central American migrants between, as he says, traumatized victims or traumatizing criminals. The vocational school encouraged migrants to stay and not chance a different future. Those who fell for these schemes often became cautionary tales for others. Sometimes shelter staff deployed racialized fears, especially of young Central American men, to even withhold these opportunities altogether. So some migrants came and they never were given access to an attorney or health or even this program altogether. Now, move past that one again, to the Colorado case. So from the spring of 2023 into early 24, many people maybe don't know this, but many argue that Denver received more new migrant arrivals per capita than any US major city, largely because of its welcoming approach, and there's a direct bus line from El Paso. Its dashboard for the city announced it serves 42,000 newcomers as of late September, but also as of the end of 2023, another thing people don't know, and I was even surprised by this, that if you look at representation rates in immigration courts around the country, Denver had the lowest rate at 14%. We're not really sure why. Earlier Venezuelan arrivals to Denver had access to TPS, and many clinics emerged throughout the city to help. But after July 31st of 2023, the window closed. In April 2024, the Denver mayor launched what he called the Denver Asylum Seekers Program, or DASP, to assist asylum seekers for 6 months. It targeted those who had arrived by April 10, 2024, and had a fear of return, but didn't have access to other programs like TPS or parole and hadn't used CBP1. As you'll see, it was also not feasible for anyone enrolled in expedited removal. Participants were given limited legal services for asylum application assistance, language courses, workplace training and credentialing, food and rental assistance, and similar to the vocational school, right, the 6-month period overlapped intentionally with when people were awaiting work permits after submitting asylum applications. The city originally estimated 1,000 people, but ended up enrolling 800. Many advocates, however, were really wary about this kind of short-term strategy and the way that it actually compromised more long-term solutions, especially pressures on housing. Despite this publicity around this program, the city's response actually became much more restrictive to anyone arriving after this date. In fact, it shortened shelter time to 72 hours and encouraged many people to leave on buses, even paying for those buses before they can even enter that. Some attorneys also criticize how the program participants were selected, saying some of them didn't really even have asylum claims versus they were getting calls from many other people, right, who didn't have access to any of this. Although it was helpful to those enrolled, when understood alongside a larger deterrence climate, conditional assistance to a few is frequently leveraged to delegitimize the claims of the majority. And in fact, most newcomers are suspended in legal limbo, whether that be TPS, humanitarian parole, or even through the asylum system, as it may take years for someone's claim to resolve, if that claim even resolves favorably. And many, of course, didn't fit into any of these boxes at all, making their removal or lack of help seem justified. This idea why they didn't follow, right, the rules that are there. Paternalistic efforts in the city towards new arrivals sounded sometimes similarly to how staff talked about migrants in Tapachula. For example, concerned moms groups believed the city wasn't doing enough and it wasn't doing it fast enough. They leaped in with a how to help document, Facebook groups, spreadsheets for jobs, which for me was really worrying, just having people's information out there. Adopt a family, food and clothing, a website. And many took time, obviously, to learn and work with established groups, but some really bulldozed. For example, a common tip in a group was, even if you're not sure how to do something, you should just do it. Many of these efforts, right, risk stripping migrants of their dignity, as many of these activists just went on to new causes where most people were precarious with few options. I argue that some of these discourses are sometimes the benevolent side of this reception repulsion framework. We're recycling, right, these tropes of traumatized victims or traumatizing criminals. They may also, these kind of forms of conditional welcome may inadvertently rationalize or divert attention away from more pernicious forms of deterrence happening at the same time. So briefly, I'll talk about FIRM. So this began really quietly in May 2023. By 2024, it had gone to 45 cities. It operates to remove family as fast as possible away from the border and out of the public eye. The timeline is just 30 days, which you can see over here. And in the first transcript, after this woman's negative interview, she was likely scheduled for a final credible fear review with the judge if she knew to request that. If the judge confirmed that determination, she'd be swiftly deported, all within the 30 days. Even if that's positive, so your credible fear is positive, the only speedway is removal. So if you have a positive case, back in the immigration court backlog, right, back into over 3 million cases. Within this expedited time frame, families are intensely monitored through ISAP, ICE, ankle monitor, curfew, and then they also need to find housing, address any medical concerns, let alone find any help for their case. There's a fundamental lack of transparency. For example, a congressional representative found that just 2.6% of families are represented, but in fact, USCIS has not given any more data since and will not respond. Enrollment's relatively arbitrary and at the discretion of CBP, meaning is there an ankle monitor available and is a destination city within the radius of an ISAP office. Yet many say, and it's similar to what Caitlyn was saying, another calculus is, are there regular deportation flights and deportation agreements? So in a sense, it's not arbitrary because it's disproportionately Mexicans and Central Americans. So obviously this process doesn't give families enough time to navigate the process or understand anything about asylum, as you saw with the woman who was denied, right? She didn't understand what could actually make her asylum claim, even though the officer kept probing it was because she was indigenous, right? She didn't quite, that was not necessarily at the top of her mind. It also doesn't do anything to alleviate border resources or mounting caseloads. Instead, it actually basically subjects people to duplication of those resources between various agencies and surveillance mechanisms. I also argued overdetermines tautological assumptions that claims fail because they lack merit and that these claims necessarily lack merit, so they should be ejected. All right, I will try to conclude quickly. Mexico's 70% asylum grant rate looks surprising. So does, and I didn't know the statistic till recently, that 91.1% of asylum cases in the US decided, I'm stressing decided, in 2021 had representation, right? That seems surprising. But both statistics mislead on their denominator. They mask how asylum processes between the US and externalize outward, filter for very small numbers of people who can make it that far into the system. Few can do this on their own, whether it's through Mexico, up through the border without getting repelled or contained, all the way through the immigration court process. And in fact, TRAC confirms that few unrepresented asylum seekers can even complete or file an application on their own, right? Let alone get all the way through their system. So again, like the major impediment is the ability to even present a claim at all, right? In the Mexico or in the US. Even migrants who obtain some success may best receive a provisional one, like a humanitarian visa in Mexico, or TPS, or parole, or withholding, or a slew of other things that we have in the US that fall short of full inclusion. None provide a pathway to citizenship. For example, in one courtroom, I heard a judge tell the respondents that withholding under CAT was basically the same thing as asylum. It's not. And so in doing so, denied its precarity. Programs like FIRM dovetail with recent rules that are holding, as we know, asylum seekers to ever higher bars, increased enforcement pressure on Mexico. And now we have, of course, Biden's recent securing the border rule, which is basically shutting down asylum and obstructing any due process at all. This is ironically occurring with very little public outcry. Even some cities are still assisting their newcomers. And now we know, obviously, with the non-renewal of parole for Venezuelans, many more people are going to be slipping into legal limbo. And so part of what I want to stress here is that part of what we see as an expanding global architecture of deterrence are also some provisional processes of welcome. By keeping inclusion at arm's length, paternalistic, conditional, and either overly hurried through FIRM or indefinitely prolonged through 7 years for a claim on the flip side, the idea that real asylum seekers are rare and that deservingness is based on merit and following arbitrary rules is justified, right? It keeps this idea that there's a crisis intact, and also, I argue, keeps a liberal contradiction intact, where well-meaning citizens can express sympathy and aid deserving families while continuing to invest in the idea of border security and turning away from its violence.
So, hi everyone. My research is focused on the experience of Haitian migrants in South America. So I'm going to be talking about this. Well, I'm going to be challenging some of the dominant narrative around the South-South migration patterns of Haitians in Latin America, as well as opening up some new arguments. This is, again, very preliminary research. I came to this work really trying to understand, or link the policy advocacy work that I was doing with the academic research is saying in terms of Haitian migration patterns. And so recent studies highlight that the evolving dynamics of Haitian migration in Latin America is exemplified by a shift towards South-South migration. Following the 2010 earthquake, new migration routes emerged, with Brazil becoming a significant destination. Haitians navigate complex legal-illegal nexus through transit, deploying migrant capital to overcome challenges, and their mobility patterns reflect a dynamic meshwork of connections rather than linear movements. And so, like I was saying, I come to this work with a decolonial and historical perspective, which led me to look at the historical migration flows of Haitians throughout the region. While this happens in the shadow of US imperialism, I argue that Latin American migration governance in South America in particular is actually a venue to interrogate migration policy innovation, as well as regional spheres of influence. Haitians' navigating of South-South migration landscape is characterized by complex routes, reliance on social networks, adaptability, strategic use of visa policies, and ongoing mobility driven by what is often called chercher la vie, which is wrongly interpreted into being economic aspirations. Chercher la vie means looking for life, and so really it is way more than looking for economic opportunity, right? It's knowing that home is not safe. And so my main argument is that countries in Latin America have created migration policy as their creation of migration policy as it relates to Haitians has been ad hoc and reactionary. However, even looking at the diversity of countries has been consistently anti-Black and anti-Haitian. This nexus of xenophobia and anti-Black racism is targeted at Haitian migrants as the physical embodiment of the region's complex relationship with race and colonial legacy. And so I look at the fact that there are, to undergird this argument, first I look at the longstanding diplomatic ties, which are both negative and positive, between the countries of South America and Haiti as the first Black republic. So these linkages, independent, again, of the US relations, has been strong since the 1800s. particularly around liberation movements, and knowing that even under colonialism, there's the circular migration of enslaved folks and mulattoes and other folks making this circular route throughout the Caribbean basin. And so we can't separate the xenophobia that Haitian migrants are facing in South America from the colonial narrative of Haitians as troublemakers and as rebels and as the embodiment of Black liberation, particularly in the context of predominantly mestizo countries that are often erasing their local Black populations in their own policymaking. And so anti-Blackness in the region is not only stripping Haitians, but other Black migrants, particularly African migrants like Senegalese folks that are also in movement in the region, of their humanity and dignity, which enables policymaking that is inhumane and against international law, particularly the Cartagena Declaration. And so one of the other ties of this meta narrative for the region that I'm making is that the use of Haitian labor across the region is not only a legacy of colonialism, right, and knowing that route was happening out of Saint-Domingue, but also in the case of the Spanish-speaking Caribbean, also an extension of U.S. imperialism, knowing that U.S. occupation of Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico included bringing Haitian laborers with them. And so that's actually the root of this use of Haitian farm workers, and particularly in the sugarcane industry. And yeah, so I'll stop there. And then the other thing that we are seeing is this point of contention or policymaking around citizenship. So the rise in Haitian migration in South America in particular has brought this narrative of this crisis of citizenship and whether nationality should be conferred at birth, as is traditionally been made. And so, for example, we know after about 15 years of recent migration trends in Brazil and Chile is what I'm primarily looking at. So Brazil does confer birthright citizenship. There was a period of time where Chile stopped conferring birthright citizenship to Haitian migrants. Part of what there is this, it's an ad hoc policy, is because Haitian migrants in Chile, at least in the first wave, were really concentrated in remote rural areas. And so it was really up to local authorities whether or not to confer birth certificates. And so taking a step back on why Haitians are in mobility. So we have this chercher la vie that I mentioned. We also have this labor migration, and we also have environmental crisis and degradation. And what I argue is, that it brings to the fore the need for a refugee framework that includes climate refugees. And so we see, in terms of the root cause of migration, these large categories, but there are also these moments in time where we have immediate independence, we have US occupation, we have the Duvalier regime, we have the Ayeside coup in 1994, we have the 2004 UN peacekeeping mission and destabilization, so what some folks would consider Ayeside coup 2.0. We have the 2010 earthquake, and then we have 2018 rice protests that and also the proliferation of gangs and narco trafficking leading to our current moment. And so we could look at Haitian migration from a crisis lens, or we can look at it in the context of these three larger buckets around labor migration, refugees, and then folks responding to climate emergency. And so what I argue is that counter to the dominant literature on Haitian migration in the Americas, Haitian migration does not neatly fit into economic migration. And so in terms of the historical flows, again, countering the dominant narrative, there's longstanding non-US Canada migration flows that deserve attention. And so while most of the literature around Haitian migration in the region is focused on 2010 and beyond, we know that in fact, migration was starting way before. So we know, as I mentioned before, about the migration particularly led by the sugar industry in Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Dominican Republic, which continues to this day. We also have migration to Guadeloupe, Martinique, and French Guiana, which is outside the scope of Latin America, but also very important in terms of French Guiana being a migration route for folks to get to Brazil and other places that I'll discuss more. And then we do have this also historical migration to Venezuela and Mexico that happened at the time of the Duvalier regime, and knowing that intellectuals and middle-class folks were moving to those places. And I say that because, interestingly, similar to some of my colleagues who are dealing with asylum seekers, a lot of my work when I was in Miami-Dade led to folks applying for a TPS and getting denied because, well, I had a family who was fourth generation Haitian Venezuelan, right? And so it was like, which route could they qualify for? So this is actually rooted in like empirical evidence versus the data, because the data does not reflect that. However, we know like that migration route happened. And so taking us to the contemporary period, right? There are 2 points before I shift my attention to Brazil and Chile. So one being that Ecuador actually, in 2008, Ecuador adopts this visa-free entry, or like a visa-free entry for 30 days, which is a policy that migrants from all over the world, but particularly Haitians, West Africans, Chinese, and Indian folks are able to take advantage of in order to make their way to the Western Hemisphere. And either initially there were so there's the visa waiver and this like understanding that both Ecuador and Peru functioned as transit countries, and that continues in the immediate post-earthquake era in 2010. But later, Ecuador decides to tighten the visa rules, making it harder for Haitians to enter and stay legally. And so a larger amount of Haitians in this like 2008 to 2012 period are irregular migrants in Ecuador. And so what ends up happening is that on the one hand, we see this visa labor-based migration route opened up to Brazil, but we also see irregular migration from Ecuador to Brazil by Haitians even pre-earthquake because of the irregularization that happens. And part of the reason why we see the adoption of visa restrictions towards Haitians is because that there ends up being limited prospects for Haitian immigrants to actually take advantage of the labor market. So they're not welcoming to Haitian laborers. And there is some, with my social movements hat on, like there are some social movements and labor organizing contentions, and a continuous narrative across the region is that on the one hand, labor is attracting or offering Haitians this opportunity to be a part of segments of the economy, and are really seen by local labor movements as basically like scabs, right? And challenges to domestic labor organizing. And this adds a layer to the xenophobia and the anti-immigrant rhetoric and hostile environment that Haitians are navigating. So I want to make sure that that is clear. So context setting again. So Brazil is a part of the initial peacekeeping force in 2004 for the MINUSTA, the UN, so part of the UN peacekeeping mission. They're Brazil, Uruguay, and I'm forgetting the third country that comprises the peacekeeping force. And so through that relationship, there are increasing bilateral relationships between the Haitian provisional government and the Brazilian government to offer humanitarian visas for folks, and also labor visas for folks to be able to come. And that only increases after the earthquake. And so after the earthquake, we see the granting of humanitarian residency, but these are largely ad hoc. Haitian migrants in Brazil are generally able to, they face some socioeconomic challenges, but generally are in good health, are integrating. There's not a barrier in terms of language acquisition. And so it really is a historic opening that leads to, with this explicit policy goal of regularization and integration. And so I would say the largest population of Haitians in South America reside in Brazil for this reason, given that there was originally a regularization and legalization pathway. However, with the shift in government in 2017, Brazil passes a new migration law, which further improved the legal framework for them to be able to receive immigrants. However, under Bolsonaro, there was some tightening and closing of that. And there is, again, in 2018, a interministerial ordinance to facilitate the granting of temporary visas and residency permits for Haitians that were on humanitarian grounds. And so we see Brazil being positioned as a new country of migration. And not only is Brazil positioning itself as a new country of migration, it's also using its relationship with Haiti to create a sphere of influence. So not only is Brazil welcoming folks, they're also a part of the core group, which is a collaboration, a consortium of France, the United States, Canada, and Brazil that are playing basically intermediaries in pushing for particular international policies in order to deal with the Haitian question, right, as the local government is in flux. And so it is interesting that Brazil is the only Latin American country that is a part of the core group. And this is really their ability to flex their regional importance. And also the Brazilian government does appeal to Ecuador and Peru in order to tighten border regulations to stop the irregular flow of migrants coming from Ecuador, crossing over into Brazil. And I'm not going to talk about it, but also know that at the time, migration to Argentina starts as well, but I'll shift to Chile because that is the other large population center. And so again, initially, Chile becomes a destination because they see the success of the Brazilian model, actually. And so they see that that Brazil is able to successfully use Haitian labor to clear the Amazon, to build stadiums for the World Cup, to be able to do the undesirable labor that they need as an engine for economic development. And so Chile says, yes, let's give some temporary worker visas as well. And so really recruiting, there's an active recruitment of folks on the island, not just folks who are circulating within South America, to say, come with a visa, you will have economic opportunity and stability, right? Because it is a long way, right? So this is a sense of permanent migration. And so unfortunately, the integration challenges were significant in that there is, or there has been, well-documented cases of discrimination, especially for our asylum advocates, you all know. There are many reports around human rights abuses, particularly folks getting their documentation taken away once they arrive to these rural areas to do the agricultural work. So really acting as indentured workers. And folks are isolated from each other, so making it a challenge in order for folks to be able to organize and communicate what's happening with their families. So that said, just because I know that I'm short on time. So there are two corridors, right? So there's the air corridor, which is a direct route from Haiti or the DR to Sao Paulo. And then there's the Pacific corridor, which involves air travel to Panama or Ecuador, and then land travel through Peru to enter Brazil or to go further south to Chile and Argentina. And in summary, I will say that the Haitian migration in the region is operating on a continuum, and that they're not fixed points, but that it is a fluid experience with an unpredictable journey, given local opposition. Folks are facing shifting legal statuses, economic opportunities, and social realities. Therefore, movement is a constant, and states and societies are really the ones, like whether it's government action and inaction, are shaping the experience and trajectories of Haitian immigrants. And ultimately, the experiences of Haitian migrants in Latin America highlight the complexities of South-South migration and the need for a more nuanced and empathetic approaches to migration governance. There is a need for a more nuanced understanding of the ways in which race, economic, and political factors intersect to shape immigrants' lived experience. And Haitian immigrants often face this double invisibility as both immigrants and as Black individuals in predominantly mestizo societies, leading to social, economic, and political exclusion. By examining the unique challenges faced by Haitian immigrants in the region, researchers and policymakers can work to develop more inclusive and equitable migration governance frameworks that address the complex realities of contemporary population movements that promote exclusion, protect, right? That promote exclusion. I could have done a period. So that promotes inclusion, protects rights, and fosters equitable access to services and opportunity. Then period.
Extraordinary high number of people coming into the border, and when you have a veritable wall, a cyber wall, it's not really a meaningful distinction. A similar example is asylum approval rates. In Atlanta, our circuit has a 1% approval rate by every study I've done. I've interviewed the judges and they brag which judge has the lowest approval rate. On the chart that Professor Bishop presented, I couldn't quite make it out, but it was either low digits in the teens or 9%. And I've seen studies that actually say that at the Atlanta circuit, which includes Florida and the Southeast, which is the lowest in the country, is as high as 18%. So when if Professor Galemba said 70% for Denver, I just can't believe it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying it's not true.
Mexico. That was Mexico.
Just Mexico.
Sorry,
Or at
70%.
the Mexican, whatever the 70%.
Oh, that's Mexico's asylum grant approval rate, but that's people who actually are able to submit asylum claims.
But in Mexico.
Right, in Mexico, not Mexicans in the US.
My only point is that there's a lot of variation among people who collect these statistics. There's not one number that is reliable, and some of it is from fabrication, some of it's from exaggeration, either positively or negatively. And some of it is, garbage in, garbage out type problems. So my question is, how do you, as social scientists, at least for the time being, maybe not as independent experts at either affirmative or defensive action, would explain what is a credible way to get these numbers?
Okay, so Amelia, it's interesting. We've just written 2 articles on facilitators as smugglers through the EU project. One is based on Morocco, and the other one was based on Tunisia, right? And exactly, as you described, right? I'll send them to you. It's absolutely fascinating. But exactly, right. Because if you get it, and it's such, there and here, right, right. And just one other thing before my brain closes. We're thinking about, and it's for anybody here actually, we're thinking about going for this massive grant in the EU, right? It's 10 million. It's called the big grant. And it's to do a comparison of the migration routes, right? And the border controls between the EU and the US and Latin America, right? And it's a 5-year project, right? So that, you know, we're starting to write it now, and we're going to be looking at collaborators, you know, throughout Latin America. So all of these things, you know, may well have some funding possibility. That's all I was going to say.
I've got questions for the 3 speakers, actually. The 4, sorry. So one for Amelia. You said that coyotes, facilitators. I think the categorization is the point, right? Like that's where a lot of power is inserted, and who gets to classify this sort of activity. But you said that they are people who know in Mexico, increasingly people who are specialized in understanding organized crime. Are they also people who are specialized in understanding the government, like the INM, the Instituto Nacional de Migración? And do they make a distinction, like in your understanding of how they operate? Because what I know in Mexico is that there's a high degree of collusion, especially at the local level. So, you know, Tilly talked about specialists in violence. These are specialists in like discernment of violence in state versus non-state actors. What's the sort of map that they have that they carry around when it comes to the distinction between those two? For Rebecca, I wanted to ask you also about, I think a lot of the talks have been about understanding the transformations that Mexico has undergone in its territory, but also in its state, and in the sort of the parts of the state which the parts of migration which it neglects, maybe purposefully, maybe but also where it puts pressure. And you're kind of making the point that the Mexican state is putting pressure to concentrate migration governance in Tapachula, increasingly. So trying to, it's similar to what Dr. Vogt talks about in the arterial border, right? There's pressures to have a particular locality carry the brunt of both the different types of migration governance. And for Christina, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the reasons behind, you know, whether or not Brazil's government, Lula's government, and its kind of embrace of multicultural policies and identity made a difference when it came to Haitian migration, and why Chile has become this, you know, despite having a left-wing government, why it's become a place that's now renowned in students of Latin American migration as an anti-Black, a place of anti-Black migration policy.
Hi. I don't know who this question is to. I think it's mainly to Rebecca, because I think you spoke about something. I'm not an academic. I work for city government here on asylum response work, the HERC program that was referenced earlier. And you said this thing about Denver being a welcoming city. Colorado was one of the states that was busing people to New York City. Exactly. And I think we have also like understood ourselves to be a welcoming city, right? I heard somebody reference earlier this idea of a sanctuary city that I think has been contested a few ways since the de Blasio administration. And then in doing this work for the last 2 years, we started out doing we're going to do the best in class, you know, response to asylum seekers. They have all these needs that are specific, and we're going to speak to that. And through budget cuts, but also through public opinion, has really shifted how we responded. And I'm curious about the experience with Denver as well, this national story about both the quote unquote Texas strategy working, which is like busing people to democratic cities and seeing Democratic voters move to the right on immigration, and how that interplays like public opinion, and also like that some of this like commitments really being tested on the resource side has spoken to like policy quotas, and, you know, sort of approval ratings and all of that, and what that sort of interplay has looked like. And more broadly, I'm curious for those who have experienced in other contexts, also how this has played out. there. Obviously, my context is very local, but curious more broadly as well.
Maybe you want to take a stab at these first, and then we can go on. Who wants to go first?
Sure. I think I can be heard without a mic. Oh, but for this, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, just really quickly, I think, love that there's so much parallel thinking happening in these two corridors. And I would love to talk more about larger projects. I am in conversation a lot with Aklam Kemlali, who works in Tunisia and Libya primarily, about sort of thinking along parallel lines. I'm also really interested in thinking about how these regimes overlap too. So some of the work that Caitlyn is doing speaks to this, but I also think there's things going the other way. A lot of, especially, and this is very gendered in the case of Central America, but I know quite a few women who were deported from the United States or from Mexico and whose next move was to go to Spain. And how certain kinds of enforcement strategies in their gendered results actually also then produce other interconnections across the Atlantic is something I'd love to think about more. In terms of the question about the coyotes and understanding, they're sort of specialists in understanding and navigating organized crime, I don't think that the same individuals are also specialists at navigating like Mexican bureaucracy. They are sort of entering into these individuals in particular that I'm talking about here are engaging in the world of where people are evading immigration enforcement and are then sort of pushed into the territories of organized crime. And that is where the sort of safety and protection comes into place. I think there are sometimes overlapping, but also often separate channels of people who are trying to work through getting access to some kind of paper, some kind of document, some kind of official salvoconducto or whatever that will enable them to avoid the organized crime by traveling through. And also, obviously, the division between state actors and criminal actors is not clear or bright in Mexico at all. Among the people who are engaged in kidnapping and assault and everything that migrants deal with in Mexico, are they police? Are they not police? It's never entirely a bright line. So I think mostly their niche is actually navigating who controls which plaza and what that means for getting across it. But that bleeds into having to understand the different layers of government that are criminal and not.
I'll try to respond to maybe two of the questions if I can briefly. First, Chip, you said your name was. One of my favorite things to do is actually talk about border encounter statistics and what they're actually talking about and how they've changed those numbers and lumped things in. And really, it depends on what story you want to tell of what those numbers even mean. There was a really interesting article that I found even when trying to talk about like, what are the asylum grant statistics? And there was a really interesting article that came out, I think a year or so, from Human Rights First that saying like the Biden administration uses this really misleading statistic because the Trump administration did that to show that the majority of people who pass their credible fear interviews are not granted asylum, which is actually not true if you look at those that are granted on the merits, right, of the case. So there's all these sort of ways of playing on statistics. And I think it was what Sarah was talking about, sort of like, what is that story? And that's why I threw those numbers out at the end. Like, yeah, 70% grant rate for asylum seekers in Mexico looks pretty good until you consider how many people can't access that system to begin with. Like, that's not the right number we should be looking at, similar to that really weird high representation rate amongst asylum seekers in their final hearing, which means they likely to get that far had an attorney, had an expert witness, right? We're able to have the resources to get that far into the process versus like what's actually happening. I think is sometimes a more interesting story of how we can use those numbers as a window to kind of unpack what's behind them and what narrative work is going on with what numbers are presented and what they mean. For the Denver question, is it still being recorded? Is it still on YouTube or no?
Oh, sorry, it's being recorded, but it's not like,
Okay.
it's not broadcast live, and
Yeah.
anything that you want edited out, you
It
can
should be-
just tell us, and no, we can,
Curious.
it'll be
Yeah.
deleted.
I mean, that's why I call it this like reception, repulsion, fulcrum, because I think it's a lot of strategic selective welcome work going on, right? Despite the fact that they also put a lot of these I was looking to dedicate a docket before I was starting to look at firm, and the whole reason they put it in Denver was like, well, there's enough legal resources, which is ridiculous, right? So looking at its posture as a welcoming city, or what people say about sanctuary versus what you actually do in practice, right? I mean, obviously, you know, Colorado was home to that rumor, right, about what was happening in nearby Aurora, which is vehemently rejected, right, migrants at the more city council level. And so, you know, the way that it's influenced voters, be interesting. I mean, the mayor's not up for reelection. So right now he's pretty new. And so I think that would be interesting to see. Obviously got a lot of pushback, right, from some people. But then again, you know, many pointing to the fact that this is also a very selective program, right, that they like to take credit for versus like what's actually going on in the larger space, which is something I think people are still trying to unpack, but we can talk later too.
I also can talk offline about that as my like the strategies that we were doing in Miami, where it's like a whole other universe. So really quickly, in terms of the Lula question, so actually he was the one to draft the initial policy. So during his first presidency is when there was this humanitarian pathways for Haitians and the labor migration. And then actually since his return, he has been playing a really big role in leading the Latin American response to the failed state of Haiti right now. Whether it's for good or for ill, we don't know really, but I would say Lula in particular, and then also Trinidad and leading CARICOM, like are the two non-US Canada policy leaders in thinking about solutions in this like crisis. And then in terms of Chile as a site of anti-Black migration governance, it is a big question. I will say that when I was at LASA earlier this summer, I talked to a bunch of folks who are studying this, like that are in Chile. And one positive thing is that this like anti-Black, anti-immigrant backlash that is happening has led to a coalition of Afro-Chilean and feminist organizing. And to actually have like there is a social movement response to just like here's our policy priorities as the left, and part of that is actually combating anti-Blackness and xenophobia, and like particularly this issue of Haitian immigrants, and Haitian immigrant activist women are actually really at the forefront of those movements, which is pretty exciting to see. So it's an opportunity. And then also for David, just to say that I'm looking at Panama and Nicaragua basically as the similar, like Tunisian actor in border externalization on this side, and particularly for Haitians, like Nicaragua now in an agreement with the United States, deporting and denying, like it was free visa entry before, and that was one of the ways that folks were doing the shortcut of not having to go through Ecuador or like Brazil, but flying to Nicaragua and then doing the journey up to the border. Now that is shut. That's something that happened in the last 3 months, and then also similar the Panama, the Panama border externalization as well, like a major flow for folks making the journey north, and then resources being set to say like, stop people here. So yeah.
Thank you. I was extremely, yes, Yanis Ziligakis from the Henry George School of Social Science. I was very curious about the mentioning of Haitian migrants, possibly other groups, being used for like hard labor, kind of like a revival of the slave trade, which is really surprising. I was curious, what is the history of this? Like, when did this practice happen? Under which administration? And other NGOs involved? Because these people need like heavy like social services, like housing, food, and who manages that? Are there like kind of like insidious civil society collaboration in this odious practice?
Yeah, so just really quickly, and then I'll pass it back to you.
And what do they pay them like wages of any sorts?
So, okay, so I will say that in terms of Cuba, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, like they each have their own history and really began in like 1904 in Cuba and like in the 1920s in Dominican Republic, and then like similarly once after the Spanish American War and Puerto Rico becoming a U.S. territory, do we see U.S.-based sugar companies, so thank you, Domino, like doing like recruiting Haitian laborers, because at the time, well, one is there is the U.S. occupation of Haiti happening in the 19 teens, just broad swath, and so from that becomes this like facilitation of travel, right? Like, so literally the US is sponsoring the travel of Haitian, at this point, rural work, like rural dwellers to go because they were already doing subsistence farming themselves. They have the skill, right? And I think that ends up being the theme in recruiting Haitian labor, is that these are folks that already were doing this work at home, and now you can do it for pay and have a quote unquote better quality of life, only to get there and realize that you're like isolated on this farm in the middle of nowhere and nobody knows where you are. And so like one of the things that's happening in the Chilean case, but also like in the Brazilian case, the places where they're working, whether in construction, in cattle raising, in like meat processing, which also are similarly what they're doing here, like TPS holders, think of Ohio, I think we were talking about that in the elevator. And so what's happening is that they're socially isolated. All they have is like the folks that are on site with them. It's very remote areas, so they don't have cell phone service. So it's not unless they like go to a nearby town. And so the conditions of folks in like São Paulo or in Santiago is completely different. They're in an urban area. They're like doing low wage work, like a lot of restaurant hospitality type of things. But for the folks that are dealing in like agricultural work in particular, it is modern day slavery. And it's no about like oh. So I would argue that Westavac is not slavery. There is a difference, but I think that there's like very much a difference between, it's involuntary servitude, yes, but it is not slavery. I can fight with the UN about a lot of things. So, but just to say really quickly that basically because of their isolation, they're able to be it's precarious work, right? It's really exploitation of precarious workers in rural areas. That is a whole other field of study that I am not necessarily doing, but just a little more context. And Michael.
So I would just say the group is smaller. The last session, which is going to run for about a half hour, is a discussion. So I would ask everybody to just come up to the front. And I know that can be hard and uncomfortable to be closer together. But we're gonna have a discussion about kind of like what we learned and what we thought about today. So actually, Andres is going to lead the discussion among us. And I'm going to conclude it. I'm going to give some closing remarks, but Andres is going to kind of guide our discussion so that we kind of draw out a little bit of what we've been learning about today.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for really fascinating talks about different parts of the world, different migratory routes, different actors and levels of analysis. I saw some commonalities show up and some major themes. One of them is certain two diasporas came up, I think, a lot: the Venezuelan diaspora and the Haitian diaspora. It's no coincidence. Latin America went from a region of emigration to a region of immigration and transit, and it's the two major diasporas now, the newest ones traversing the continent, are Venezuelans and Haitians, although obviously Haitians have migrated from before. Two countries loomed large, even if we didn't directly. One of them we directly spoke about, which is Mexico and Mexico's transformation in the 21st century, and the way it doesn't welcome, repels, and kind of structures migration governance. And there's obviously the United States. Latin America seems to be managing both migration in its territory, but also in a way managing or governing or attempting to govern the transit migration that's occasioned by an unequal salary structure, an unequal quality of life structure that exists in the world. And there's huge pull from the United States. As a kind of scholar of migration myself, some of the things that I found, there was many things that I found very novel about the talks. This is obviously a field that is constantly evolving. There's a lot of voices in it. The multidisciplinary aspect of it was great. It's not often the case that migration scholars come from different social sciences and that we get put together. So one of the things that I thought would be good to talk about to begin with, and that I'm going to pose as questions, we don't necessarily have answers to everything, obviously, is that where do we locate governance, right? In migration governance, specifically in the Americas. I think we didn't talk about state capacity, but that's a big, it's an important part of the puzzle, I think, for several of our talks. What states, so Latin America is generally conceived of as a region with weak states, but what we're seeing is the birth, from what I get from your talks, from my own research in Colombia, is the birth of state capacity for certain ends. And what are those ends? Are those about repulsion? Are those about like accelerated incorporation? That's one thing. The other is Latin America is also a region of supposedly liberal norms, at least in its origins from independence. And then within the 19th century and 20th century constitutions, they hold liberal and democratic values to be very dear, but then in reality, the practice falls short. So where do you all see the tension between the sort of rights they're supposed to guarantee on paper and where that is, how they're actually implemented and how that affects governance? I think another important thing is where we see states neglecting aspects of human security and where they're accelerating or where they're trying to engineer forms of slowing down mobility or accelerating mobility against the will of immigrant populations. This is the second theme. The third theme, back to the first question of where we locate governance, is how are we obtaining data around what governance is? I think we all spoke to the agents of migration, as Dr. Brotherton very correctly put it. We didn't talk about agency straightforwardly, but I think we all do research that's based on either interviews, testimonies, or information that's produced by the people who are the subjects of mobility and the different mobility regimes. So how are we obtaining, what are we getting as a group of scholars by asking individuals about a larger process that is in a way a intellectual construct? Governance doesn't exist materially, it doesn't have an address, right? But we're still trying to get at that through individual, through accumulation of individual testimonies and then corroborated with data and official documents and so on. But I think we all do kind of primary research with human subjects. Those three to start with. Very small, very small questions.
No, but okay. So first thing, is what a breath of fresh air, right? This was fantastic, and and I say that, I'm an old time. I'm probably the oldest, not the oldest. Well, I am probably the oldest bloody person, but I've been here, I've been here 3 decades, right? And I've been at the GC. This since 1999, right? I'm in 3 programs, as you know: criminal justice, sociology, and urban ed, right? And in all this time, and this is CUNY, GC, which is the epicenter of migration research probably in the United States, right? Probably in the United States. But it's being completely dominated by assimilationism and integrationism, right? And it's been completely focused on United States, right? So, and if you look at migration, it's all people coming in, right? The deportation thing. In 2000, and I'll just sort of throw this in, no sort of bravado here, but 2003, I co-organized the first deportation conference in the Caribbean, in Santo Domingo. In 2004, I co-organized the first deportation conference in the United States at John Jay College. So I went on for 3 days and 2,500 people showed up, including a whole bunch of folks who just got out of prison and were going to get deported. They weren't put in detention back then, at that time, right? So 20 odd years later, this is almost the first time, literally, apart from when my book came out in 2011, and they let me have a book launch, and that's it. But the first time we've had a get-together where we talk about this from the perspective of the Global South, right? So you have to ask yourself, don't you really, about, yes, the state, and so on and so forth, and the coercive state, also, but ideology, right? About to what degree has social science played a role in these practices of social exclusion, not just here, but also down in the Global South. So anything we do now, along the line that you've set out here, right, an interdisciplinary line, although you completely missed out criminology, by the way, is going to be some form of contestation to the status quo. Oh, holla, right? Fantastic. Amen. Let's continue with that. Number two, and here's sort of more from a proposition, right? I do have this book series, believe it or not, with Temple, used to be with Columbia. It's called Studies of Transgression, it's very thick, a subject I like a lot. But, I'd love to put a book together, an edited book of what's been going on here, right? It'd be fantastic. It'd be the first one out there, and have you go and think about it, and I don't care, you edit it, I don't care. But I'd love to publish something like that. I think that would be, super. And just one, the other thing is, apart from the camaraderie, we've started something here, right? And oftentimes we have these things and we go, oh, this is fantastic, and then we never see each other again, right? Or, have an email but we really don't get together. So the third thing I would like to say is we need a follow-up.
Well, think about that. I can't remember if you said it, but I mean, Andres and I have been thinking about doing something about this, right? Like something, this started out as a conversation between he and I about, what we were working on and pieces we were interested in, and, thinking about what some kind of like project might look like. At times it's been like, hey, maybe we'll just do an article. Other times it's like, well, we could do an edited volume or an edited journal issue, right? So this is something we're thinking about, but we're also trying to like figure out what that is, right? Like South-South issues are one thing. I have my own particular issues in governance, which apparently were jarring to some of you, which is fine. It's actually good to learn that it's good to learn that was a little bit dissonant, right? Right? Like when something comes through as dissonant, right? It becomes interesting to think about like, well, where the contrasts are, right? So in this conversation, like the dissonance was between governance, right, and the agency of migrants, right? So if you say governance, right, the migrant actually becomes kind of in some ways possibly the subject, although migrants can also exercise their own governance. Not that we actually provided too much evidence of that. We did kind of talk around the edges about like, migrant self-help camps and things like that. But that dissonance is interesting, and it's a little bit jarring to think about, because when you're talking about, say, criminals who run a neighborhood in Sao Paulo, well, yeah, there's an acknowledgement of like that power differential, and that power differential is interesting, and it's not necessarily critical to problematize that analytical frame, because that's something that is worth exploring, right? But in this particular case, right, there's some interesting pieces there, right? And there are pieces, I think, that came up today that I think are worth putting together and dwelling on a little bit collectively, which is what I hope we do here, and we can do in other venues, whether or not I can manage to host another event down the line. We can also look to CUNY potentially to provide some additional support. But, there's also organizing, if we're moving towards something collective, say a panel at the Latin American Studies Association meeting, or the American Society of Criminology, depending on, what people attend. We have a lot of anthropologists here. Maybe it would be maybe it'd be a AAA panel. Although I think we may be a little bit more interdisciplinary than that. But so I thought that piece, that note of dissonance was interesting. I also think this idea of, for me, one of the key ideas that floats around here that contrasts with what I work on is flows themselves, right? Where I talk about this in terms of governing flows of migrants. I think Wendy talked about it as arterial governance, right? So I didn't quite, that was a little bit of an opaque metaphor for me at first, but by the end of the talk, I kind of got it. I was like, oh yeah, arterial governance is kind of what I'm thinking about, right? It's this movement along a highway, right? Right, and artery. So there's a lot there. I mean, I could keep talking, but I also want to hear from you because I could talk to myself when I'm walking home or just wandering around the city. Something we do when we spend too long in New York.
Colette, yeah, I mean, yes, really great conference, really, and the edited volume idea is really, I think I don't need this. It's really, really good, really good idea, or for a special issue of a journal. I think the conference also reminds me that the whole system of asylum and refugee and human rights is really a European experiment, right? Set up for Europeans, right? And now this new South dynamic, what we see here really is is a lot of symbolic politics, you know, with the interplay of both interests and perceptions and the manipulation of an experience also for geopolitical gain, right? So you can see that in the treatment of Ukrainians versus, for example, Haitians. You know, so I think it's really interesting how some things become politicized or de-politicized based on an alignment of various interests. For example, I think it was Rebecca talked about the globally expanding migrant deterrence regime. That is something really important and very important to look at. Another theme that came across, I forgot the place in Mexico. I think you named it, that is a migration and a no man's land. Like the Mexican government, the state, maybe not all the laws apply. And then made me think, I tried to remember, it's a yeah. And it made me think of other places where the migration, like the state is kind of ambiguous and that's used. For example, the internment of Haitians at Guantanamo, right? I think it's a really good example of that. And I thought about I do work on two strange places, the Dutch Caribbean and also Japan and the Netherlands. And about migration in those two places. But one interesting thing that relates to Latin America, in the Dutch Caribbean, the European law, because these are parts of the Netherlands and the EU, the European law applies in a very ambiguous way on the islands, not totally. But that's used as a way to avoid giving the total refugees and asylum status to, for example, Venezuelans and Colombians coming in. And I think it was Human Rights Watch has done some research on this. That's Aruba and Curacao. It's a big migrant holding facility. What else? And also for Christina, I didn't get a chance to say this. Following Andres' point, it's really interesting about symbolic politics of Brazil, right? And it's soft power. It's right, the soft power for non-political scientists. It's the opposite of hard power, military power, right? But to be more attractive, right? To use that as leverage of power. But it's really interesting. Brazil, as Andres said, I mean, it's the largest Black population outside of Africa, but it's also the place that has been vitriolically anti-Black, right? This idea of racial democracy. So it's really interesting that now, who did they select? The Blackest people in the hemisphere, right? It really shows the nexus of geopolitics and interests. And I think that's, oh yeah, I wanted to recommend a book to you because this is still about the containment of the Haitian Revolution, as you said, right? And I think something really, it's a book it's in actually comparative literature. It's called Modernity Disavowed. And because you think about the Haitian Revolution, is the most modern revolution, right? It's the latest one. But somehow that's not included in the European handbook, right? And in this way, it is disavowed. But yeah, so I think that's all I have to say. One last observation. One thing, so this year I was the co-chair of our the American Political Science Association Migration and Citizenship section. And migration was something really poo-pooed in political science. Now it has exploded. I'm glad to see Andreas and Christina, at the forefront of this. But one thing I really observed is looking at the papers. It is overwhelmingly female, much more female than other sections.
Same as the lawyers, same as migration.
Yes.
And I think this is something would be a really interesting chapter. Somebody maybe me. To write that. Why is it that it's so gendered in this way? I mean, I think it's a great. I love it. But why is it?
Utility of basically how Mexican border guards includes costs as people moving to Mexico, or Sarah's discussion of the promotion of certain types of obscure legalities in the context of El Salvador, all in the service of presenting compliance with a norm or the law, while also in the practice of violating it in highly violent and repressive ways. Ways that are actually quite similar to a lot of the debates about paramilitary and utilities of paramilitary.
Yeah, sort of a question, comment, and then another comment from what Michael was saying about like whether the right being is right. It's a holdover World War II, both in terms of geography, like consider it right to be grounded persecution, but I'm curious by the fact that we have many countries in Latin America that have signed up for the anti-declaration, but now they're actually putting it into practice. It's not that way, right? Like we know in Mexico, for example, apparently they do apply it quite well for Central American applications. Or say Colombia just kind of screw the whole thing together. Seeing how many countries actually signed on, but then they're not actually either applying it or seeking to deal with migration in other ways. It's sort of an interesting thing to think with as one of the few regional tools. And I the other comment that I would have too is of course, some kind of edited question, but I think would be great towards that end to do something with scholar-based Latin America too, or to keep up with them and see what has been coming out issues from the region as well, because I've seen that some volumes bring back from Latin America, but they're not really speaking to the scholar here. And so how can we bridge those conversations?
I wonder if maybe they sign on in order to show that they're part of the big boys club, the liberal order, because for example in Japan they have also signed on to the system. But guess how many refugees they take in every year? Like 20, but that they are donor, to the system, as is Korea as well.
Yeah. I think it's interesting because in a way it's kind of, you're seeing the birth of these immigration regimes that is, I don't know if it was the same case when, Reagan put, the peril of the immigrant wave, right? And also it makes me think of, the way European countries treat unauthorized and overstayed people. It's not it's not linked to criminality, right? Like I'm thinking of my friend who accidentally became undocumented. He was, his process, he was supposed to be a permanent resident. He basically something happened and and the Austrian government called him, was like, you got to leave the country now. And so he had to leave the country for 3 months, pay a fine. And then he just, now he's a permanent resident of Austria, which would never happen in any of these countries you've mentioned that we've talked about, right? That's like fantasy land. That just wouldn't happen. And so this idea of kind of the birth of the immigration regime, linking it to criminality and seeing how, these are these are countries with land rights, right? These are not Western countries and have a history of empire and militarism. And then seeing them kind of shift the rights of non-citizens is really interesting, especially when you look at these constitutions that literally give lands to indigenous people. So it's tied to land, it's tied to indigeneity and citizenship, and then seeing what happens when, you know, like the Venezuelans, for example. Like it's really jarring, depressing. And it also makes me think about research methods and kind of Andrea's question of, you know, how do we treat this data? But like, you know, let's be real, a lot of this data is, you know, not, I don't want to say not accurate, but it's hard to get, right? So you either have to do imputations, you have to do, you know, you have to do what somebody was talking about, the method that they use, that they were like, oh, I think this is what this is. Because of the way that a lot of these kind of weaker countries, like, you know, they don't have like Census Bureau every 10 years, or if they do, it's not as well collected as in the Western states. But that doesn't make it less valid, I think. I think if anything, it's probably, it's just my phone. It's underestimating the issue, so.
It's not a fully formed thought, but something that I wondered about is like, especially looking at what people have to do and go through to immigrate here, again, because it's my frame of reference. What we find is a lot of people are like younger and able-bodied, right? And I heard like a lot of references to workers in this conversation. And one of the curiosities that I've had is we do have folks with disabilities also arriving. Right. And I wonder, like, you know, and we have a few folks who are over 70, right? And one of them, my friend, is a primary care doctor, and he was like, "Why did you come?" Right? And he said, "I wanted to make art," and I was like, "Wow, you did all that, and now you're here." And turns out he is making art. It's going well. But I wonder about like the folks who are not included in that like able-bodied, relatively younger worker story, and how they make it here, like what supports exist, what challenges look like, especially because non-zero numbers of people are successfully arriving. And I wonder what they've experienced that we might not be seeing on this journey.
No, just to that point, like to I don't know, I've kept on been saying like double click on that, but to underscore, yeah, it's like double click. That's, yeah. You know, like when you look at, especially like TPS numbers, like they skew older. They actually are the elderly, right? And then now I just wrote this about like, where is the disabled in that, like disabled folks in that, and also they are in transit. Like I remember like when we were in the Darien, like I met elderly folks. Like I met somebody who was an amputee. And so like they were, you know, making the journey along with folks. So and also like the other thing this brings to mind for me is migration being disabling. So like folks, like just thinking about the health of like migrants, there's a lot of studies on the like psychological, psychosocial effects, but not as much in terms of like actually not getting healthcare and your health declining in detention, or the process of deportation being disabling, because we know it actually is like intentionally cruel and you're like being shackled for hours. Like, you know, like there's just it like migration being a disabling event in and of itself is also what that brings up for me.
And just something about what you were saying made me think of, so there has been a lot of conversation about laborers and work, but there is also the move to try and distinguish between like asylum seekers from economic migrants, right? And this idea that to be a legitimate asylum seeker, you cannot be in search of work, right? And so there's like a different kind of person and subjectivity that is more legible in the process of seeking asylum, as everyone is funneled through seeking asylum now, right? Like that's what sort of everything is getting read through. But there's something about specifically not being here to work that is perhaps also to someone's, you know, benefit in terms of how they're going to be read by all of the humanitarian actors along the way, all of the state, all the instruments of governance as well.
Yeah, just to build off of these two things, I think I just want to kind of reiterate the idea of disabling along the transit journeys and really taking transit in itself as like really serious as and people's social trajectories that they're often in transit for years. And so people are disabled there and they experience trauma, and there's, we don't talk about the trauma of transit very much. And so those processes, but also physically disabled, and how many people don't make it who are physically disabled, who are, dismembered or whatever, or injured, and then what happens to them, right? So this kind of like disposable workforce idea, the people who don't ever even get to become the laborers, right, within this economy. And then also just thinking about all of our papers, it's just, I think it's so interesting in a context where we're so obsessed with the border, and most of our work is decentering borders and thinking about that, yay, as maybe a common theme of maybe spatially, like I feel like we need like a critical geographer in here too, but thinking about, yeah, like geography would be good. But like spatially and thinking about decentering borders, as a kind of pushback against the dominant narratives and discourses that we have in the social sciences around these issues. I also want to apologize because my daughter is waiting for me and I have to go get her. I know, so. So I have to leave and interrupt this, but I would love to be a part of whatever comes out of this. And I just appreciate you all so much. So thank you.
I was just going to say one more thing, at least in the work that I've been doing with non-Western hemispheric folks, there were certain like demographic trends that I think I really haven't fully explored, but just to give you a sense, Afghans, who ended up being one of the primary nationalities that I interviewed during my fieldwork, come with their entire family. So from babies to grandparents, which was a very, very different dynamic than you would see in other cases. So part of it is like access to mobility. Part of it was specifically the work that the Afghans who I hung out with were engaged in prior to their migration. But also it was a sense that like this was a now or never moment for Afghans in ways that depends very much so on the circumstances of people leaving. So yeah, I just wanted to flag that there are some groups who travel from the very get-go as an entire extended family.
In the community parlance, it's a very like immediate follow. Latin America is also a region that has had very few international wars during the 20th century, unlike Europe and other reflected world, and therefore is thought in the literature to not develop strong land borders. So I was struck by the image of this Jetta. In Colombia, there's also basically no border guards. Even in France, I think it was the same. Panama has them there. But it's not it's sort of man-made thing. But the governance, the violence, intervention by powers enacted on groups rather than in the big international division between states. Is there agreements that this is maybe a common theme that moving?
You know where they didn't have all the guards in Chile under Pinochet.
Well, I'm not going to close. I was actually just making a comment.
Okay.
So everybody, I think everyone's getting nervous that I'm closing this, but no, I wanted to react to stuff. First, I think this idea of decentering borders is good. So we always call it the southern border here in the United States, right? But I definitely see the Tapón del Darién as a frontier, right? And like there seems to be an effort to kind of twist this very modern geography of borders into a series of frontiers, right? This notion of you're constantly adding cost, right? The notion that there's this kind of at least putatively disordered space on the Panamanian border, which I think is very intentional, right? Or that Mexico functions certain ways to make life harder for migrants. It very much goes to this idea of like creating frontiers and frontiers being a site of difficulty. The other thing that I was thinking about was related to Amelia's paper and Amelia and her collaborators' paper, which is about this ethic of care, right? Where she talks about, right, how the coyotes are, performing this kind of masculine care in a space where men might have been devalued, right? There's this whole gendered notion of stuff, right? But this is something I kind of observe, at least in one of my interviews, where, people are like, oh, my interlocutor said that the AGC and their coyotes, they're good up until the border. If you hurt yourself, they'll carry you back to the aid station, and then they'll carry you back all the way to Urabá, to Antioquia, and then, well, kind of you're stuck, but at least you didn't die in the jungle, right? But like you lost all your money, which is a big deal, right? And then you can be exploited by the AGC once you're back in Urabá. But like they did act out of care, right, in that space, right? So that's another piece. But the other thing is, we talk about this now with coyotes and with armed groups, right? But the states are also at least pretending to act out of care, right? Panama receives people and puts them in these superpowered migrant camps, right? But then also abandons them to suffering in the tapon, right? The United States, in principle, is saying, oh, we're taking care of people, we're providing them asylum protections, but it's also going out of its way to use all these other processes to not take care, right? To diminish care and to expose people to risk, right? So there's this way in which care is being manipulated in all of these cases. In ways, it's kind of reminiscent of a book I read in graduate school, which was a feminist book about, it was called The Velvet Glove, right? Which had to do with how patriarchal power was often cloaked in this idea of protectiveness, right? But in a way that was profoundly disempowering, right?
I've been thinking about something because I observe a phenomenon that's probably an old phenomenon that's now new again. One thing, there's a colleague here at CUNY, Emmanuel Ness, right? And he wrote a book, or somewhere I read that the number one job for a Black man in New York is, can you guess it? Security guard, right? And what do you see downstairs? What do you see everywhere, right? Is a security guard. But what else do you see in New York now that's interesting? African male migrants on bikes, doing DoorDash, right? Everywhere, right? And so I wondered about like what will be, how will this be politicized, in the future, right? This group of African male migrants that will marry someone or be with, and how do we treat the historically marginalized groups, not only in this country but everywhere? I think it's something that sometimes missed in our migration studies world, and it can easily be politicized to the disadvantage of everyone. I think we know what we're talking about.
Say really quickly that actually this DoorDash or I have the Latin American version, Rappi, yes, and also like in Italy, I'm forgetting the name of it. It is exactly the same thing. It is like so it's not even just like a US or like a New York City thing. There is this role of African migrants in particular, Senegalese folks even more particularly, like that are doing this particular job of food delivery service, like thinking of gig economy, like that is their entry point. And in a place like New York, where now they're guaranteed $15, it's actually like here, it made sense when I saw the shift because it was a place where you're guaranteed $15 an hour. That actually is a really good wage for an extractive economy.
Right. I think though, like something that we've seen is that those bikes require e-bike batteries, and that's become a big source of like resource guarding and inter-community, interracial stress because both groups, right? Like Spanish-speaking asylum seekers and West African, for the most part, asylum seekers that we see are in the same gig, but trying to protect similar resources. And a lot of the violence and like robbery we see is people stealing each other's bikes, right? Because it's a really expensive resource and the city doesn't give you any options to charge the bike. You can't do it indoors anywhere. And if you're living in a shelter, you can't bring it inside and there's nowhere to put it. So I think, and then the other thing that I wonder about, and this is like partly also just personal experience as an immigrant to this country, not being racialized in your country of origin and then moving here and what that does for like delegitimizing like narratives of racism from folks who live here, right? And then a lot of the pushback we've seen about asylum seekers has come from Native people of color who live here, who like a lot of the shelter system staff who've been at the Department of Homeless Services, a lot of the folks who live in those places, right? Like who historically have been a pretty like liberal left like population have become much more conservative as a result. And I think there's a real dissonance between the like experiences of racism because some folks have decades of history of dealing with it and some don't. And what alliances get created as a result between immigrants and then also not, yeah. But.
I just wanted to thank everybody for coming. First, so I wanted to thank everybody here and for all of your contributions, all the people who came and spent the day with us. I really appreciate you being here. I especially wanted to thank Andres for all sorts of work that he did organizing this, which was tremendously helpful. I certainly would not have been able to handle this intellectually or administratively on my own. Similarly, I want to thank Rosalina Lopez, the administrative assistant at the Bildner Center, who unfortunately is not here, but she has other things she does in her life. Also with whom I could not have worked. And I wanted to thank the Provost's office, in case you're listening, for all the assistance they offered in booking tickets and hotels and all that stuff. And just generally the support of the Bildner Center itself and our donors. So I wanted to say thank you, and I look forward to continuing this conversation.